This is Audible.
Hachette Digital presents Transition by Ian Banks, read by Peter Kenny.
Prologue. Apparently, I am what is known as an unreliable narrator. Though, of course, if you believe everything you're told, you deserve whatever you get. It is, believe me, more than a little amazing and entirely unprecedented that you are reading these words at all. Have you ever seen a seismograph? You know, one of those terribly delicate and sensitive things with a long, spidery-fingered pen that inscribes a line on a roll of paper being moved beneath it to record earth tremors. Imagine that one of those is sailing serenely along, recording nothing of note, drawing a straight and steady black line, registering just calmness and quiet, both beneath your feet and all around the world. And then it suddenly starts to write in flowing copperplate, the paper zipping back and forth beneath it to accommodate its smoothly swirling calligraphy. It might write, "Apparently, I am what is known as an unreliable narrator." That is how unlikely it is that I am writing this and anybody is reading it. Trust me. Time, place, necessary, I suppose, though in the circumstances insufficient. However, we must begin somewhere and somewhen, so let me start with Mrs. Mulverhill and record that, by your reckoning, I first encountered her near the beginning of that golden age which nobody noticed was happening at the time. I mean the long decade between the fall of the wall and the fall of the towers. If you wish to be pedantically exact about it, those retrospectively blessed dozen years lasted from the chilly, fevered Central European night of November the 9th, 1989, to that bright morning on the eastern seaboard of America of September the 11th, 2001. One event symbolized the lifted threat of a worldwide nuclear holocaust, something which had been hanging over humanity for nearly 40 years, and so ended an age of idiocy. The other ushered in a new one. The wall's fall was not spectacular. It was night, and all you saw on television was a bunch of leather-jacketed Berliners attacking reinforced concrete, mostly with hammers, rather ineffectually. Nobody died. A lot of people got drunk and stoned, and laid, no doubt. The wall itself was not a striking structure, and not even very tall or especially forbidding. The real obstacle had always been the barren, sandy killing ground of mines, dog runs and razor wire behind it. The vertical barrier was always more symbolic than anything else, a delineation, so the fact that none of the crowds of cheerful vandals scrabbling for a perch on it could do much to destroy it without access to heavy equipment was irrelevant. What mattered was that they were clambering all over this famously divisive, allegedly defensive symbol without getting machine-gunned. However, as the expression of a sudden outburst of hope and optimism and an embracing of change, one could ask for no more, I suppose. The Al-Qaeda attack on the USA, well, given that a nation was invaded and occupied using this as an excuse, and that this was done in the name of democracy, let's be both nationalistic and democratic about it. The Saudi Arabian attack on the USA could hardly have offered a greater contrast. Slung between these two wide-reaching levellings, the intervening years held civilization happily, if ignorantly scooped as in a hammock. Sometime about the centre of that sweet trough, Mrs. M and I became lost to each other. We met again, then parted again for the final time, just before the third fall, the fall of Wall Street and the city, the fall of the banks, the fall of the markets, beginning on September the 15th, 2008. Perhaps we all find such coincident placemarks in the books of our lives reassuring. Still, it seems to me that such congruencies while useful in fixing what one might call one's personal eras within our shared history, are effectively meaningless. Lying here, during all this time after my own small fall, it has become my conviction that things mean pretty much what we want them to mean. We'll pluck significance from the least consequential happenstance if it suits us, and happily ignore the most flagrantly obvious symmetry between separate aspects of our lives if it threatens some cherished prejudice or cosily comforting belief. We are blindest to precisely whatever might be most illuminating. Mrs. Mulverhill herself said that, I think. Or it might have been Madame d'Ortolan. I get the two confused sometimes. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So, in the light of the above, let us embrace rather than resist this effect. You may, even as we begin, wish to know how my part in this ends. So, let me tell you. This is how it ends. He comes into my room. He is dressed in black and wearing gloves. It is dark in here, just a night light on, but he can identify me lying on the hospital bed. Propped up at a slight angle, one or two remaining tubes and wires attaching me to various pieces of medical equipment. He ignores these. The nurse, who would hear any alarm, is lying trussed and taped down the hall, the monitor in front of him switched off. The man shuts the door, darkening the room still further. He walks quietly to my bedside, though I ought to be unlikely to wake as I am sedated, lightly drugged to aid a good night's sleep. He looks at my bed. Even in the dim light, he can see that it is tightly made. I am constricted within this envelope of sheets and blanket. Reassured by this confinement, he takes the spare pillow from the side of my head and places it, gently at first, over my face, then quickly bears down on me, forcing his hands down on either side of my head, pinning my arms under the covers with his elbows, placing most of his weight on his arms and his chest, his feet rising from the floor until only the tips of his shoes are still in contact with it. I don't even struggle at first. When I do, he simply smiles. My feeble attempts to bring my hands up and to use my legs to kick myself free come to nothing. Wound amongst these sheets, even a fit man would have stood little chance of fighting his way from beneath such suffocating weight. Finally, in one last hopeless convulsion, I try to arch my back. He rides this throw easily, and in a moment or two I fall back, and all movement ceases. He is no fool. He has anticipated that I might merely be playing dead. So he lies quite calmly on me for a while, as unmoving as I, checking his watch now and again as the minutes tick by, to make sure I am gone. I hope you're happy. An ending, and we have barely even begun yet. So we shall begin first with something that in a sense has yet to happen. It begins on a train, the highest train in the world, between China and Tibet. It begins with a man in a cheap brown business suit walking from one swaying carriage to another, his gait a little unsteady as he holds a small oxygen cylinder in one hand and an automatic handgun in the other. He steps onto the sliding metal plates that separate the carriages. The corrugated collar linking the passenger cars flexing and wheezing around him like a gigantic version of the ribbed tube connecting the oxygen cylinder and the transparent mask round his nose and mouth. Inside the mask, he finds himself smiling nervously. The train rattles and jiggles around him, moving ponderously up and down and side to side, throwing him briefly against the ribs of the connector. Perhaps a place where the permafrost has proved less than permanent. He has heard that there have been problems. He steadies himself, rebalancing as the train straightens and resumes its smooth progress. He sticks the oxygen cylinder under one arm and uses his free hand to straighten his tie. The gun is a People's Army issue K-54, decades old and feeling worn smooth with age. He has never fired it, but it is meant to be reliable. The silencer looks crude, almost homemade. Still, it will have to do. He wipes his hand on his trousers, cocks the gun, and extends his fingers towards the code panel above the handle of the door leading to the private carriage. A tiny red light pulses slowly on the lock's display. They are approaching the highest part of the line, the Tanggula Pass, still most of a day away from Lhasa. The air feels cool and thin here, 5 kilometers up. Most people will be keeping to their seats, plugged into the train's oxygen supply. Outside, the Tibetan Plateau, a symphony of dun, beige and brown with a bitty overlay of early summer green, has ridged and buckled over the last hour to create foothills that harbinge the crumpled parapets of low-encroaching mountains in the distance. The chief train guard had demanded a lot of money for the override code. It had better work. He taps it in quickly. The tiny pulsing red light turns steady green. He feels himself swallowing. The train rocks. The handle feels cold beneath his fingers. And it begins with our young-sounding, young-looking, young-acting, but in the end middle-aged friend, Mr. Adrian Cubbish, waking up in his Mayfair home one London morning in, let's say, late summer 2007. The routine is the same for the majority of days. He is in his bedroom suite, which takes up most of what used to be the attic of the townhouse. A light rain is falling onto the slabs of double-glazed glass which point at 45 degrees to the light grey sky. If Adrian were to have a symbol, it would be a mirror. This is what he says to the mirror each morning before he goes to work, and sometimes at the weekends when he doesn't have to go to work, just for the sheer hell of it. The market is God. There is no God but the market. He takes a breath here, smiling at his still waking face. He looks young and fit, slim but muscled. He has tanned Caucasian skin, black hair, grey-green eyes and a wide mouth, which is usually fixed in a knowing grin. Adrian has only ever slept with one woman who was significantly older than him. She chose to describe his mouth as sensuous, which he'd decided, after a little thought, was cool. Girls his own age and younger would call his mouth cute, if they thought to describe it at all. He has a shadow beard a night old. He lets his beard grow for a week or so sometimes before shaving it off. He looks good either way. He looks, if he is being honest with himself, like a male model. He looks just like he wants to look. Maybe he could be a little taller. He clears his throat, spits into the glass bowl of one of the bathroom's 2 sinks. Naked, he runs his hand through the dark curls of his pubic hair. In the name of capital, the compassionate, the wise, he tells himself. He grins, winks at his own reflection, amused. And here, in a low-rise office suite in Glendale, Los Angeles, blinds slicing the slanting late afternoon sunlight into dark and shining strips draped across carpet tiles, chairs, suits and conference table, the noise of the freeway a grumbling susurrus in the background, while Mike Esteros makes his pitch. Gentlemen, lady, this is more than just a pitch. Don't get me wrong, this is a pitch, but it's also an important part of the movie I'm going to convince you that you want to help me make. What I'm going to tell you here is how to find aliens. Seriously, when I'm done, you'll believe it might be possible. You'll think we can capture an alien. What we'll certainly be able to do is create a movie that will capture the imagination of a generation. Close Encounters, a Titanic. So, thank you for letting me have these few minutes of your time. I promise you they won't be wasted. Now, anybody seen a full eclipse? Anyone been in the path of totality when the sun is just wisps and tendrils of light peeking out from behind the moon? You, sir. Pretty impressive sight, yeah? Yeah, mind-blowing indeed. It changes some people's lives. They become shadow chasers, people who track down as many eclipses as they can, journeying to every corner of the world just to experience more examples of this uncanny and unique phenomenon. So, let's think about eclipses for a moment. Even if we haven't seen an eclipse personally, we've seen the photographs in magazines and the footage on television or YouTube. We're almost blasé about them. They're just part of the stuff that happens to our planet, like weather or earthquakes, only not destructive, not life-threatening. But think about it. What an incredible coincidence it is that our moon fits exactly over our sun. Talk to astronomers. and they'll tell you that the Earth's moon is relatively much bigger than any other moon round any other planet. Most planets, like Jupiter and Saturn and so on, have moons that are tiny in comparison to themselves. Earth's moon is enormous and very close to us. If it was smaller or further away, you'd only ever get partial eclipses. Bigger or closer, and it would hide the sun completely, and there'd be no halo of light around the moon at totality. This is an astounding coincidence, an incredible piece of luck. And for all we know, eclipses like this are unique. This could be a phenomenon that happens on Earth and nowhere else. So, hold that thought, okay? Now, supposing that there are aliens, not E.T. aliens, not that cute or alone, not Independence Day aliens, not that crazily aggressive, but, well, regular aliens. Yeah, regular aliens. It's perfectly possible when you think of it. We're here, after all, and Earth is just one small planet circling one regular-sized sun in one galaxy. There are 250 million suns in this one galaxy, and 250 million galaxies in the universe, or maybe more. We already know of hundreds of other planets around other suns, and we'd only just started looking for them. Scientists tell us that almost every star might have planets. How many of those might harbor life? The Earth is ancient, but the universe is even more ancient. Who knows how many civilizations were around before Earth came into existence, or existed while we were growing up, or exist right now? So, if there are civilized aliens, you'd guess they can travel between stars. You'd guess their power sources and technology would be as far beyond ours as supersonic jets, nuclear submarines, and space shuttles are beyond some tribe in the Amazon still making dugout canoes. And if they're curious enough to do the science and invent the technology, they'll be curious enough to use it to go exploring. Now, most jet travel on Earth is for tourism, not business, tourism. Would our smart, curious aliens really be that different from us? I don't think so. Most of them would be tourists. Like us, they'd go on cruise ships. And would they want to actually come to a place like Earth, set foot or tentacle or whatever here, rather than visit via some sort of virtual reality setup? Well, some would settle for second best, yes. Maybe the majority of people would. But the high rollers, the super wealthy, the elite, they'd want the real thing. They'd want the bragging rights. They want to be able to say they'd really been to whatever exotic destinations would be on a galactic grand tour. And who knows what splendors they'd want to fit in. Their equivalent to the Grand Canyon or Venice, Italy, or the Great Wall of China or Yosemite or the pyramids. But what I want to propose to you is that, as well as all those other wonders, they would definitely want to see that one precious thing that we have, and probably nobody else does. They'd want to see our eclipse. They'd want to look through the Earth's atmosphere with their own eyes and see the moon fit over the sun. Watch the light fade down to almost nothing. Listen to the animals nearby fall silent and feel with their own skins the sudden chill in the air that comes with totality. Even if they can't survive in our atmosphere, even if they need a spacesuit to keep them alive, they'd still want to get as close as they possibly could to seeing it in the roar, in as close to natural conditions as it's possible to arrange. They'd want to be here amongst us when the shadow passes. So, that's where you look for aliens. In the course of an eclipse totality track. When everybody else is looking awestruck at the sky, you need to be looking round for anybody who looks weird or overdressed, or who isn't coming out of their RV or their moored yacht with a heavily smoked glass. If they're anywhere, they're there, and as distracted, and so as vulnerable, as anybody else, staring up in wonder at this astonishing, breathtaking sight. The film I want to make is based on that idea. It's thrilling, it's funny, it's sad and profound, and finally, it's uplifting. It's got a couple of great lead roles, one for a dad, one for a kid, a boy, and another exceptional supporting female role, plus opportunities for some strong character roles and lesser parts too. That's the setup. Now, let me tell you the story. And two, it begins somewhere else entirely. Between the plane trees and belvederes of Asferge, on this clear midsummer early morning, the dawn-glittering dome of the Mists rises splendidly over the University of Practical Talents like a vast gold thinking cap. Below, amongst the statues and the rills of the Philosophy Faculty rooftop park, walks the Lady Biscuitine escorted. Like that. It begins like that, too. And with a slight, stooped, unremarkable man walking to a small room in a big building. He is holding only a single sheet of paper and a small piece of fruit, but he is met with screams. He looks unconcerned at the only other man in the room and closes the door behind him. The screams continue. And it begins here now, at this table outside this cafe, on this street in the Marais, Paris, with a man dropping a tiny white pill into his espresso from a small but ornate sweetener box. He looks around, taking in the passing traffic and pedestrians, some hurrying, some flaneuring, and glances at the briskly handsome young Algerian waiter who is trying to flirt with a couple of warily smiling American girls, before his gaze settles briefly on an elegantly made-up and coiffured Parisienne of late middle age, holding her tiny dog up to the table to let it lap some croissant flakes. Then he adds a gnarly brown lump of sugar from the bowl to his cup and stirs the coffee with a studied thoughtfulness as he slips the slim ormolu sweetener box back into a pocket inside his jacket. He slides a €5 note under the sugar bowl, replaces his wallet in his jacket, then drains the espresso cup in a couple of deep, appreciative sips. He settles back, one hand still holding the miniature handle of the cup, the other hanging by his side. He has now taken on the air of a man waiting for something. It is an afternoon at the start of autumn in the year 2008 CE. The air is clear and warm beneath a milky pastel sky, and everything is about to change. Chapter 1. Patient 8262. I think I have been very clever in doing what I have done, in landing myself where I am. However, a lot of us are prone, as I am now, to think we've been quite clever, are we not? And too often in my past, that feeling of having been quite clever has preceded the uncomfortable revelation that I have not been quite clever enough. This time, though, my bed is comfortable. The medical and care staff treat me well enough, with a professional indifference which is, in my particular circumstances, more reassuring than excessive devotion would be. The food is acceptable. I have a lot of time to think lying here. Thinking is what I do best, perhaps. Thinking is what we do best, too. As a species, I mean. It is our forte, our speciality, our superpower, that which has raised us above the common herd. Well, we like to think so. How relaxing to lie here and be looked after without having to do anything in return. How wonderful to have the luxury of undisturbed thought. I am alone, in a small square room with whitewashed walls, a high ceiling and tall windows. The bed is an old steel thing with a manually adjustable backrest and slatted sides that can be raised, clanging, to prevent the patient falling out of bed. The sheets are crisp and white, glowing with cleanliness, and the pillows, while a little lumpy, are plump. The linoleum floor gleams pale green. A battered-looking wooden bedside table and a cheap chair of black-painted metal and faded red plastic comprise the room's remaining furniture. There is a funlight set into the wall above the single door to the corridor outside. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows is a small decorative balcony with iron railings. Held behind these bars, the view is of a strip of grass and then a line of deciduous trees with a shallow river behind them, which sparkles in the sunlight when the angles are right. The trees are losing their leaves now, and more of the river is becoming visible. On the far bank, I can see more trees. My room is on the second, the top floor of the clinic. I saw a rowing boat glide down the river once, with 2 or 3 people in it, and sometimes I see birds. On one occasion, a high-flying aircraft left a long white cloud across the sky like a ship's wake. I watched it for some time as it spread slowly and kinked and turned red with the sunset. I should be safe here. They will not think to look for me here, I think. Other places did occur to me. A yurt on some endless rolling steppe with only an extended family in the wind for company. Some packed and noisome favela spattered across a steep hillside, the smell of shared sweat and the noise of bawling children, bellowing men and beauty music jangling. Camping out in some lofty ruin of a monastery in the Cyclades, garnering a reputation as a hermit and an eccentric. Underground, with the other damaged tunnel dwellers ragged beneath Manhattan. In plain sight, all secreted away, there are always many, many places to hide where they'll never think to look. But then they know me, and how I think. So perhaps they can guess where I'd head for even before I'd know myself. Then there is the problem of fitting in naturally or assuming a disguise, adopting a role. Ethnicity, physiognomy, skin colour, language, skills, all must be taken into account. We sort ourselves out, do we not? You lot there, this lot here. Even in the great melting pot cities we generally order ourselves into little enclaves and districts where we gain a comfort from a shared background or culture. Our nature, our sexuality, our genetic desire to wander and experiment, our lust for the exotic or the just different can lead to interesting pairings and mixed inheritances. But our need to group, grade and categorize continually pulls us back into set arrangements. This makes hiding difficult. I am, or at least I certainly look like, a pale Caucasian male, and the places I'm least likely to hide are such because I'd stand out there. A trucker. That would be a good way to hide. A long-distance truck driver, beating across the US Midwest or the plains of Canada or Argentina or Brazil, or at the helm of a multi-trailer road train barreling across the Australian desert. Hide through constant movement, seldom meeting people. Or a deckhand, or a cook on a ship, a container vessel, plying the high seas with a tiny crew, turning around in 24 hours at vast, automated, nearly uninhabited container terminals, far distant from the centres of the cities that they serve. Who would ever find me living so distributed a life? But, instead, I am here. I made my choice, and I have no choice now. I must stick with it. I worked out my route, set up the means and the funding and the personnel with the required skills to aid me on my way into obscurity and unfindability, tested the ways those who might want to find me might set about doing so and worked out methods of frustrating their quest. Then, with everything in place, went through with it. So, thinking, here I lie. The transitionary. Others have told me that for them it happens during a blink, or just at random between heartbeats, or even during a heartbeat. There is always some external sign, a shiver or tremble, often a noticeable twitch, occasionally a jerk, as though an electric shock has passed through the subject's body. One person said that the way it happens for them is that they always think they've just caught a glimpse of something surprising or threatening from the corner of their eye and, as they turn their head quickly round, experience a distressing burning sensation, like a sort of internal electric shock buzzing through the neck. For me, it is usually fractionally more embarrassing. I sneeze. I just sneezed. I have only the vaguest idea how long I sat outside that little cafe in the Third, waiting for the drug to take effect, sinking into the waking dream that is the necessary precursor to navigating accurately to our desired destination. A few seconds? 5 minutes? I trust I paid my bill. I should not care. I am not him. And anyway, he will still be there. I sit forward, look at the table in front of me. There is a small pile of change sitting on a little plastic tray with a bill clipped to it. Francs, centimes, not euros. So far, so good. I feel a pressing need to rearrange the items on the table. The sugar bowl must be in the exact centre, while the drained espresso cup needs to be halfway between the bowl and me, aligned. The bill tray I am happy to leave to the right of the bowl, balancing the condiments carrier. It is only as I rearrange these items into this pleasing configuration that I notice that the wrist and hand protruding from my sleeve are both deep brown. Also, I realise that I have just formed a sort of cross on the little table. I glance up, taking in the design of the cars and trams in the street and the dress of the pedestrians. I am where I thought, in a Judeo-Islamic reality, hopefully in one particular one. I immediately rearrange the pieces on the table to form what would be called a peace symbol back where I just came from. I sit back, relieved. Not that I look like some Christian terrorist, I'm sure, but you can't be too careful. Do I look like a Christian terrorist? I reach into my chest bag. I wear the salwar kameez, like most other men and women here, effectively pocketless, and bring out what would have been my iPod a few seconds, 5 minutes ago. Here, it is a cigarette case of stainless steel. I try to look as though I am contemplating having a cigarette. In fact, I am studying my reflection on the polished back of the case. More relief. I do not look like a Christian terrorist. I look like I usually do when I'm this colour, and broadly like I always do no matter what colour, race or type I may be, which is to say, unobjectionable, unremarkable, not bad-looking, not good-looking either, but that's acceptable. I look bland, but bland is good, bland is safe, bland blends. Perfect cover. Check the watch. Always check the watch. I check the watch. The watch is fine, no problem with the watch. I do not take a cigarette. I feel no need. Obviously, I have not incorporated the craving into this new personification. I put the cigarette case back in the bag slung over my chest from shoulder to hip, checking that the little ormolu pill case is in its own internal pocket, zipped. Still more relief. The pill case has never not travelled, but you always worry. Well, I always worry. I think I always worry. My identity card tells me that I am Ayman Khan's, which sounds about right. Ayman. Hey man. Hi. Pleased to meet me. Language check. I have French, Arabic, English, Hindic, Portuguese and Latin, a smattering of German, and also Latin-Mongolian. No Mandarin at all. That's unusual. I sit back again, adjusting my legs in the voluminous salwars so that they are precisely in line with the X of legs supporting the little table. It would appear that while I have no tobacco habit, I obviously do have, once again, some sort of mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, which is arguably just as annoying and distracting, if less health-threatening, though I should care. I hope it's mild OCD. Do I think it's mild? Maybe it's not mild after all. My hands do feel a little clammy, like they might need to be washed. Maybe it's severe. There's a lot about this cafe that could do with being tidied, aligned, straightened. Well, that's something to worry about. So, I'm a worrier too, obviously. That's annoying. That's worrying in itself. Well, can't sit here all day. I'm here for a reason. I've been summoned. By herself, no less. I feel quite recovered from any passing dizziness associated with the transition. No excuse for hesitating. I need to get up and go. So, I do. Adrian. I've told people I'm an ex-East End barrow boy, haven't I? Dad ran an ale stall and Mum was a barmaid. But that's bollocks. Total lie. I only tell them that because that's what they like to hear, what they want to hear. That's one of the lessons I've learned, isn't it? You can go a long way just telling people what they want to hear. Of course, you've got to be careful, and you've got to choose the right people. But still, know what I mean? Of course, any fuckwit can just tell somebody else what they already know they want to hear. The creative bit, the real added value bit, is knowing what they want to hear before they know it themselves. They really appreciate that. That pays dividends. It's kind of a service industry thing. Anyway, I'm really good at the accent. Highly convincing. You should hear me. The East End thing, I mean. Doing the barrow boy routine. I'm fucking good at the geezer accent. That's all I'm saying, innit? Keep up. Truth is, I'm from up north. One of those grim northern cities with all the grime and all. You don't need to know which grim northern city on account of the fact I'm sure you'd agree they're all the same. So, it won't make any difference me telling you exactly which one, will it? So, if you do want to know exactly which one, tough. Do what I do. Use your imagination. Nah. My dad was a miner before they joined the list of endangered species, thanks to St. Margaret. With a little or a lot of help from King Arthur, depending on your outlook. Mum worked in a hairdressing salon, I'm serious about Lathatch being a saint too. Though you still have to be careful who you say that to back where I grew up, which is one of the many reasons I don't go back there hardly at all, isn't it? I mean, who the fuck wants to work all their life down a fucking hole in the ground anyway? Nobody in their right mind. Lathatch did them all a favour. They should have statues to her where the pit wheels were. Anyway, by the time I came along, that stuff was all ancient history. Well, it was as far as I was concerned. It might as well have happened yesterday from the way everybody round me kept banging on about it constantly. We lived in a sammy, so there was a family right next door. Obviously, right? Well, we weren't allowed to acknowledge they even existed, because the guy, who'd been one of Dad's best mates apparently, had joined the Democratic Union of Miners of Britain or whatever, and so he was a blackleg as far as my old dad was concerned, and seemingly that was worse than being a pedo or a murderer. Only time my dad looked like he might hit me was when he caught me talking to the twins next door. Anyway, it wasn't anywhere that I wanted to be. I was off down the motorway as soon as I could escape from school, heading for the big bad city, and the bigger and badder the better. I sort of hesitated around Manchester for a month when it was just getting interesting, but I didn't bother staying. I went on south, M6 to London. Always liked the bright lights, I have. London was the only place for me. The only place this side of the pond, at any rate. I suppose New York would have been all right, but then, thanks to people like yours truly, London eventually became better and cooler than NYC anyway. The thing is, I sort of understand people wanting to stay where they were brought up. If they were raised in a big city anyway. I mean, why would you want to stay in the country? You might want to stay where you grew up for sentimental reasons, your mates being around and so on, but unless it's a really, really great place that's really seriously going to add something to your life, you're kind of being a mug, know what I mean? If you stay in a place like that, when you know you could have a go somewhere bigger and brighter with more opportunities, you're giving more to it than it's giving to you, aren't you? You're in a net loss situation, know what I mean? I mean, if you like feeling like an asset to your local community or something, then fucking yahoo for you. But don't pretend you aren't being exploited. People talk a lot about loyalty and being true to your roots and such like, but that's just bollocks, isn't it? That's one of the ways they make you do things that aren't in your own best interest. Loyalty's a mug's game. So, I moved to sunny London. It was sunny too compared to Manchester or where I come from. Bought my first pair of Oakleys day I arrived. I say bought. Anyway, London was sunny and warm and balmy even, and full of totty and opportunities. Moved in with a mate from back home, got a job behind a bar in Soho, got a girlfriend or two, met some characters, started making myself useful to the sort of people who appreciate someone with a bit of sharpness about them and the gift of the gab. Thinking on your feet, like they say. Landing on your feet, that's useful too. Better still, landing on somebody else's feet. Long and short, started providing the high flyers with the means to get them high, didn't I? Full of creative types, Soho. And a lot of people in the creative industries like to powder their nose, indulge in a bit of nasal turbocharging, don't they? Very big thing with the creatives, certainly back then. And amongst said creatives, I would most certainly include the financial wizards and their highly exotic instruments and products. Plus, of course, they have the funds to really get stuck into it. So, I worked my way up, in a sense, and along, sort of. Along in the sense of east, where the dosh is, east of Soho to the city, to be precise, and Canary Wharf, where a lot of them highest of high flyers perched. Follow the money, they say. Well, I did. See, I had a plan, right from the start. A way to make up for my lack of what you might term a formal education and letters after my name. Numbers after my name, that might have been a different story, but I managed to avoid that. Anyway, what do people do when they've had a toot or two? Talk. That's what they do. Talk like fuck. And boast, of course, if they're especially impressed with themselves, which would cover just about everybody I provided for. And of course, if you spend all your time working, concentrating, making money, taking risks, being financially daring and so on, you'll talk about that, won't you? Stands to reason. Fizzing with testosterone and their own genius, these guys. So, of course they'd talk about what they've been up to, the deals they've done, the money they've made, the angles they've got coming up, the stuff they know. So, a person who happened to be around them when they were talking about this sort of stuff, especially somebody who they knew wasn't one of their own and so not a threat, not a competitor, but somebody they thought of as a mate as well as an always available deliverer of their chosen leisure-enhancing substance, well, that person could hear a lot of interesting things, know what I mean? If that person acted a bit thicker and even less educated than they actually were, and kept their eyes and ears open and their minds sharp, they could hear some potentially very useful things. Potentially very lucrative things, if you know the right people and can get the right bit of information to them at the right time. Just being useful, really. Like I say, I'm part of the service industry. And once you know a few secrets, it's amazing how you get to know others too. People trade in secrets and don't realise they're giving themselves away, especially if they trust you or underestimate you, or both. So I found myself in a position where I could call in a few favours, use what our financial friends would call leverage to pick up some training, some recommendations, some patronage, you might say, not to mention some working capital. Long and short again, I went from being a dealer to being a trader, swapped the powder for the folding, replaced the stuff that goes up the middle of the rolled note for the note itself. This was a deeply smart move, if I say so myself. Don't get me wrong, drugs are great, obviously they are. Great business to be in a lot of ways, and definitely enduringly popular in good times and bad. Otherwise, why would people spend so much of their disposable and risk prison taking them? But it's all a bit of a mug's game dealing them, when you really think about it, certainly for any length of time. You have to watch your back constantly, and even the profits get eaten into keeping the boys in blue happy. I mean, serious fucking profits. There's still a lot left, but still, that's exactly what attracts some very heavy and uncivilised people to the business, and you can't spend fuck all when you're dead, can you? Get in, make some of the filthy, and get out while you've still got a set of balls and an unslit throat to call your own. That's how you fucking do it if you've got any sense. Use it as a leg up to get into something just as lucrative, but a lot less risky. That's the smart way. That's what I did. Amazing what you can accomplish by applying yourself and making yourself useful. Madame d'Ortolan. Madame d'Ortolan sat in her orangery discomfited. She had been accused of being a racist, and by someone she couldn't take any immediate retributive action against too. Of course she was not a racist. She not infrequently had black and Jewish people here in her townhouse, though naturally she was always careful to keep an accurate note of where they sat and what they touched and might have used, subsequently having everything so contacted thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. One could not be too careful. But of course she was not a racist. To the contrary, as she could point out in appropriate company, that would be to say, highly limited and avowedly discreet company, had she not tasted of what she thought of as the dark pleasures with blacks on more than one occasion. The epitome of such enjoyment was, for her, to be taken anally by such a Nubian brute. Privately, she thought of this act as going to Sèvres Babylone, as this was the deepest, darkest, and most excitingly, enticingly dangerous metro station that she knew of. Racist! The cheek of it! She had taken the call here in the orangery. The conversation had gone like this. Oui. Madame, I am glad I managed to catch you. Ah, Mrs. M. I trust we can return the compliment. Mrs. Mulvihill had chosen to open by speaking English, always a sure sign that she wished to talk business, and this was not a social call. It had been some long time since either had called the other for purely social reasons. May I ask where you are? I suppose you might, though not to any instructive consequence. Madame d'Ortolan felt herself bristling. A simple no would have sufficed. Yes, but would have been inaccurate. Are you well? I am, as if you care one way or the other, and you? Tolerably. And I do care, one way. Let me tell you why I'm calling. Do. It's been so long, I can't wait. Rumour has it you intend to divide the council. Beyond my powers, dear. And anyway, I think you'll find it already is. If it is divided, oh, it is. If it is, then it is largely due to you. As I say, you both flatter and overestimate. That's not what the people I've talked to say. People on the council? Who? Mrs. Mulvihill remained silent. There was a pause while Madame d'Ortolan, who had taken the call on the house phone, on an extension with a long lead, twirled the extension cord round her longest finger. After a few moments, a sigh sounded down the phone line, and Mrs. Mulverhill said, "So, what is the thinking on this matter?" "The thinking?" Madame d'Autelin asked innocently. "What do you intend to do?" Mrs. Mulverhill said, voice suddenly sharp. "I think that matters need to be resolved." There was a silence, then, "I hope that is not settled. It would be the incorrect decision." "Is that what you think?" "It is." "What a pity we did not have the benefit of your opinion earlier, before the decision was made." "Theodora," Mrs. Mulverhill said crisply, "don't pretend that you have taken any notice of anything I'd have said." "And yet you have chosen to call me now, my darling, and I presume you are only doing so in an attempt to influence that very decision after it has been made, are you not?" A shorter silence, then, "I would appeal to your sense of pragmatism." "Not morality, decency, justice?" Mrs. Mulverhill laughed delicately. "You are a card, Theodora." "Yes, I like to think of myself as the Queen of Spades." I had heard something to that effect. "And what do you think you might be? The Joker, perhaps?" I could not care less. "I'd imagine something like the Two of Clubs, yes?" "Theodora, enough of this. I am asking you to reconsider." "Very well. The Three." A silence Madame d'Autelin would have termed tight reigned for a moment. It sounded subsequently as though Mrs. Mulverhill might be speaking through clenched teeth. "I am attempting to be serious, Theodora." "They do say the struggle against adversity is highly character-forming." "Theodora!" Mrs. Mulverhill first raised her voice, then dropped it. "Theodora, I am asking you, please, do not do this." "Do what?" "Whatever decisive, divisive step it is you intend to take, it would be a mistake." "Oh, for goodness' sake!" Madame d'Autelin was losing patience. She sat forward in her cane chair, flicking free the twisted phone cord from her left hand. "Alors, my sweet, my pretty, what do you really care about the fate of the people you've already turned your back on? People you oppose by opposing the council? What are they to you? A couple of mealy-mouthed, grinning half-castes and a lesbian negress?" A thought struck her, and she beamed. "Unless she excites you, of course, our crepuscular friend, so well camouflaged in the dark. One would hardly know she was in one's bed of a night, would one? Well, until she smiled, at any rate. Don't tell me you're a secret admirer. Has one put one's finger on something?" Another telling silence, then. "You old racist bitch!" And then she put the phone down. Just like that. The nerve of the woman! Madame d'Autelin was unsure who had come out best from the exchange. For most, if not all the way through, she had felt that she was having the best of it. But then, the Mulverhill woman had been the one to hang up on her, which counted for something. Most vexing. And to be called a racist! Not for the first time, she wondered what Mrs. Mulverhill herself might have to hide in that regard. She habitually wore a veil. Madame d'Autelin had always assumed this was mere affectation. But perhaps the lady wished to conceal some angle from which she looked less than racially pure. When the race concerned was human, who knew? But still, to call her a racist, when it was meant as an insult, and worse, old. And now she had to meet that objectionable and seemingly unkillable little man, O, or whatever he was called for now. At least they were meeting elsewhere, and she didn't have to suffer his presence in the house. He never looked clean. And meet him not a moment too soon, if the Mulverhill woman had heard rumours already. Madame d'Autelin smiled to herself. Divide the council. Was that the best or the worst that she'd heard? "I'll show you divide," she muttered to no one present. She shooed the white cat called Monsieur Pamplemousse from her lap and rose, smoothing her cream skirt. Madame d'Autelin favoured her various cats according to the colour of the clothes she was wearing at any particular time. Had she been wearing dark grey or black, The black-haired cat called Madame Frenol would have been the one allowed to warm itself on her lap, though perhaps not for much longer. Recently, Madame Frenol, who was 8 years old now, had started to produce white hairs amongst the black, which was most annoying. Depending on how well she behaved over the next week or two, Madame Frenol would either have to suffer regular visits to the Maison Chat to have her white hairs plucked or dyed, or be put down. Madame d'Ortolan was, she liked to think, of elegant middle age, though to the casual observer this might imply that she expected to live to be about 120. Of course, being who and what she was, this would have been, a perfectly reasonable expectation on her part, had the truth not been much more complicated. She used the house intercom. "Mr. Kleist, if you would." The gentleman himself arrived a minute or so later, a pale, slightly hunched, somehow dowdy figure, despite being, to all appearances, quite smartly dressed in a conservatively cut grey three-piece suit. He looked to be about the same age as his employer, though the same dispassionate observer called upon to judge the lady's looks might have taken a second glance at him and decided he was really a decade or more her junior, just worn-looking. He came to her side, blinking in the orangery's hazy sunlight. "Madame?" "Mrs. Malverhill," she told him, "is rapidly approaching the stage where she will know what I intend to do shortly before I do myself." Mr. Kleist sighed. "We continue to search for her, ma'am, and to look for her informants." "I'm sure we do. However, we must start to act." She looked up at him. Mr. Kleist could contrive to look only half glimpsed in the brightest sunlight. He carried his own shadows about him, she was sure. "I am seeing Mr. O today," she told him, "for what I have now decided ought to be the last time. I think we set him on his way as fully wound as possible. You catch my drift?" "Yes, I do, ma'am." "And we take all further steps to make sure his work is carried on after whatever point he is no longer able to do it." "I'll have the draft orders finalized." "I shall leave in 10 minutes. "That'll be sufficient, ma'am." "Thank you, Mr. Kleist." She smiled at him. "That will be all." For some moments after Mr. Kleist had turned and gone, Madame d'Ortolan sat where she was, staring at nothing and tapping her long pink nails against each other with a hollow clacking sound. The cat, Monsieur Pamplemousse, jumped back onto her lap, startling her. She threw him off immediately, hissing. She called for her car, left the orangery, freshened up in her downstairs boudoir, collected the orders for the objectionable Mr. O from the efficient Mr. Kleist, as she walked down the hallway, and then allowed the second most attractive of her Egyptian footmen to place her jacket over her shoulders, before she walked out to the car and instructed Christophe to take her to the Café Atlantique. The car swivelled on the ribbon of gravel looped in front of the tall townhouse, and exited to the Boulevard Haussmann as the ornate black gates swung silently closed. Chapter 2. Patient 8262. It is amazing what you can tell, even with your eyes quite tightly closed. I can tell, for example, what season it is, what sort of day it is, which nurses and orderlies are on duty, which other patients have visited my room, which day of the week it is, and whether someone has died. None of this is difficult, and certainly none of it is in any way supernatural. It simply requires that one keeps one's ears open and one's senses attuned to everyday reality. A good memory for previous experiences helps too, as does a decent imagination. The imagination is necessary not to make things up, that would be wrong, but to come up with plausible scenarios for what one's senses are detecting, theories that might explain what is going on. Sometimes I spend entire days with my eyes closed. I pretend to sleep. I do sleep longer than I would otherwise, and I allow my other senses to paint the scene around me. I can hear wind and rain against the window and birdsong outside. I can tell from the faint draught and the definition and detail of the sounds outside that the window is ajar, even if I missed the creaking, scraping noise of it being opened. And from the scents that reach me from it, and the feel of the air, I know immediately whether it's a summer's day or an unusually warm interlude in either spring or autumn. I can smell the identifying body odours and perfumes of the nurses and doctors who attend me, and so can tell who is there, even without hearing their voices, though I know those too, of course. Occasionally, other patients wander in, and I know they are there from their institutional medicinal smell. I don't mix with them sufficiently to have built up a reliable database of them all as individuals, though one or two do stand out through body odour or what they do. One man smells of a particular cologne. One old lady carries with her the scent of violets. Another always runs her fingers through my hair. I can peek through not quite closed eyelids and see who is responsible when something like this happens. One small, gaunt man whistles aimlessly more or less all the time, and another chubbier fellow never visits without tapping absently on the metal frame at the foot of the bed with his fingernails. The rhythms of the hospital day, week, month and year are also obvious without recourse to sight, and the place, of course, feels and sounds quite different at night, most noticeably far quieter. During the day, meals are regular, drug rounds too. There are 2 drug trolleys, one has a squeaky wheel. Doctors perform their various rounds according to a certain timetable, and the cleaners have an entirely predictable set of rotas that cover every temporal scale from daily dusting and wiping to the annual spring clean. So, very little escapes me as I lie here, even with the most informational of my senses deliberately denied. I can see perfectly well, though. This is really just a game, something to help occupy my time while I wait out my self-imposed exile and bide my time before returning to the fray. I will, most assuredly, be back. The Transitionary. Once, I watched her hand move above a lit candle, through the yellow flame, fingers spread, fluttering amidst the incandescing gas, her unharmed flesh ruffling the very burning of it. The flame, bent this way and that, guttered, sent curls of sooty smoke towards the dim ceiling of the room where we sat as she moved her hand slowly back and forth through the gauzy teardrop of fire. She said, "No, I see consciousness as a matter of focus. It's like a magnifying glass, concentrating light rays on a point on a surface until it bursts into flame, the flame being consciousness. It is the focusing of reality that creates that self-awareness." She looked up at me. "Do you see?" I nodded, though I was not sure that I did see. We had taken certain drugs, and they were still affecting us. I knew enough to realize that one could talk utter nonsense in such circumstances, and that it could seem unutterably profound at the time. I knew it, but at the same time felt that this was quite different. "There is no intelligence without context," she continued, watching her hand go through the flame and back. "Just as a magnifying glass effectively casts a partial shadow around the point of its focus, the debt required to produce the concentration elsewhere, so meaning is sucked out of our surroundings, concentrated in ourselves, in our minds." One summer, when I was a teenager, some friends and I were walking into town, saving our bus fares to have more money to spend on sweets, burgers and slot machines. Our route took us down a quiet suburban street of houses with small front gardens. We came to one garden, mostly paved, with a few mismatched pots holding dry, bedraggled-looking plants, where a fat, grey-haired man was lying asleep in a deck chair. We all stopped to look, sweating. A couple of the guys had taken their t-shirts off and were bare-chested, like the old man. He had lots of curly grey hair on his chest. Somebody whispered that he looked like a beached whale. The garden was tiny. He'd had to angle the deck chair across it to fit in. He was so close that you could smell the coconut oil on his skin, so close that we could almost touch him. We stood there, watching him sleep, and somebody else said they wished we had a water pistol. The sun was behind us, light beating on our backs. I was the tallest, and the shadow of my head was putting the man's feet into shade. I remembered I had a magnifying glass with me. I'd been using it to burn holes in the leaves of my stepmother's prize flowers. "Watch this," I said, and took the magnifying glass out. I held it, so that it focused the sunlight on the skin of his chest, then moved it along and up through the forest of glinting grey hairs to concentrate the light on his little puckered left nipple. Some of the guys were starting to laugh already. I began to laugh too, which made the small, bright point of light waver. But I held it steady enough and long enough for him to shift a little, and for a frown to appear on his face. I still think I saw a faint wisp of smoke. Then his eyes flicked open and he bellowed, sitting up suddenly, his eyes wide, one hand flying up to his singed nipple. The other guys were already running, howling with laughter down the street. I sprinted after them. We heard him shouting after us. We avoided that street for a few weeks. I don't mention this story to her, either at the time or ever. I'd have said, I said instead, that we give even that we radiate, emanate meaning. We ascribe context to external things. Without us they exist, I suppose. Do they? She murmured. But we give them names, and we see the systems and processes that link them. We contextualize them within their setting. We make them more real by knowing what they mean and represent. She said, shrugging fractionally, distracted by the sight of her hand moving through the flame. Maybe. It sounded like she was losing interest. But everything requires a leavening. Everything. She let her head fall slowly to one side, watching her hand moving through the flame with a perfectly absorbed intensity that left me free to look at her. She sat bundled in a crumpled white sheet. Her hair, a brown-red spill of curls across her shoulders and along her slender neck, formed a quiet nimbus around her tipped head. Her deep brown eyes looked almost black, reflecting the flickering candlelight like some image of the consciousness that she had been speculating about. They looked perfectly still and steady. I could see the minuscule spark of the flame reflected in them, see it occluded by her hand passing over it. She blinked slowly, almost languorously. I recalled that the eyes only see by moving. We can fasten our gaze on something and stare intently at it only because our eyes are consumed with dozens of tiny involuntary movements each second. Hold something perfectly and genuinely still in our field of vision, and that very fixity makes it disappear. I love you, I heard myself whisper. She glanced up. What? Her hand stopped, poised above the flame. She jerked it away. Ow! Madame d'Ortolan. In the main salon at the Café Atlantique, vast and echoing, with the ceiling lost in a layer of ancient-looking smoke, stirred by giant wobbling ceiling fans, there is a Joupla band playing to the mostly indifferent crowd packing the spaces between the tables, which are variously set for eating, drinking and gaming. Stained glass circular windows, set high in the two gable walls, struggle along with globular yellow lamps the size of bathyspheres to illuminate the chaotic scenes below, where small, sweating men wearing sandwich boards run up and down the aisles. The pretty little Eurasian singer wears a vibrato collar, and the snare drums are doubled, one set conventionally, while the other is poised upside down directly above, separated by about half a metre. As Madame d'Ortolan enters, her way cleared as best he can by Christophe the chauffeur, the singer on the low stage midway along one long wall hits an especially high and plangent note, and uses the cable remote in her pocket to turn her collar to high speed. Batteries in the remote power up a tiny motor attached to unbalanced weights within the device itself, making the collar burr against the girl's throat just over her voice box, so that she produces a sort of staccato ululation, impossible to achieve without such mechanical artifice. The drummer has both sticks blurring in between the lower and upper snares, creating a crazed percussive accompaniment to match. "Your table, ma'am," Christophe says, quickly dusting and polishing a seat with its back against the wall of a semicircular booth set almost directly opposite the band. He called ahead from the car to book this small, neatly placed table, and the previous occupants are still arguing with elements of the management, even as their half-finished drinks are being tidied away by white-jacketed waiters. Madame d'Ortolan eyes the seat sceptically, then sighs, smooths her skirt and sits prim and upright, while Christophe pushes the chair in. She can see the one who is probably the O person making his way through the crowds towards her. He is dressed like a peasant, and has either a peasant's skin tone or just that neither one thing nor the other colour that Madame Dautelard finds irritating. He arrives, stands in front of her, glancing at the towering presence of Christophe. He smiles at her, rubbing his hands. He bows sinuously. "Madame?" "Yes." "Eamon Carnes at your service." "Sit," she tells him. She has already forgotten the name he has just spoken. To her, he is still O. There is shouting beyond the mouth of the alcove, where the table's earlier occupants have noticed that their drinks have been tidied away. A waiter flaps a pristine white tablecloth across the table, lets it settle, and turns to take her order as the greasy-looking little man sits. Christophe, standing greyly behind her, divides his time between looking suspiciously at the man who has just arrived and looking suspiciously at the arguing punters, now in the first stages of being shooed away by the management, and a couple of bouncers who have just drifted up and who are even larger than Christophe. Eamon Carnes bows from a seated position. "Always a pleasure to see you." "I do not require your pleasantries," Madame Dautelard tells him, "and you should not expect mine." "This one," she recalls, surveying his smiling, shining, annoyingly anonymous coffee-coloured face, has always responded well to being kept thoroughly in his place. She turns briefly to Christophe and glances at her shoulder. He lifts the cream jacket from her shoulders and places it carefully over the back of her seat. She suspects that he lets his fingers linger just a fraction longer than fully necessary as they touch her flesh through her silk blouse, and that he surreptitiously sniffs at her hair as he bends to her. This is agreeable, but distracting. "Still water," she informs the waiter. "Bring it sealed, no ice." "Double espresso," Eamon Carnes says. He flaps the collar of his camise. "And water, lots of ice." He drums his fingers on the table. It is hot in Paris, and hotter still in the Café Atlantique. The leisurely spinning ceiling fans are largely decorative. The small, sweating men wearing the sandwich boards, which advertise today's specials, and the services of various bookmakers, lawyers, pawnbrokers, bail bond companies and brothels, as well as conveying the latest headlines and sports results, are there principally to create cooling draughts as they pelt up and down the aisles. They are surprisingly effective. Eamon Carnes squirms in his seat, looking up and all around. His hands knead each other. He seems incapable of sitting still and is making Madame Dautelard feel even warmer. "Fan, Christophe," she says over her shoulder. With a snap, a large lacy black fan is deployed and starts to move air gently past her face. Eamon Carnes sits forward, eyes glistening. "Madame, may I say—" "No, you may not," Madame Dautelard tells him. She glances about her with a look of some distaste. "We shall keep this to the minimum." Carnes looks hurt. He sits back, looking down. "Madame, do you find me so repellent?" As though she spared the wretch a thought at all. "Don't be absurd," she tells him. "I simply have no great desire to be here," she says, a glance taking in the smokily cavernous space. "Aside from all else, these crowds are perversely highly attractive to bombers." "Christians," Carnes says, looking mildly surprised and also looking round. "Of course, Christians, you idiot." Carnes shakes his head ruefully and tuts. "The religion of brotherly love, so sad." Just for a moment, Madame Dautelard thinks he might be trying to make fun of her. You can never be sure in how much detail these passarines remember previous encounters with things, events, or people. Could he be baiting her? She quickly dismisses the thought. "The religion of zealotry," she informs him testily. "The religion that loves its martyrs, the religion of the doctrine of original sin, so that blowing even babies to smithereens is justifiable because they too are sinners." She jerks her head and makes a sort of dry spitting sound. "A religion made for terrorism." She can see what might be a small smile on Carnes' unpleasantly glowing face, and can feel perspiration starting to gather on her brow. She leans forward and lowers her voice.
"Are you properly ambiented? Have you fully embedded here yet?" she asks. "Any idiot ought to know this. Do you?"
"I know what I know, Mum," he says quietly, for all the world as though trying to be mysterious. Meanwhile, one leg is bouncing up and down as though he is trying to follow the beat of the Jupla band. The fellow is preposterous.
"Well, know that I wish to waste no further time here."
She glances up at Christophe, then has, annoyingly, to clear her throat loudly, because he seems distracted by the Eurasian waif warbling on stage. Her chauffeur collects himself, follows her gaze as it flicks to the man seated opposite, and, sticking his free hand into his grey tunic, produces what looks like a cigar tube and hands it to Carnes. He looks at it sadly, and then places it in his chest satchel. "Also," Carnes says, "I am almost out of—"
"There are supplies for a dozen journeys in there," Madame d'Autalon tells him. "We are not stupid. We can count."
He shrugs. "My apologies for so obviously inconveniencing you." He sounds hurt. He stands up and runs a hand through his wiry brown hair. As he turns to look out into the body of the salon, a sandwich board man races past, clacking. The resultant breeze makes Carnes' salwar camise flutter. "See if I can intercept my coffee."
"Sit down," she snaps.
He turns back. "But you said—"
"Sit."
He sits, looking still more wounded.
"There are certain instructions specific to this matter which have not been written down," she says.
Carnes looks appropriately surprised. She is already finding the way his expression seems to reflect his internal state so immediately and accurately extremely vexing. Worryingly unprofessional, too. If he's like this with everybody, has he finally gone off the rails? How vexing if her long campaign to destabilize the fellow has finally succeeded just when she needs him at his most implacably efficient. "Indeed," he says. He looks mystified. Madame d'Autalon half expects a cartoon thought bubble bearing a big question mark to appear above his head. "Indeed," she tells him. "The written orders mention some names and actions that you may find surprising. Nevertheless, these instructions have been subject to particularly careful scrutiny at the highest level, by not one or two, but several sufficiently security-cleared individuals, and you may be assured that there is no mistake. Regarding the final action you are instructed to pursue in each case, ignore that course of action as written in your orders. Each of the subjects concerned is not to be forcibly transitioned. They are all to be elided, killed, expeditiously. Do you understand?" Khan's eyes widen. "I am to ignore my written orders? In that one detail, yes." "Detail?" The fellow looks aghast, though probably more at the choice of word than the terminal severity of the action proposed. "In writing," Madame d'Autalon explains patiently, "you are instructed to find the individuals named, close with them, and take them away. The spoken amendment I am giving you now is to do all the above, except you are to kill them rather than kidnap them." "So that's an order?" "Yes, that is an order. But the written orders issue from my office," Madame d'Autalon tells him, her voice acidic. "This verbal order is also from me, has also been appropriately vetted and approved, and post-dates the written orders. What about this sequence of events is difficult for you to comprehend?" There is a hurt silence while the waiter delivers their order. When he goes, Carnes says, "Well, I take it the verbal orders will be confirmed by written—" "Certainly not. Don't be an idiot. There are reasons why this is being handled in this manner." Madame d'Autalon sits forward, lowers her voice, and softens it a little. "The council," she tells him, head tipped towards him, drawing him in. "Even the concern itself is under threat. Don't you see? This must be done. These actions must be carried out. They may seem extreme, but then so is the threat." He looks unconvinced.
She sits back. Just obey your orders, Carnes, all of them. She watches as Christophe unseals her bottle of water, wipes her glass with a fresh handkerchief, and pours. She drinks a little. Carnes looks most unhappy, but drinks his espresso, finishing it with indecent haste in a couple of tossed-back gulps. She has a sudden, unbidden, unwelcome, and unpleasant vision of his love-making being similarly abrupt and curtailed now, where once, of course, he had been quite pleasantly proficient. She pushes the memory away as something best forgotten, and nods beyond the booth. Now you may go. He rises, gives a cursory bow, and turns away. Madame d'Hautelin says, "A moment." He sighs as he looks back at her. Yes? What did you say your name was? Carnes, ma'am. Well, Carnes, do you understand? His jaw works as though he is trying to control himself. Of course, he says, voice clipped. I understand. She favours him with an icy smile. As you might guess, this is altogether of particular importance to us, Carnes. It is what one might term a high-tariff matter. The highest. The rewards for success will be as lavish as the sanctions for failure will. Oh, madame, he says loudly, holding out one hand to her, his voice pitched somewhere between exasperation and what certainly sounds like genuine insult. Spare me. He turns and leaves with a shake of his head, disappearing into the tumult. Madame d'Hautelin is quite shocked. The philosopher. My father was a brute. My mother was a saint. Dad was a big, powerful man. He was what they used to call free with his fists. In school he was kept back a year and hence was always the biggest boy in his class, big enough to intimidate the teachers sometimes. Eventually, he was thrown out for breaking another pupil's jaw. According to him, it was a bully from a couple of years above him. It was 20 years later and he was dead before he found out it had actually been a girl in his own class. He always wanted to be a policeman, but he kept failing the entry exams. He worked in the prison service until he was thrown out for being too violent. Feel free to make your own jokes. My mother had a very strict religious upbringing. Her parents were members of a small sect called the First Church of Christ the Redeemer, our Lord's Chosen People. Once I suggested that they had more words in the title than they did members. It was the only time she hit me. She was proud that she didn't sleep with my father until after they were married, on the day she turned 18. I think she just wanted to be free of her parents and all their restrictions and rules. They always had a lot of rules. Before they could be wed, Dad had to promise the elders of the church and our local minister that he would have all his children raised strictly in the ways of the church, though he only did this so that he could wash his hands of his parental responsibilities. He had as little to do with me as he could while I was growing up. He'd usually be reading his paper, lips moving silently, or listening to music on his headphones, humming loudly and out of tune. If I tried to attract his attention, he'd put his paper down, scowling, and tell me to talk to my mother, or just glare at me without turning his music down and stab a finger first at me and then at the door. He liked country and western music. The more sentimental, the better. He made no secret of the fact that he had no faith himself, except that there must be something up there, as he would say sometimes when he was very drunk. He said it quite a lot. My mum must have seen something in him. Perhaps, as I said, she also thought that she was escaping from the petty rules and regulations and restrictions she'd had to accept living in her parents' house. But of course, Dad had plenty of those of his own, as we both discovered. My usual way of discovering a new rule was being slapped around the ear, or if I'd been really bad, Dad taking his belt off, throwing me across his knee and leathering me. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, that's what it was for my mum. I started out in the fire. Mum made me her treasured boy and gave me all the love that she wanted to give Dad but which just bounced back off him. Don't think that she turned me into a gay or anything. I'm not. I'm quite normal. I just had this unbalanced upbringing in this strange family where one parent worshipped me and thought I could do no wrong, and the other one treated me like some pet that my mum had brought without asking him first. If I'd thought about it, I'd have assumed my family was typical. It wasn't something I did think about, though, and I'd never have thought of asking other children what their families were like. I didn't mix much with other children at school. They seemed very noisy and dangerously boisterous, and they thought I was quiet, apparently, or cold. I was teased and picked on for being Christian. I suppose people would say it was a troubled upbringing, but it didn't feel like that to me. Not at the time, and not really since, not properly. Just one of those things. I worked hard in class and went for long walks in the country after school and at the weekends. I always did my homework to the highest standard. I spent a lot of time in the school library and the library in the nearest town, not always reading. On the bus, to and from the town, I used to sit looking at nothing. We'd probably have rubbed along not too bad together, just the three of us, but then my sister came along. I don't blame her, not really, not anymore. But it was hard not to at the time. I didn't know any better. It wasn't her fault, even though she caused it. We lived in the country in a line of prison officer homes, within sight of the prison. I'd grown up listening to Mum and Dad arguing over the years because the walls were thin in the house, though you couldn't hear Mum, just Dad. She always kept her voice right down, whispering even, while he either shouted or just talked in his loud voice. I don't think he ever whispered in his whole life. When you listened to them, it was like he was arguing with himself or with somebody who wasn't there. I used to wrap my pillow round my head, covering both ears, or if it got really loud, I'd stick my fingers in my ears and hum to myself to shut out the sound. One time, I must have been humming really loudly because the light went on and I opened my eyes and Dad was there over me, wearing just his underpants, standing at the side of the bed and demanding what I thought I was doing, making all this noise. He scowled at me as I lay there blinking in the bright overhead light, wiping my eyes and cheeks. I was sure he was going to hit me, but he just made a grumbling sort of noise and left, slamming the door. He left the light on, so I had to put it out myself. I had already, over the course of the preceding few years, heard things I would not have chosen to hear, things about sex and so on. But the night Mum came back from the hospital a week or thereabouts after giving birth to my sister was the thing that really made the difference, for me. Mum had had a bad time giving birth to me, and she wasn't really meant to have any more children, but then she got pregnant, and that was that. Dad would just as soon have got rid of what turned into my sister, but Mum wasn't having that because of her religion, so she went through with it. But it was an unpleasant procedure, and she needed a lot of stitches down there. I suppose Dad must have been drunk, especially drunk, as he always liked to drink. I tried humming, but I knew they were talking about sex that evening when she came back from the hospital, and because of the age I was, a part of me was getting interested in sexual matters, and so I partly wanted to listen. So I did. Thus, I got to hear my mother begging my father to let her take him in her mouth, or even sodomise her, rather than have normal sex, due to the stitches and the fact that she was still very sore. I had heard Dad in the past demanding these favours, or thought I had, but from the little I knew, neither had actually occurred. That night, though, he wasn't to be fobbed off with such distractions, especially not after months of being denied. So, not to put too fine a point on it, he had his way with her, and I had to listen to the gasps and gulps and then the screams. A lot of screams, even though despite it all you could somehow tell she was trying to be quiet about it. I shoved my fingers into my ears so hard that I thought I was going to puncture my eardrums, and I hummed as hard as I could. But I could still hear her. It took much longer than you might imagine. Perhaps it was the drink, or the screams, but eventually the screams stopped, to be replaced by sobs, and shortly, snores. I had, of course, imagined myself bursting in on them, and hauling him off her and beating him up and so on. But I was only 11, and slight, like her, not big and burly like him. Therefore there was nothing I could have done. Meanwhile, my sister had been set off by all the screaming, and she was crying the way that very small babies do, and had probably been crying like that all the time, but I hadn't heard her over the screams from my mother and my own humming. I heard Mum getting up from her and Dad's bed and going over to the cot and trying to comfort her, though you could hear her own voice breaking and her sobbing as she did this. Dad snored very loudly, and Mum was sobbing and breaking down, and my sister was screaming in a high, unpleasant whine. It was only at this point that our next-door neighbours started hammering on the wall, shouting, their voices like a sort of tired, distant commentary on events. I'm not ashamed to say that I cried quite a lot throughout the rest of that night, though I still dropped off to sleep eventually and got up for school the next day, because it's amazing what you can put up with and get over. Almost anything, in fact. Nevertheless, I think it was then that I decided I would never get married or have children. Chapter 3. Patient 8262. There is a certain purity to my existence, a simplicity. In a sense, nothing much happens. I lie here, gazing into space or at the view presented by the window, blinking, swallowing, turning over now and again, getting up occasionally, always while they make the bed each morning, and staring open-mouthed at the nurses and orderlies. Now and again, they'll try to engage me in conversation. I make a point of smiling at them when they do this. It helps that we do not speak the same language. I can understand most of the one that they speak, sufficient to have an idea what my perceived medical status is and what treatments the doctors might have in store for me. But I have to make an effort to do so, and I would not be able to speak much sense in it at all. Sometimes I nod, or laugh, or make a sound that is halfway between a sort of throat-clearing noise and the moans that deaf people make sometimes. And often I frown as though I'm trying to understand what they're saying, or as though I feel frustrated at not being able to make myself intelligible to them. Doctors come and give me tests sometimes. There were quite a lot of doctors and quite a lot of tests early on. There are fewer now. They give me books to look at with photographs or drawings in them of everyday objects, or large letters, one to a page. One doctor brought me a tray holding letters on wooden cubes from some child's game. I smiled at them and her, and mixed them up, sliding them around on the tray, making pretty patterns out of them and building little towers with them, trying to make it look as though I was attempting to understand these letters and do whatever it was she wanted me to do, whatever might make her happy. She was a pleasant-looking young woman, with short brown hair and large brown eyes, and she had a habit of tapping the end of a pencil on her teeth. She was very patient with me, and not brusque the way doctors can be sometimes. I liked her a lot, and would have liked to have done something to have made her happy, but I would not. Instead, I made that motion babies and toddlers make sometimes, clapping with fingers fanned, knocking down the little towers of letters I'd made. She smiled regretfully, tapped the pencil on her teeth, sighed, then made some notes on her clipboard. I was relieved. I thought I might have overdone the kiddie-clappy thing. I am allowed to go to the bathroom by myself, though I pretend to fall asleep in there sometimes. I always make mumbly, apologetic noises and come out when they knock on the door and call my name. They call me Kell, not knowing my real name. There was a reason, something between a conceit and a joke, why I was christened so. But the doctor who named me thus left earlier this year, and the thinking behind this name is not mentioned in my notes, and nobody can remember the reason. I am not allowed to bathe alone, but being bathed is not so terrible. Once you get over any residual shame, it is very relaxing. One even feels luxurious. I take care to masturbate in the toilet on the morning of a bath day, so as not to embarrass myself in front of the nurses or orderlies. One of the nurses is a big, kindly woman with drawn-on eyebrows. Another is quite small and pretty, with bleached blonde hair, and there are two orderlies or care workers, one a bearded man with a ponytail, and the other a frail-looking but surprisingly strong lady who looks older than me. I suppose if one of them, well, just the pretty blonde if I'm being frank with myself, ever showed any sign of sexual interest in me, I might reconsider my preemptive pre-bath self-pleasuring. So far, this looks unlikely, and I am bathed with a sort of professional detachment by all of them. There is a day room at the end of the corridor where other patients gather and watch television. I go there rarely and affect not really to understand the programs even when I do.
Most of the other patients just sit there slack-jawed, and I emulate them. Now and again, one of them will try to engage me in conversation, but I just stare at them and smile and mumble, and they usually go away. One large, fat, bald chap with bad skin doesn't go away, and regularly sits beside me, watching the television while talking to me in a low, hypnotic voice, probably telling me about his ungrateful and dismissive family and his sexual exploits as a younger and more attractive man, but, for all I know, regaling me with lurid local folk tales, or his detailed design for a perpetual motion machine, or professing his undying love for me and setting out the various things he would like to do to me in private, or perhaps his undying hatred for me and setting out the various things he would like to do to me in private. I don't know. I can hardly understand a word he says. I think he talks in the same language as the doctors and nurses, most of whom I can understand well enough, but in a different dialect. Anyway, I rarely bother with the television room or the other patients. I lie here, or sit here, and I think about all that I have done, and all that I intend to do once the immediate danger has passed, and it is safe for me to re-emerge. I smile, and even chuckle to myself sometimes, thinking of these poor fools mouldering away until they die here, while I'm back out in the many worlds, living and loving, an operator, getting up to whatever mischief takes my fancy. How shocked they would be, patients and staff both, if they only knew. Adrian. Funny thing is, I always loved cocaine. I mean, obviously I loved it in the sense that I loved how rich it made me, how it helped me to drag myself up from the pretty much nothing I started with. But what I mean is, I loved it when I took it. It's a proper brilliant drug, coke. I loved everything about it. I loved the way it all seemed of a piece. The cleanness of it for a start. I mean, look at it. This beautiful snow-white powder. Little yellow sometimes, but only the way really brightly lit clouds are yellow, though they start out looking white from the sun. Bit of a joke, it looks like cleaning powder, but even that seems right somehow. It feels like it's cleaning out your skull, know what I mean? Even how you take it goes along with all this, doesn't it? Clean, sharp, definite things like razor blades and mirrors and tightly rolled banknotes, preferably new, as big denomination as you like. I love the smell of new notes, with or without powderage. And it energises you. Gives you what feels like ambition and ability in one easily snorted package. Suddenly, nothing's impossible. You can talk and think your way around any problem, batter down anybody's resistance, see the clear, clever way to make any challenge work for you. It's a doing drug, an enabling drug. Back where I came from, they were all into dope or H or speed, which is the poor man's coke, and they were starting to get into E. Speed's like laminate instead of real wood or faux fur, not pucker, or a hand job instead of proper sex. It'll do if you can't afford the real thing. Ecstasy's pretty good, but it's not immediate. You have to commit to it. Not as much as kosher old-fashioned acid, though, because I've heard people old enough to be my dad talk of these trips that lasted 18 hours or more and just turned your whole world inside out, not always in a good way. And you needed to organise everything too, like where you were going to spend the time you were tripping, and even who with. Support staff, practically, like carers. How the fuck did hippies ever get that fucking organised, eh? Anyway, compared to that time-consuming nonsense, E isn't that bad. Like drinking spritzers instead of whiskey sodas or something. But you still need to organise everything to come up at the right time, and it really is mostly about dancing, being loved up in amongst lots of fellow travellers and boppers. Fine for that long drawn-out moment of collective euphoria, but it's more like part of a sort of rite, a ritual. What was that song that went, "This is my church," something like that? Like a service. Bit too collective, too chummy for my taste. Cannabis was sort of similar in some ways, in that it made you mellow, didn't it? Though how that squares with the fucking hashisheen I never quite understood. But it's all that lying around like old hippies wreathed in smoke and talking bollocks that I could never take. All that claggy brown tar going up the cigarette papers in your brains and making you choke and splutter and wrecking you to the point where it seemed like a great idea to drink the old bong water for the final hit that'll really take you over the edge into some other realm of understanding. What a load of bollocks. I can see it was a great 60s drug when everybody wanted to smash the system by having love-ins and painting flowers on the bum.
but it's all too hazy and vague and sort of aimless. Know what I mean? H is proper hardcore. Gotta respect that. It's a serious lifestyle commitment for most people, and it's like discovering the motherlode of pleasure that all the other drugs, including the legal ones like drink, have all come from. Like finding something utterly pure beyond which there can't possibly be anything better. But it's a selfish drug. It takes you over. It becomes the boss. Everything else becomes about the next hit, and it takes you away from the real world. Seems to say that the one where the H is the real world, and the one you've lived in all this time and where everybody else still lives, the poor fools, and where the money is, sadly, annoyingly, is just a sort of game, a kind of grey, grainy shadow place where you have to go back to far too often to make these sort of robotic responses that let you get back to the tits-out technicolor of the wonderful and enchanting world of the H. Proper commitment, H's, and the way it's served up is potentially lethal too, a bit like joining the army or something. Plus, all that melting the mucky-looking stuff in ancient-looking spoons and searching for a vein and pulling ligatures tight with your teeth and having to draw your own blood out to mix it up in a syringe. Messy. You don't need that. Not clean, like Coke. Exact opposite. And you need a bucket by you, because the first thing that happens when it hits you is you chuck your guts up. Call me old-fashioned, but I thought drugs were supposed to be about fun. What sort of fucking fun is that? Like I say, respect to people prepared to suffer that sort of degradation for the sake of the river of warm bliss you end up submerged in, but fuck me. It's not a drug you take to make your life better, which is what I'm looking for. It's a drug that empties you out of one life and pours you wholesale into another one, completely, where it's all very fucking wonderful, but the drug is the only way into it and the only way of staying there. It's like becoming a deep sea diver in one of those old brass helmet jobs with the porthole grills and the air hose leading back to the surface. The H is the air hose. The H is the air. Total dependency. Nah. Give me Coke every time. Not crack, though. Not because it's instantly addictive, that's another load of bollocks. It's just overrated, that's all. And because you smoke it, it's got that messiness factor again, know what I mean? Something a bit sordid about crack, frankly. It's like Coke for junkies. Proper pucker Coke is clean, sharp, accelerating, and like a smart drug. A precision munition you take exactly when you want it, and need it, and delivering for as long as you keep taking it. Of fucking course it's the drug of choice for your masters of the universe, your financial wizards, your high financiers. It's like just-in-time exhilaration, isn't it? A toot in both barrels, and suddenly you're a fucking genius and totally invincible. Just what you need when you're juggling telephone numbers of money about and making bets with everybody else's dosh. Not without its downsides, obviously. Though, for most people these days, loss of appetite is brilliant. I mean, who wants to be fat? Collateral benefit, kind of. But the runny nose and paranoia and risking losing your septum and, so they say, having a heart attack, that's all a bit toss. Still, no gain without pain and all that. So it's funny that I hardly ever took the stuff myself, given that I loved it and still do, and I had access to the purest supplies at the best prices. Still do, too, through my contacts, of course. Just being cautious, basically. Also, proving to myself who's the boss, know what I mean? It's called keeping things in proportion, keeping things balanced. I treat drink the same. I could guzzle vintage champagne and ancient cognac every day, but that would be given into that particular monkey. So that has to be rationed too. Same with the girlies. Oh, I do love the ladies, but I wouldn't want to be totally beholden to one of them, would I? True love and wanting kids and settling down and all that, it's fine for most people, and it makes the world go round and all, like my old man said, but apart from the fact, no, it doesn't, it's gravity that does that, well, all right, it does make the world go round in the sense of creating the next generation, but it works just fine and dandy, thanks, as long as most people do it. Not all. Doesn't need to be compulsory. Doesn't require every single person to take part. Just most. Just enough. What was that song? Love is the drug. Never a truer word. Know what I mean? Just another temptation. Another way of losing yourself. Making yourself vulnerable. That's what it's doing. Giving into all that romantic guff. Just putting your head on the chopping block, isn't it? Don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid. And I know it can happen to anybody, and maybe one day it'll happen to me, and I'll be giving it all that it just feels right, and she's the one, and this time it's different. And if it does, then I just hope I don't make a complete cunt of myself. Excuse my language, but you know what I mean. Even the mighty fall, they say. Nobody's invulnerable. but you can at least show yourself the respect of holding out as long as possible. Know what I mean? The Transitionary. Temujin O, Mr. Marquand Is, Signor Marchandise, Dr. Marquand Emezer, Monsieur Marquand Demezer, Mark Cavan, Eamon Carnes. I have been called many things, and I have had many names, and though they sometimes sound very various, they tend to gyrate round a certain set of sounds, clustering about a limited repertoire of phonemes. My name changes each time I flit, never predictably. I don't always know who I am myself, not until I check. I tap a tiny white pill into my espresso, rearrange the table condiments a little, drink my coffee in 2 gulps, and sit back, waiting. Another part of my mind isn't waiting at all. It's concentrating furiously, darting down a single filament of purpose with an infinitude of possibilities. A lightning strike, zigzagging its way through a cloud, searching. I'm outside another pavement cafe in the Forth, looking out across a branch of the Seine to the Ile Saint-Louis, just entering the trance that will guide me to exactly the right place and person. Meanwhile, space to think, to review and evaluate. My meeting with Madame d'Ortolan was most unsatisfactory. She was sitting asquint in the booth, and the tablecloth was off-centre, hanging down twice as far on one side as on the other. The only way I felt able to compensate was by jiggling one leg up and down, which was really no help at all. And then she treats me like an idiot. Self-satisfied salope. Plight. Jezusdottir, Crike, Herzloft Beidekern, Oblique, Malverhill. I find myself muttering, for these things must be fixed in the mind. A waiter, scooping change from the next table, turns and looks at me oddly. Plight. Jezusdottir, Crike, Herzloft Beidekern, Oblique, Malverhill. I mutter at him, smiling. In theory, a security failing, but so what? In this world, essentially, these are nonsense words. Meaningless to anybody who knows only this reality, or any single world for that matter. The little aluminium tube lies inside my chest bag. Amongst other things, it holds a tiny mechanical one-time reader, a metal device like 2 miniaturized measuring tapes joined by a short collar, a sort of slide with a glass window in it. One of the spools has a little pull-out handle on it. You deploy this, wind it up, and let it go. It starts to pull the paper strip from the other spool past the little window. You need to watch this very carefully. You can read about a dozen letters at a time before they're gone into the other spool, where the specially treated paper comes into contact with the air and turns to dust, its message forever unreadable. The clockwork mechanism, once started, cannot be stopped, so you need to pay continuous attention. If you miss any part of the message, well, you're stuck. You will need to go and ask for another set of instructions. This does not go down well. I read my orders in the toilet. It was a little dim, so I used a torch. Taken with the highly irregular verbal changes to the instructions, it would seem that certain elisions, as we call them in the trade, are called for. I am to elide. Rather a lot of eliding required, in fact. Interesting. A sneeze. And when I open my eyes again, I am a dapper gent in a frock coat with a hat, cane and grey gloves. My skin is a little darker. A language check reveals Mandarin is back, and Farsi is my third language, after French and English, then German, then a smattering of at least 20 others. A much divided world. Paris has changed once more. There is a canal through the breadth of the Ile Saint-Louis. The street is full of gaily dressed hussars on clopping, head-tossing horses being politely applauded by a few passers-by who have stopped to watch, and everything smells of steam. I look up, hoping for airships. I always like it when there are airships, but I can't see any. I let the troop of horsemen pass, then hail a sleek-looking steam cab to take me to the Gare Waterloo and the TGV for England. Plight. Jezusdottir, Crike, Herzloft Beidekern, Oblique, Malverhill. I mutter once more, and wink at the uncomprehending look of the cabby. There is a mirror in the buttoned lining of the cab's passenger compartment. I look at myself. I am well turned out, with a very neat haircut and an exquisitely trimmed little goatee, but I am otherwise undistinguished, as usual. The cab is number 9034. These numbers add up to 16, whose own numbers then add up to 7, which, as any fool knows, is by convention the luckiest of lucky numbers. I adjust the sleeves of my chemise where they protrude from my coat until they are exactly equal in length. I allow myself a deep sigh as I settle into the plush of the cab's seat, positioning myself as centrally as possible. Still with the OCD, then. The Perineum Club sits on Vermin Street off Piccadilly. It is late afternoon by the time I arrive, and Lord Harmile is taking tea.
"Mr. de Mazere,"
he says, holding my card as though it might be infected.
"Oh, well, how unexpected. I suppose you'd better join me."
Why, thank you. Lord Harmile is a gaunt, spare figure with long white hair and a face that appears halfway to being bleached from his skull. His thin lips are pale purple and his small eyes rheumy. He looks 90 years old or more, but is apparently only in his early 50s. The two schools of thought regarding this anomaly cite either predisposing familial genes or an especially outré addiction. He eyes me beadily from the far side of the table. The Perineum is as calm, reserved, and sparsely occupied as the Café Atlantique was frenetic, rowdy, and crowded. It smells of pipe smoke and leather.
"Madame d'Hautelin?"
the good lord inquires. A servant wafts to our side and dispenses weak-looking tea into an almost transparent porcelain cup. I resist the urge to swivel the cup so that the handle points directly towards me. She sends her regards, I tell him, even though she did no such thing. Lord Harmile sucks in his already hollow cheeks and looks as though somebody has laced his tea with arsenic.
"And how is that lady?"
She is well.
"Hmm.
Lord Harmile's fingers hover thinly, like the claw of a predatory skeleton over some crustless cucumber sandwiches.
And you? Do you bring a message?"
The claw retreats and lifts a small biscuit instead. There are 7 of the small, anemic-looking sandwiches on one plate and 11 biscuits on the other, both primes. Added together 18, which is not a prime, obviously, and making 9 the throwaway number. Really, this sort of thing could be both distressing and distracting over time. Yes. I take out the little ormolu sweetener case and shake free a tiny white pill. It disappears into the tea which I stir. I lift the cup to my lips. Lord Harmile appears undisturbed.
"One is supposed to lift the saucer and cup together to one's mouth,"
Lord Harmile observes distastefully as I drink my tea. Is one? I ask. I replace the teacup on the saucer. I do beg your pardon. I lift both saucer and cup this time. The tea tastes diffident, whatever flavours it might possess, holding back as though ashamed of expressing themselves.
"Well?"
Harmile asks, frowning. "Well?" I repeat, permitting myself a look of polite puzzlement.
"What's the message you bear, sir?"
I hope I shall never lose my sincere admiration for those able to invest the word "sir," on the face of it a genuine honorific, with a level of brusque contempt that the good Lord has just achieved. "Ah," I put cup and saucer down. "I understand you may have expressed some doubts regarding the direction the Central Council might be taking." I smile. Concerns, even. Harmile's already pallid complexion appears to lose whatever blood it previously contained, which is rather impressive, really, given that all this is basically an act. He sits back, glances around. He puts his own cup and saucer down, rattled.
"What on earth are you talking about?"
I smile, raise one hand. "Firstly, sir, have no fear. I am here to ensure your safety, not threaten it."
"Are you indeed?"
The good Lord looks dubious. Absolutely I am, as I have always been, attached, inter alia, to the Protection Department. This is actually true.
"Never heard of it."
One is not supposed to, unless one has need to call upon its services. I smile. Nevertheless, it exists. You may have been right to feel threatened. That is why I am here. Harmile looks troubled and possibly confused.
"I understood that the lady in Paris was unflinchingly loyal to the current regime," he observes,
at which I look mildly surprised.
Indeed, I was under the impression she herself formed a significant part of that regime at its highest level.
Really? I say. I ought to explain. In terms of Central Council politics, Lord H is a one-time waverer who is now a d'Autelin loyalist, but who has been instructed by Madame d'Autelin to seem to grow remote from her and her cabal, to speak out against her, and by so gaining their confidence, try to draw out the others on the Central Council who would oppose the good lady. She would have a spy in their midst. However, Lord H has been conspicuously unsuccessful in this endeavour, and so fears he is caught between two very slippery stepping stones, and is in some danger of skidding and falling, no matter which way he tries to go a-leaping.
Yes, really, I'd have thought,
he continues cautiously, still glancing around the quiet, high-ceilinged, wood-panelled room,
that if she heard that I had any doubts regarding our prevailing strategies, that she would have been my implacable opponent, not my concerned protector.
I spread my hands. For a moment, my brain chooses to interpret this movement as one hand diverging into two different realities. I have to perform the internal equivalent of a mind-clearing shake of the head to dispel this sensation. My mind is in at least two different places at the moment, which, even with the rare gift I have and the highly specialised training I've benefited from, requires a deal of concentration. Oh, she is quite placable, I hear myself say. The good lady's loyalties are not entirely as you might have assumed. Lord Harmile looks at me curiously, perhaps not sure how good my English is and whether he is somehow being made fun of. I pat my pockets, appear distracted. I am distracted, but I'm holding it together. I say, do you think I might borrow a handkerchief? I think I feel a sneeze coming on. Harmile frowns. His gaze shifts fractionally towards his breast pocket, where a white triangle of handkerchief protrudes.
I'll ask a waiter,
he says, half-turning in his seat. The half-turn is all that I need. I rise quickly, take one step forward, and while he is still swivelling back to look at me, his eyes just beginning to widen in fear, slash his throat pretty much from ear to ear with the glass stiletto I've been concealing up my right sleeve. A pretty Venetian thing. Murano, I believe, bought on Bund Street not 10 minutes ago. The good lord's earlier alabaster appearance deceived. In fact, he held quite a lot of blood. I rammed the stiletto into him directly underneath his sternum, just for good measure. I have not lied, I feel I must point out. As I have already stated, I am indeed attached to the Protection Department, though I may have just constructively dismissed myself, I admit. It is simply that said department is concerned with the protection of the concerned security, not the protection of individuals. These distinctions matter, though possibly not here. Stepping delicately away, as Lord Harmile tries with absolute and indeed near comical ineffectiveness to staunch the bright blushes of blood pulsing and squirting from his severed arteries, while at the same time seemingly attempting to wheeze the last few bubbling breaths, or, who knows, words, through his ruptured windpipe. He doesn't seem to have noticed there's a pencil-thin knife protruding from his chest, though perhaps he is just prioritising. I sneeze, suddenly and loudly, as though allergic to the scent of blood. Now that really would be a handicap in my line of work. Chapter 4. Patient 8262. A small bird came and sat on my window ledge this morning. I heard it first, then opened my eyes and saw it. It is a fine, clear day in late spring, and the air smells of last night's rain on new leaves. The bird was smaller than my hand, beak to tail, mostly a speckle of two-tone brown with a yellow beak, black legs, and white flashes along the leading edges of its wings. It landed facing me, then jumped and turned, so that it was facing outwards again, ready to fly off. It rotated and dipped its tiny head to observe me with one black, sparkling eye. Somebody passed to the open door of my room, shuffling down the corridor, and the bird flew away. It fell initially, disappearing, then reappeared, performing a series of shallow bounces through the air, fluttering energetically for a few seconds to buoy itself up, then bringing its wings
tight into its body, so that it resembled a tiny feathery bullet, dipping down like some falling shell on an earthbound trajectory, before deploying its wings again and fluttering busily to gain height once more. I lost sight of it against the bright green shimmer of the trees. We live in an infinity of infinities, and we reshape our lives with every passing thought and each unconscious action, threading an ever-changing course through the myriad possibilities of existence. I lie here and ponder the events and decisions that led me to this point, the precise sequence of thoughts and actions that ended, for now, with me having nothing more constructive or urgent to do than think about those very eventualities. I've never had so much time to think. The bed, the room, the clinic, its setting, all are highly conducive to thinking. They impose a sense of calmness, of things remaining unchanged, and yet being reliably maintained, without decay or obvious entropy. I am free to think, not abandoned to rot. In Detroit, I played pinball. In Yokohama, pachinko. In Tashkent, bagatelle. I found all three games enthralling, fascinated by the randomness that emerged from such highly structured, precisely set-up machinery, knocking shining spheres of steel from place to place, within a setting where, in the end, gravity always won. The comparison with our own lives is almost too obvious, yet still it gives us an inkling into our fates and what drives us to them. It is only an inkling, because we are submerged within a vastly more complicated environment than the clicking, bouncing steel balls and the pins and bands and buffers and walls they collide with. Our course is more like that of a particle within a smoke chamber, subject to Brownian motion, and we are at least nominally possessed of free will. But by reducing, simplifying it, allows us to grasp of something otherwise too great for us to comprehend in the raw. I was a traveller, a fixer for the concern. That is what I was, what I made myself into, what I was groomed for and made into by others, what life made me. Across the many worlds I roamed, surfing that blast front of ever-changing, ever-branching existence, dancing through the spectra of plausible, implausible, hermetic, connected, banal, bizarre, kind, cruel, and so on. All the ways that we'd worked out a world or deck of worlds could be judged, evaluated, and ranked. This world here is plausible, hermetic, banal, kind. Yours is the same, except closer to the cruel end of the relevant spectrum. Quite a lot closer. You had the misfortune to have a singular ancestral Eve, and I guess she just wasn't a very nice person. Blame volcanoes or something. Of course, I cannot tell anybody here this, though I have thought to. I could talk to them in my own first language, or even English or French, which were my adopted tongues and operational languages, and the chances are high that nobody here would understand a solitary word I said. But that would be foolish. It would be an indulgence, and I am not sure that I can afford even so modest a one. I have been reluctant to think about my past life until this point, which is now starting to seem almost a superstition. At some point, I suppose I will have to. I wish the little bird would come back. Adrian. I suppose Mr. Noyce was sort of a father figure to me. He was a decent bloke, what can I say? Old money, which made him unusual among the city people I knew at the time. Come to think of it, so did the being decent bit too. I'd supplied his son, Barney, with enough dust to sink a cruiser, though I'm not sure Mr. N ever knew this. I mean, he certainly knew Barney did toot by the sackful, or he must have guessed, because he was sharp. Nobody's fool, that's for sure. But I don't think Barney ever told him he got so much of it through me. Getting introduced properly to Barney's dad was one of the favours I called in when I decided to make the transition to relative respectability. Barney owed me money, and instead of taking it in folding, I suggested that he might like to invite me to the Noyce family pile for a weekend in the country. I'd thought Barney might resist this idea, but he jumped at it. Made me think I'd priced the deal far too low, but there you are.
Sure, there's a bunch of people coming down next weekend. Come down then, yeah, why not?
We were glucking bolly in a newly opened champagne bar in Limehouse, all glitzy chrome and distressed leather, both of us coked to the eyeballs, jittery and voluble. Much drumming of fingers and over-quick nodding and all that sort of shit.
I'd taken a lot less than he had, but I've always had this thing where I start behaving like the people I'm with, even though I'm technically not in the same state they are. I've been a designated driver once or twice and drank nothing stronger than fizzy mineral water all night, with no drugs at all, and people have taken one look at me and tried to take the car keys off me because I'm slurring my words and have gone all giggly and smiley. Same with the white stuff. I would take a little with clients just to be chummy, while they got stuck in up to their eyebrows, but I'd end up just as high and wired and frenetic as them. The thing is, I can always snap out of it pronto, know what I mean? I'd be sober the instant after somebody accused me of slipping vodkas into my Perrier, which, once they realised I was straight, meant they were happy to let me drive. But that came with its own problems because you look like an actor, like you're taking the piss, just pretending to be drunk, know what I mean? People resent that, especially drunks, of course. Caused a few arguments. I never was taking the piss, though. It wasn't something I did deliberately, it was just something that happened. Anyway, I learned to tone down this getting drunk whatever on the atmosphere effect, but it still came into play. What sort of people? I asked, suspicious. I don't know, Barney said, looking round. He smiled at a table with 3 girls. There was a fair amount of talent in the place. Barney was tall and blonde, to my average and dark. He worked out, but there was a sort of pudginess to his face that made you think he'd be a bloater if he ever stopped gymming every day, or gave up toot. I've been called wiry. Just people. He frowned at me, trying to smile at the same time. He waved one arm. People, you know, people. Sorry, mate, I said. I don't think I can cope with this level of detail. Can you be a bit more vague? I was doing the Barrow Boy bit then, which is why I said think. Barney struggled. Just, I don't know. Tramps? Kings? I suggested, annoyed that we still weren't getting anywhere. Oh, for fuck's sake, Barney said. People, I can't say. People like me, people like you. Well, maybe not like you, but people. He sounded frustrated and glanced at the door to the gents. It was only about 15 minutes since his last toot, but I sensed he was getting ready for more. People, I said. People, Barney agreed. He patted the pocket where his wrap of gear was and nodded emphatically. Barney never was very good on specifics. It was one of the things that made him not very good as a trader. That and the over-fondness for the coke. This weekend? I asked. This weekend? Sure there'll be room? He snorted. Course there'll be fucking room. There was lots of room because it was a fucking mansion, wasn't it? Spetley Hall's in Suffolk, near Bury St Edmunds. One of those places where you pass a nice but deserted-looking gatehouse, like something out of a fairy story, and start off down the drive and begin to wonder if it's all a giant wind-up, because the gentle rolling parkland and distant vistas of follies and herds of deer just seem to go on forever, with no actual dwelling in sight. Then this cliff of stonework, dotted with statues and urns and tall windows, with ornate surrounds and looking like a barely miniaturised version of Buckingham Palace, heaves into view over the horizon, and you suspect you're finally nearing the gaff. Still, didn't get greeted by no butler or footman or anything, though. Had to park my own car, didn't I? Though actually, there was a servant of some description who did help me with my bags once I'd tramped up the steps to the front doors. They even apologised for not being there to greet me, just taking some other guests to their room. It was all the wife's, Mrs. Noyce's, really. She was something double-barrelled and a proper lady with a capital L, and had married Mr. N, and they'd inherited the place. There were at least 20 guests that weekend. I'm still not sure I saw all of them all together in one place at any one time. Mrs. N was a lovely old grey-haired girl, not stuck up but seriously posh, and she tried to get everybody to dinner and breakfast at the same time, but what with one couple needing to stay the Friday night in London, somebody having a cold, a couple of children to be got ready for bed early and all that sort of stuff, I don't think we were ever totally quorate, know what I mean? Plus, I wasn't even that far off with a meant-to-be facetious question to Barney about there being kings there, as one minor royal and his lady friend were present. I'd left my own current main girl back at the flat. She was lovely, a dancer called Lisanne, and all legs and gorgeous long real blonde hair, but she had a Scouse accent you could have etched steel with. Plus, she'd have been a distraction, frankly. And also, Lisanne was one of those girls who never really managed to hide the fact she was always on the lookout to trade up. I was definitely a catch compared to her earlier boyfriend, another dealer a level or two down the chain of demand, but I never fooled myself that she thought I was the best she could do. Bringing her somewhere like Spetley Hall when it was full of our richers and betters would be too tempting for her. No matter what she might tell me about how much she really loved me and how she was mine forever, she'd have made a nuisance of herself. Probably a fool of herself too, and me, and ended up getting hurt. Worst of all, of course, she just might have succeeded, skipping off with some doolally trustafarian and leaving me ditched looking like a wanker. Couldn't have that either, could I? It was through touching on this sort of stuff over a game of billiards late on the Saturday night that I got to know Mr. Noyce. It was just us two by this time. Everybody else had gone off to bed, all done without chemical aid on my part too. Billiards is what the toffs play instead of snooker.
You really see it so coldly, do you, Adrian?
He asked, sketching the tip of his cue with green chalk. He blew the excess off and smiled at me. Mr. N was a biggish, twinkly sort of guy, light on his feet for a portly gent. He had grey and straw-coloured hair and bushy black eyebrows. He wore the big framed glasses that were still just about fashionable at the time. Give him a cigar and he'd look like Groucho Marx. We both hung our proper dinner jackets over chairs. He'd loosened his bow tie. I'd unclipped mine. I'd made a mental note to buy a proper bow tie, even if I couldn't be bothered going through the whole rigmarole of tying it up at the start of the evening. I could keep it in my pocket, wear the clip on, and just replace the fake one with the untied real one at the end of the evening. Leave it hanging. Looked much classier. Like Mrs. N, Barney's dad had that way of looking perfectly relaxed in the sort of ultra-formal gear most of us feel dead awkward in. The rich love dressing up. I'd realised that this weekend. It has to be within a strict sort of framework, though. They have specialist clothes for morning, afternoon, eating dinner, riding, hunting. Actually, different sets of clothes for different sorts of hunting, not to mention fishing, boating, general tramping around the country, popping into the local town and for going up to London. They always went up to London, even if they'd started far north of it, something to do with trains apparently. Seen in this light, even their casual clothes became like casual clothes, rather than just stuff you like knocking about in or what made you feel comfortable. What, relationships, Mr. N?
Please call me Edward. Yes, relationships.
He had a soft, deep voice, posh but not fruity.
That's a terribly unromantic outlook, don't you think?
I grinned at him, queued up, whacked a white ball around a bit. I picked up the rules of billiards easily enough, though it still seemed a pretty pointless game to me.
Well, they say everything's a market, don't they, Edward?
Some people do.
Didn't think you'd disagree in your position, I told him.
Mr. N was senior partner in one of the city's best-known stockbroking firms and allegedly worth a mint.
I treat the market like a market, he agreed.
He took a shot, stood admiring it for a moment.
Perverse to do otherwise.
He smiled at me.
Probably expensive as well, I imagine.
Yeah, but life's like that too, isn't it? I said. Don't you think? I mean, people tell themselves all these fairy stories about true love and stuff, but when it comes right down to it, people have a pretty good idea of their own value on the marriage market or relationship market or whatever you want to call it. Know what I mean? Ugly people know better than to go up to beautiful ones and expect anything else but a knockback. Beautiful people can grade themselves and other people, spot the pecking order, like a squash ladder, I grinned. You know where you are, and you can challenge somebody a bit above you or be challenged by somebody a bit below, but it's going to end in embarrassment if you outreach yourself. Bit like that.
A squash ladder, Mr. N said.
He sighed, took his shot. Point is, I said, people start from whatever social level they get born into, but they can trade up with looks, can't they? Or a bit of looks and a lot of face, a lot of self-confidence, or some sort of talent. Footballers do that. Film stars, rock stars, superstar DJs, whatever. Gets your money and fame. But the point is that looks are liquid, know what I mean? Especially for girls. Looks can take you anywhere, but only if you use them. A girl like my Lizanne, she's very aware of her looks. She knows how to use them, and she does use them, bless her. She thinks she can do better than me. Well, better than where I am at the moment, anyway. So, she'll take any chance she can to trade up, do a bit better for herself. Well, fair play to her. Though there are risks, obviously. It's a bit like mountaineering. The trick for somebody like her is checking out the next hole's firm before you leave the security of the one you've been depending on until now.
That is a lot of face indeed.
I grinned to show I got the joke, obscure though it might have been. Can't blame her for it though, can I? I mean, if I found somebody better looking or as good looking but better educated, a bit more sophisticated than Lizanne, I suppose I'd ditch her for them. I shrugged, gave him my cheeky chappy grin. Fair's fair. And up always means up to more money, I take it. Of course, Edward. Money's what it's all about in the end, isn't it? Life's a game, and whoever dies with the most toys wins. Don't ask me who said that, but it's true, don't you think? Well, Mr. N said, drawing the word out, you have to be careful. One of the wisest things anybody ever said to me was that if all you ever care about is money, money is all that will ever care for you. He looked at me. I smiled back. He sighed as he surveyed the table. Meaning, I suppose, that if you care nothing for people, then when you're old and fading, only hired carers and maybe what we used to call gold diggers will still be around to look after you. Yeah, well, I'll worry about that when it happens, Edward. Mr. N went to the side table where our drinks were and sipped from his whiskey. Well, I suppose as long as you both know where you stand. He tipped his head to one side. Do you both know where you stand? Is this something you've talked about together? I grimaced. It's tacit. Tacit? Mr. N smiled. I nodded. It's understood. And is there no room for love in this terribly transactional view of human relationships, Adrian? Oh, yeah, of course, I said breezily. When it comes along. Kind of thing there's no allowing for. Another level. Boss level. Who knows? He just smiled, took his shot. Thing is, I said, with all due respect, Edward, you can afford to think the way you think and feel the way you feel because you've kind of got it all. Know what I mean? I smiled broadly to show there was no edge here, no jealousy involved, just an observation. Lovely wife, family, important job, country estate, flat in London, skiing in Closters, sailing in the Med, everything you could ask for. You have the luxury of observing the rest of us from your Olympian heights, haven't you? Me? I'm still scrabbling up the foothills, knee-deep in scree down AME. He laughed at that. Most of us are. We need to be clear-sighted. We need to see things the way they really are to us, I shrugged. Looking after number one. That's all we're doing. And how are things for you, Adrian? They're fine, thanks. I took my shot. Lots of aimless clacking and movement. Good. I'm glad for you. Barney talks very highly of you. What is it you do again? Web design. Got my own company, which was nothing but the truth without being remotely like the whole of it. Well, I hope you do well, but you ought to know that no amount of success frees you of all problems. He stooped, evaluating. Well, we all have our crosses to bear, Edward. No doubt about that. He took his shot, stood up slowly. What do you think of Barney? He watched the balls click and clack across the bays, not looking at me. He re-chalked his cue, brows furrowed. Aha, I thought. I didn't reply too quickly. Took a shot in the meantime. He's a great guy, I said. Brilliant company. I put on a slightly pained expression. When Edward looked at me, I took a breath and said, he could choose some of his friends better. I laughed lightly. Present company excluded, obviously. Mr. N didn't smile. He bent to size up another shot. I worry that he's enjoying himself a bit too much. I've talked to the people at Bairns Faplish. This was the broking company Barney worked for, Mr. N having thought it would look bad to bring the boy straight into his own firm after graduation. Barney had told me himself that he'd needed intensive tutoring to blag his way from Eton into Oxford and had barely scraped a 2-2. Whatever that is, I thought it was an airgun pellet. They're a little concerned, Mr. N continued. He's not bringing in what he might. They can't let that situation go on forever. It's not like the old days. Once any idiot could be a stockbroker and a lot where. Not good enough these days. He flashed me a mouth-only smile. No eyes involved at all. There's a family name at stake, after all. We're all a bit wild when we're young, aren't we? I suggested. Edward looked unconvinced. He'll pull straight in time, I told him, looking serious. I could say this sort of shit fairly convincingly on account of being a bit older than Barney. I put my cue down on the table, folded my arms. Look, Mr. N, Edward, it's always more pressure on a guy when he's got a successful father, know what I mean? He looks up to you, he does, I know that. But you're a lot to live up to. It's bound to be intimidating being in your shadow. You might not see it, But that's you been in your Olympian heights again, isn't it? He smiled, a little sadly perhaps. Well, as you say, you could do with some better friends, he said, leaning on his cue and surveying the table. I don't want to sound like some Victorian pater familias, but a little more of the straight and narrow would do him no harm. You're probably right, Edward. I picked up my cue. My theory is that he's too nice. Too nice? Had it all too easy. Thinks the world's a nicer place than it really is. Expects everybody else to be as relaxed and good-natured as he is. I shook my head. I bent to my shot. Dangerous. Perhaps you'd care to instruct him in life according to you. Oh, good shot. Thanks. I could, I agreed. I mean, I have already, but I could make more of a point of it if you liked. Don't know that you'll listen to me, but I could try. I'd be very grateful. Mr. N smiled. It would be my pleasure, Edward. He looked thoughtful. We're off to Scotland next month shooting. Barney and Dulcimer have said they'll be there for the first week, though I expect he'll find an excuse not to come at the last minute again. I think he finds us boring. Do you shoot, Adrian? Great, I think. I can make Barney come along by promising him the whole week's my treat coke-wise, and then I'll be right in with Mr. N. Never tried, Edward? You should. Would you like to come along? Madame d'Ortolan. Mr. Kleist thought the lady took the news remarkably well, considering. He had done something he'd never thought to do in the several years he'd been employed by her, and disturbed her while she was at her toilette. She had called him in and had continued to apply her makeup while she sat at her dressing table with him standing behind her. They looked at each other via the table's mirror. Madame d'Ortolan had donned a peignoir before receiving him. However, he found that if he let his eyes stray downwards, he could see rather a large portion of both her breasts. He took a half step backwards to save both their blushes. There had never been anything of that nature between them. Nevertheless, when the cat called Monsieur Pamplemousse unentwined itself from beneath the stool its mistress sat upon and gazed up at him, it was with what looked like an accusation. Madame d'Ortolan sighed. Harmile. I'm afraid so, ma'am. Dead? Quite entirely. Our boy has jumped the rails, then? Indeed, ma'am. He might be said to be on the opposite track, heading in precisely the wrong direction and at some speed. Madame d'Ortolan regarded Mr. Kleist with a look of desiccated withering that most men would have flinched at. Mr. Kleist was not the flinching sort. He's still being tracked. Just. 2 of the 5 reports they managed to hang on by their fingernails, metaphorically. However, his next transition ought to be much easier to follow, apparently. Bring him in, she told him. Hurt, but unharmed. Mr. Kleist nodded, understanding. And address all the correct targets individually and concurrently. He nodded. Immediately, she told him, taking up her hairbrush. Of course, ma'am. Mr. Kleist did his best to kick Monsieur Pamplemousse accidentally on purpose as he turned away, but the creature easily avoided his foot, imbued with what sounded like self-satisfaction. The Transitionary. I sniff, blow my nose, look round. I am in another version of the building which housed the Perineum Club, back where Lord Harmile is, at this very moment, I should think, lying on the floor, kicking and gurgling his way to a rather bloody death. In this reality, the Vermin Street building contains a perfumery. The dark wood panels are mostly hidden by exquisite wall rugs and creamy, gently glowing light panels, illuminating a smattering of tear-shaped perfume bottles arrayed on glass shelves. The air is laced with enchanting female scents, and no one looks in the least surprised that I have just sneezed. The well-heeled clientele is composed mostly of ladies. 1 or 2 are with gentlemen, and there are a couple of other unescorted men besides myself. It is the men I find myself looking at. The shop assistants are mostly very good-looking young men. One especially chiselled specimen, tall and dark, smiles at me. I smile back, a little thrill running through me. Ah, well, I never fully appreciate being gay, but at least I haven't hit the ground counting the cracks in the parquet flooring. I seem to have left the OCD behind, for now at least. My languages are English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, and Cantonese, plus smatterings. I quickly review my attire in a full-length mirror. I am dressed similarly to the way I was with Lord Harmyle. I wonder if he's the late Lord Harmyle yet. My hair is long and dark and ringleted in what would appear to be the fashion here, though it looks particularly good on me, I must say. No wonder the young assistant favoured me with a smile. I check my hands for any signs of blood. It would be unusual and alarming if there were any, but one always looks. Spotless. I have very pale hands, beautifully manicured and sporting 2 silver or white gold rings on each hand. I have no time to dally. One further regretful smile at the handsome young assistant, and I make for the door, checking my wallet, papers, and ormolu pillbox as I go. I am Mr. Marquand Is, according to my British passport. That is all in order. The wallet is full of large white banknotes and several important-looking bits of plastic with silvery chips embedded. Into the street. Still no airships. Dommage. However, above the relatively low-rise buildings, a very large aircraft sails serenely overhead, heading west. I wave my cane at a cab, a whirring, hunchbacked-looking thing which I'd surmise runs off electricity, and order the lady cabbie to take me to the airport. In the mirror, the woman's brow creases. Which one? Ah, a large London, Londres Grande. How splendid. Where's that aircraft heading? I ask, pointing with my cane. She cranes her neck out of the window, squinting. Heathrow, I should think. There, then. It'll cost ya. I'm sure. Now do drive on. We set off. Pleit, Jezusdottir, Krijk, Hertsloft-Beidekern, Oblique, Malverhill, I mutter. It feels pleasing to me just saying it. It has become a mantra, I suppose. The girl cabbie glances askance at me in her mirror. Pleit, Jezusdottir, Krijk, Hertsloft-Beidekern, Oblique, Malverhill, I repeat, smiling. Whatever, mate. I sit back, watching the relatively quiet traffic and rather loud architecture glide past. My heart has been beating rather rapidly since my transition. Well, since Lord Harmyle's murder, I suppose. Now it begins to slow, allowing me the luxury of reflection. Of course, I think about whatever poor wretch I've left behind to deal with the aftermath of my actions, especially when it is something as dramatic and unpleasant as a murder. What must it be like for them, I wonder? Allegedly, they know nothing about what has happened until after I have gone, though I always wonder if this is really true. Might they not be aware of what I am making them do, even as I do it? Are they not perhaps along for the ride when I take over their body, observing, doubtless terrified and frustrated, as I perform whatever actions I deem to be necessary to fulfill whatever orders I have been given? Or are they genuinely oblivious, and effectively wake up to be suddenly confronted with, in the case of the operation just concluded, a dying man, blood on their hands and the stares of shocked witnesses? What could one possibly do in such circumstances? Flinch back, horrified, exclaiming, "But it wasn't me!" Scarcely supportable. One would do best to run, I'd imagine. It might be better for the poor bastards to collapse quite dead the instant I leave them. I have asked about this kind of thing, but the concern is, by its nature, very conservative and secretive, and even the researchers, technicians and experts whose business it is to know of such matters are not inclined to divulge the relevant answers. There are those who assuredly do know the answers to all these questions and more. Madame Doe would know. Mrs. M. would too, and Dr. Pleit and Professore Lossell, and all the others on the Central Council. There is, in all likelihood, an entire division of the... For some reason, I don't want to think of it as the concern. This is one of the worlds where it is thought of as l'expérience. Anyway, indeed, there is an entire cadre of experts who have studied what happens when someone like myself takes over a previously existing person in another reality and then leaves them again. But l'expérience does not deem me to be one of those who needs to know the results of their research. I'd love to know. I have carried out my own modest experiments, attempting to rummage round in the memories I find or the feelings I discover, trying to find some trace of the personality I have displaced. But so far,
Such vicarious introspections have produced nothing except a lingering feeling of foolishness at having undertaken them in the first place. Plainly, I inherit something of the character of the person whose being I usurp. That must be where the OCD comes from, and one's sexual inclination, as does the taste for variously coffee, tea, chocolate, spiced milk, hard liquor, bland or spicy food, or prunes. I have found myself, over the years, surveying the reality I find myself in with the eyes of somebody who is plainly a general medical practitioner, a surgeon, a landscape designer, a mathematician, a structural engineer, a livestock breeder, a litigation lawyer, an insurance assessor, an hotelier, and a psychiatrist. I seem to be at home amongst the professions. Once, I was a sewage system designer who was also a serial killer. Yes, I know, but I would beg the indulgence of being regarded rather as an assassin. I will even accept paid killer, so long as it is understood that I do what I do through informed choice, rather than due to some grubbily psychotic urge, though I'll allow that the importance of this distinction may escape my victims. On that occasion, I had to suppress the urge to strangle prostitutes in order to carry out my mission, which was to track down and kidnap, you see, not kill, my quarry. On the other hand, I have never been a woman, which is slightly odd and even a little disappointing. Obviously, there are limits. And are these bodies I inhabit ever used more than once? I have never visited the same body twice. Indeed, I rarely visit the same reality twice. These taken-over persons will have had perfectly full lives before I invade them. They have pasts, careers, networks of relationships, both personal and professional, all that one would expect. I have had my wives, partners, girlfriends, my children, and my best friends greet me without a trace of discomfiture or any sign that I am behaving oddly or out of character. I seem to know how to behave when I am somebody else as naturally as the most gifted actor, and when I search their memories, I find no trace of earlier exposure to the concern, or whatever it might be called locally, or preparation for what has happened. I extract my little ormolu pill case from my coat and study it. I shall probably next take one of the tiny capsules it contains while 10 kilometres above the Atlantic, or over the Alps, or while looking down at the Sahara. Or I could wait until I arrive wherever it is I decide to go. In any event, how do these little white pills, small enough for one to fit 3 or 4 on the nail of one's smallest finger, actually work? Who manufactures them? Where? Who invented them, tried and tested them? I work the sweetener case conventionally, causing it to produce a perfectly normal sweetener such as any diet-conscious person might slip into their tea or coffee, while often, of course, tucking one's snout into a glistening cream bun. It is almost identical to the special pills, lacking only a tiny blue dot, scarcely visible to the naked eye, in the very centre of one face. I slide open the end of the ormolu case and replace the sweetener. The little case itself is quite an exquisite piece of work. Used as one would expect it to be used, it will happily dispense sweeteners and nothing but sweeteners all day until they run out. Only by holding and pressing it just so may one access the small compartment concealed within that contains its real treasure, so that it releases one of the little pills which lead one to flit, bringing about a transition, flicking one into another soul and another world. Questions, questions. I know how I am supposed to think. I am supposed to think that one day I might rise to the level of Madame d'Ortolan and her ilk and discover some of the answers. Eliding everybody in the list my orders contained might well be quite enough by itself to ensure just such an elevation, and I should think so too. Such a close-packed sequence of elisions would require my best work, and success would by no means be assured. Anyway, sadly, as far as Madame d'Ortolan's purposes are concerned, I have no intention of killing the people on the list. On the contrary, I will save them if I can. With any luck, in a sense, I already have. No, I intend to go quite diametrically off-message in this matter. I already have, of course. Lord Harmile wasn't even on the list. Chapter 5. Patient 8262. Ah, our profession. Mine.
and those who will now be looking for me. My peers, I suppose, though I was peerless, if I say so myself. There was, especially at the more colourful end of the reality spectrum, an insane grace to my elisions, a contrived but outrageous elegance. As evidence, the fiery fate of one Jerger Aushauser, arbitrageur. Or perhaps you would prefer the brain-frying exit of Mr. Max Fitching, lead singer of Gun Puppy, the first true world band in more realities than we cared to count. Or the painful, and I'm afraid protracted end of Marit Schaun, stunt driver, businessman and politician. For Jerger, I arranged a special bubble bath at his Nevada ranch, replacing the air feed to the nozzles in his hot tub with hydrogen. The cylinders, hidden under the wooden decking around the tub, were controlled by a radio-activated valve. I was watching from the other side of the world through a digital camera attached to a spotting scope, a sunlight-powered computer, and a proprietary satellite uplink, all sitting disguised by sage bushes on a hillside a mile away. A motion sensor alerted me that the hot tub was in use while I was asleep in my hotel in Sierra Leone. When I gazed, bleary-eyed, into my phone, I saw Jerger Aushauser striding up to the tub, alone for once. I swung out of bed, woke the laptop for a higher-definition view, and waited until he was sitting there in the frothing water, all hairy arms and furious expression. Probably another expensive night at the gaming tables. He usually brought home a girl or two to knock around on such occasions, but perhaps this morning he was tired. The view was quite clear through the cool morning air, untroubled by thermals. I could see him put something long and dark to his mouth, then hold something to its end. A spark. His fat fingers would be closing round his Gran Corona, his throat exposed, as he put his head back against the cushion on the tub's rim and blew the first mouthful of smoke into the clear blue Nevada sky. I punched in the code for the valve controlling the feed from the hydrogen cylinders. Seconds later, half a world away, the water frothed crazily, briefly seemed to steam as though boiling, hiding first Jerger and then the tub in a ball of vapour. This erupted almost immediately into an intense yellow-white fireball which engulfed the tub and all the nearby decking. Even in the early morning sunshine it blazed brightly. Amazingly, after a few seconds, while the pillar of roaring flame piled towards the heavens like an upside-down rocket plume, Jerger stumbled out of the conflagration and across the decking, hair on fire, skin blackened, strips of it hanging off him like dark rags. He fell down some steps and lay there, motionless, minus his cigar, but still, in a sense, smoking. Until the decking itself caught fire, Jerger's servants had run out from the house and dragged him away by then. There was little smoke. Oxygen and hydrogen burn perfectly, producing, of course, only water. Most of the initial burst of smoke, now drifting and dissipating in the cool morning breeze and heading towards the distant grey Sierras, would have come from Jerger himself. He had 95% burns, and lungs seared by flame inhalation. They managed to keep him alive for nearly a week, which was remarkable. Max Fitching was a god amongst mortals, a man with the voice of an angel and the proclivities of a satyr. I killed Max while he sat in a seriously pimped, open-top half-track in Jakarta, waiting for a roadie to return with his drugs. Max never did get the hang of dressing down or going incognito. The Israeli laser weapon was originally an experimental device designed to bring down Iranian missiles while it was still over Syria, or better still, Iraq. I fired it from a container truck a block down the street from Max's idling half-track. Even attenuated to the minimum, it was grossly overpowered for the job, and rather than drill a neat hole straight through Max's fashionably pale, heavily sunglassed, wildly dreadlocked head, it blew it to smithereens. Windows shattered 3 stories up. This was not elegant, far from it. The elegance came from the fact that the laser burst was not a single, brutally simple pulse, but one which had been precisely frequency modulated to mirror the digitalized information of a high sample rate MP3 signal,
compressed into a microsecond. What hit Max was effectively an MP3 copy of Woke Up Down, Gun Puppy's first worldwide hit, and the song that had made Max truly famous. Marit Shaoun was a populist politician in the Perron mould, and, like the others, I had been reliably informed that he would, if left alone, take the world to a very bad place. In his case, starting with South and Central America. As if any of this really mattered to me. Craft, my trade, was all. I let those who handed me my orders worry about the morality of it. He had been a motorcycle stunt rider, the most famous in Brazil and then in the world. He crashed a lot, but that just added to the excitement, anticipation and sense of jeopardy in the crowd. All 4 of his major limbs were pinned and strengthened with extensive amounts of surgical steel, and even without those, there were enough metal implants in the rest of his body to set off airport security scanners while he was still walking stiffly from the car park. I found an induction furnace for him. He heated up, quite slowly, from the inside, to the sound of vastly thrumming magnets all around him and his own screams. What? Why? Why and why? I would have had no idea if I had not been told, and even once I was told, frankly, I still didn't care. I am mildly surprised I recall any of the reasons given below at all. So, Yerga would have started a political party to rid the USA of non-Aryans, bringing chaos and apocalyptic bloodshed. Max would have given all his hundreds of millions in royalties to an extremist green movement who, taking an arguably rather drastic approach to harmonizing the planet's natural carrying capacity with the size of its human population, would have used the windfall to design, manufacture, weaponize and distribute a virus that would kill 90% of humanity. And Marit would have used his vast communications network to, I can't remember, broadcast pornography to Andromeda or something. As I say, it didn't really matter. I had by then entirely stopped inquiring why I might be committing such terminally grievous acts. All I cared about was the artistry and elegance involved in the doing, the carrying out, the commission, the execution. The philosopher. Screams. Too many screams. They have kept me awake at night, woken me from dreams and nightmares. I do not enjoy what I do, though I am not ashamed of it, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that I am proud of it. It is something that has to be done, and somebody has to do it. It is because I do not enjoy it that I am good at it. I've seen the work of those who do enjoy our mutual calling, and they do not produce the best results. They get carried away. They indulge themselves rather than stick to the task in hand, which is to produce the results which are desired, and to recognize them when they are produced. Instead, they try too hard and fail. I torture people. I am a torturer. But I do no more than I am told to do, and I would rather that the people I torture told the truth, or revealed the information that they carry, and which we need to know as quickly as possible, both to spare themselves and to spare me the unpleasantness of the task, because, as I say, I take no pleasure in what I have to do. Nevertheless, I do all that I am asked to do, and will always work long hours and take on extra duties if required. This is conscientiousness, and a sort of mercy, because at least when I do it, only the minimum is done. I have had colleagues, the ones mentioned above who enjoy what we do, who have been impatient to cause the maximum amount of pain and damage. They are, in the end, inefficient. The clever ones pretend not to be psychotic and only indulge themselves really, opting for routine efficiency for the majority of the time. They're the dangerous ones. My favourite techniques are electricity, repeated near suffocation, and, hard though this may be to believe, simply talking. The electricity is the crudest, in a sense. We use a variable step resistor attached to the mains in a variety of common or garden car jump leads, sometimes some water or conducting gel. The crocodile clips on the end of the jump leads hurt quite a bit without any current flowing through them. The ears are good sights, and fingers and toes, the genitals obviously.
The nose or tongue with the other terminal inserted into the anus is a favourite with some of my colleagues, though I dislike the resultant messiness. Repeated near suffocation involves gaffer taping the subject's mouth and then using a second small piece of tape to close the nostrils, removing it just before or just after the onset of unconsciousness. This is a useful technique for low-level subjects and for those who must be returned to some other department or security agency or even to normal life without any signs of injury. Talking involves telling the subject what will happen to them if they do not cooperate. It is best done in a perfectly dark room, talking quietly and matter-of-factly from somewhere behind the chair they are secured to. First, I describe what will happen to them anyway, even if they tell us everything, because there is a certain minimum, a kind of call-out fee level of torment that we have to inflict once people have been referred to us. This is to maintain our reputation and the sense of dread that must be associated with us. Fear of being tortured can be a highly effective technique for maintaining law and order in a society, and I believe that we would be in dereliction of our duty if we did not do our bit. Then, I describe what I might do to them, the voltages used, the symptoms of suffocation and so on. I have studied the relevant physiology in some depth, and am able to elucidate with the use of copious medical terminology. Then I describe some of the other techniques used by some of my colleagues. I mention the man whose code name is Dr. Citrus. He restricts his torture instruments to a sheet of A4 paper and a fresh lemon, using numerous, usually several dozen to start with, paper cuts distributed all over the subject's naked body, which then have a drop or two of lemon juice squeezed into them, or salt sometimes. Like repeated near suffocation, this does not sound so terrible to most people, but statistically, it is one of the most effective torture techniques that we employ. Of course, our friend Dr. Citrus does not use just one sheet of paper, as any single sheet will grow moist with sweat and small amounts of blood over time. He always has a box of paper to hand. There are colleagues who prefer to use the tried and trusted tools of torture: thumbscrews, pincers, pliers, hammers, certain acids, and, of course, fire. Flame, or just heat, supplied by gas burners, blow torches, soldering irons, steam or boiling water. These are sometimes the techniques of last resort when others have failed. The subject will usually be scarred for life should they survive, and the survival rate, even if full cooperation is achieved, is not high. Another of our colleagues likes to use cocktail sticks. Hundreds of wooden cocktail sticks inserted into the soft tissues of the body. He talks too, softening the subject up psychologically by sitting in front of them and using a small penknife to slit the cocktail sticks, producing little barbs and curls of wood which will increase the pain caused both when they are inserted and when, and if, they are removed. He sits there for an hour or more with a big pile of sticks, using the tiny knife on these hundreds of little wooden slivers and detailing to the subject precisely where they will be placed. He too has some medical training and describes to the subject the thinking behind his technique as being in some ways the opposite of acupuncture, where the needles are inserted with the aim of causing little or no pain on entry and alleviating pain thereafter. This preparatory dialogue can in itself be sufficient to produce full cooperation from the subject, though, as I say, there is a minimum level of pain which has to be inflicted in any event, just to be sure that full cooperation really has been achieved and to ensure that we, as an agency, are taken seriously. My own talking technique is in some ways my personal favourite. I like the economy of it. I have found it especially useful on artistic people, or those of an intellectual persuasion, as they tend to have their own very active imaginations, and thus this technique lets these imaginations do my work for me. Over the years, some of them have even mentioned said phenomenon themselves, though this recognition would appear to make the process no less effective. I do not like to question females. The rather obvious reason would be that their screams remind me of those of my mother when my father raped her on that never-to-be-forgotten night following her return home after the birth of my sister. However, I would prefer to think it is simply good old-fashioned manners. A gentleman simply does not wish to subject a female to anything unpleasant. This does not stop me torturing women. It is still something that has to be done, and I am a professional and conscientious. But I enjoy the process even less than I do when working with a male subject, and I am not ashamed to admit that I have on occasion begged, literally begged a female subject to exhibit full cooperation as quickly as possible. And I am also not ashamed to reveal that I have felt tears come to my eyes when I have had to work especially hard with a female subject. The use of tape across the mouth, regardless of what other technique is being employed, is good for cutting down the sound of screams, which must then all exit the subject via the nasal passages, more than somewhat reduced in volume, I am relieved to be able to report. I do draw the line at children. Some of my colleagues will happily oblige when a child must be tortured to force a parent to talk, but I think this is both morally objectionable and suspect in principle. A child ought not to have to suffer for the follies or beliefs of his or her parents, and to the extent that the techniques we employ on the subjects are in themselves a kind of punishment for subversion, treachery and law-breaking, they ought to be applied to the guilty party, not visited upon their family or dependents. Everyone talks eventually. Everyone. Using a child to shorten the process is, in my opinion, sloppy, lazy, and simply bad technique. Largely due to this scruple, and perhaps also because I find it interesting and illuminating to discuss, or at least attempt to discuss with my colleagues, subjects such as those enumerated above, my codename within the department is the Philosopher. The Transitionary. I live in a Switzerland. The indefinite article is germane. The particular Switzerland I live in is not even called Switzerland, but it is a recognised type, a place whose function and demeanour will be familiar to all those we number amongst the aware. Aware means being au fait with the realities of the realities. Aware is a term applied to those who understand that we live not in one world, singular, settled and linear, but within a multitude of worlds, forever exponentially and explosively multiplying through time. More to the point, it applies to those who know how easy it is to travel between these disparate, ever-branching and unfolding and developing realities. My home is an old lodge in the pines, on a ridge looking out over the small but sophisticated spa town of Flesse. Beyond the town, to the west, is high rolling ground, clothed with trees. To the east, behind my lodge, the hills rise in craggy increments, culminating in a serrated massif of mountains, high enough to hold snow all the year. Sufficiently compact for one to take all of it in with a single glance from my terrace, Flesse nevertheless boasts an opera house, a railway station and junction, a medley of fascinating and eccentric shops, 2 superior hotels, and a casino. When I am not on my travels, working for Madame d'Ortolan or some other member of l'Expédience, the concern, I am here, reading in my library during wet weather, walking in the hills on the finer days, and in the evening frequenting the hotels and the casino. When I am, as it were, away, flitting between other worlds and other bodies, I still have a life here. A version of me remains living on, inhabiting my house and my body, and going through all the appropriate motions concomitant with existence, though by all accounts I am, in the shape of this residual self, quite astoundingly boring. According to my housekeeper and a few other people who have encountered me in this state, I never leave the house. I sleep a great deal. I will eat but not cook food for myself. I am reluctant to get dressed properly, and I show no interest in music or conversation. Sometimes I try to read a book but sit staring at the same page for hours, either not really reading it or reading it over and over again. Art books, paintings and illustrations appear to pique my interest as much as anything, which is to say not very much at all, as will a television programme, though only if it is visually arresting. My conversation becomes monosyllabic. I seem happiest just sitting in the loggia or staring out of a window at the view. I'm told that I appear drugged or sedated, or as though I have had a stroke or been lobotomized. I maintain that I have met several allegedly normal persons, and not a few students who exhibit a lesser degree of day-to-day animation. I exaggerate only slightly. However, I have no cause to complain. I don't get into trouble while I'm away from myself. Well, I don't get into trouble here. And my appetite is not sufficient to cause me to gain weight. Perish the thought that I might go for a walk in the hills and fall off a cliff, or head for the casino and incur vast debts, or start an ill-advised affair while my back is turned on myself. The rest of the time, though, I'm entirely here, living fully, attention undivided, in this world, this reality, on the seemingly singular version of the earth that calls itself Kalbefrak. My name, in what is for me at least this base or root reality, is nothing like the ones I usually end up with when transitioning. Here, I am called Temujin O, a name of Eastern Asian origin. The earth I came from is one of the many where the influence of the Mongolian empires, especially in Europe, was more profound than the one in which you are reading these words. I live an orderly, even quiet life, as entirely befits somebody who spends potentially highly disorientating amounts of time flitting between one world and the next, too often for the unfortunate purpose of killing people. Murder is not all that I do, however. Sometimes I will be a positive angel, a good fairy, an imp of the benign, showering some unfortunate who is down on their luck with money, or granting them a commission, or pointing them in the direction of somebody who might be able to help them. On occasion, I do something almost unbearably banal, like trip somebody up in the street or buy them a drink in a bar, or once fall down in front of them while apparently suffering a fit. That was one of the few times when I glimpsed what I might really have been doing. The young doctor, hurrying to an appointment but who nevertheless stopped to tend to me, was thereby prevented from entering a building that promptly collapsed in a great burst of dust and mortar and smashed wooden beams. Lying there in the gutter, seeing this, just a few dozen strides down the street, I feigned a partial recovery, thanked him, and insisted that he hurry to treat the many wailing unfortunates injured by the tenement's collapse. "No, thank you, sir," he muttered, face grey, not just with dust. "I believe your fit saved my life." He disappeared into the growing crowd while I sat there, trying not to get fallen over by those rushing to help or gawp. I have no idea what that young fellow then went on to do or achieve. Something good, I trust. Sometimes I simply introduce one person to another, or leave a particular book or pamphlet lying around for them to discover. Sometimes I just talk to them, generally encouraging them or mentioning a particular idea. I relish such roles, but they are not the ones I remember. They are certainly not the ones that keep me awake at night. Perhaps this is simply because geniality is conventionally a little insipid. Havoc rocks. Most of my colleagues and superiors choose to live in cities. It is where we are most at home, and where one can most easily make the transition from one reality to another. I do not pretend entirely to understand either their theories or the mechanics, spiritual mechanics if you will, but still mechanics, behind such profoundly disconnected travellings. But I know a little regarding how these things work, some of it gleaned from others, and some of it the result of simply working matters out for myself, practically, rather as I was able to work out what the true purpose of my appearing to faint in front of that young doctor was when the building he had been about to enter fell down. Flitting from here to there to any old where requires a deep sense of place, and some sort of minimum level of societal complexity, it would seem. It is as a result of this that cities are by far the easiest places in which to slip between realities. Aircraft work too, though, if one has the skill. Something about the concentration of people, I suppose. I sip my gin and tonic and look down at the clouds. The peaks of some of the higher mountains in the Norwegian coastal range protrude like jagged ice cubes floating in milk. I am taking a direct Great Circle route from London to Tokyo, cosseted within a giant aircraft, coasting high above the weather where the sky is a deep, dark blue. I may flit from here, within the plane. I may not. It is not an easy thing to do. Many of us have wasted our drug by trying to effect transitions from remote places, or especially moving start points. The way it appears to work is that if a successful flit cannot be made, then nothing at all happens and one remains where one is. There are rumours, however, that people who have tried such manoeuvres have indeed ended up in another reality, but without the benefit of whatever mode of transport they left behind in the source reality being there to greet them in the target one. One pops into existence over open water if one flitted from a liner, splashing into an empty ocean to drown or be eaten by sharks, or, If the attempted transition is from an aircraft like this, one materializes in mid-air 12,000 meters up with no air to breathe, a temperature of 60 below, and a long way to fall. I have had successes flitting from aircraft, and failures. Obviously failures where nothing happened. I take the little ormolu case from my shirt pocket and turn it over and over on my fold-down table. To flit or not to flit? If I do vacate the aircraft, then I will cover my tracks more completely than if I wait until my arrival. However, I could waste a pill, and I just might discover the hard way that the rumours are true and find myself blast-frozen and gasping my way to unconsciousness as I start the long fall to the sea or the land. There is also the well-documented complication that sometimes one ends up in an aircraft going somewhere quite different to the destination that one started from. Usually, there is a reliable commonality between a roughly aligned group of worlds regarding the placement of continents, major geographical features such as mountain ranges and rivers, and hence big cities, and therefore the air routes between them, so that leaving one aircraft results in a transition to a similar craft on a parallel course, but not always. There appear to be limits to the maximum displacement in space and time that people have made in such circumstances. A few kilometres up or down, a few dozen laterally, and some hours later or earlier, and it is as if some aspect of one's will or visualization is guiding one to the nearest approximation it's possible to find. But sometimes the influence of this ghostly presence goes quite awry, or just accepts something that it hopes will do, but which will not. Once, flitting while flying over the Alps bound for Napoli from Dublin, I ended up on a flight from Madrid to Kiev. That's practically a right angle. It took me a day and a half to repair the damage to my itinerary, and I missed one appointment. I had and have no idea why this happened. When I mentioned this little adventure to someone from the Transitionary Office, the primary body of l'Expérience, which at least in theory oversees all the actions of those like myself and Madame d'Autelin, the bureaucrat concerned just blinked behind his rimless glasses and said how interesting this was, and hastened to record a note. I mean, really. The drug we take to effect our travels is called Septus. Some take theirs in liquid form from tiny vials like medical ampoules. Others prefer to snort their traveller's medicine or inject it. Some like it to be in the form of a suppository or pessary. Madame d'Autelin was always said to have favoured the latter option. I tap the little ormolu case gently on one corner, rotate it a quarter turn, tap it again, and repeat. Most of us take Septus in pill form. It is simply less of a bother. I regard most of the other methods as being rather like showing off. A clear patch of sea gleams up at me. A ship, made tiny by the vertical kilometres between us, slides slowly north across the ruffled grey surface, drawing a feathery white wake after it. I imagine some body on that ship looking up and seeing this aircraft, a bright white dot leaving its own thin trail inscribed across the blue. Perhaps some of those who are said to have disappeared are gone to other Earths entirely, where Pangaea still holds. Man never evolved, and sapient otters or insectile hive minds rule in our place. Who can say? When we flit, we go to where we imagine, and if distracted, disoriented, we imagine something too far away from what we know and where we wish to go to, we may end up somewhere it is somehow impossible to imagine one's way back from. I don't know how that could be. What saves people like myself, sometimes, is how intensely we long for our home. But you never know. I have quizzed the theorists, technicians and general functionaries of the Transitionary Office regarding just how all of this works, and have yet to receive a satisfactory answer. I am not supposed to know because I have no need to know. Still, I would like to know. My being sent to save that young doctor from being crushed in that collapsing building in Savoie, for example, does that not imply foresight? Must we, I mean the concern, not have some ability to look ahead in time, or be able to use realities otherwise similar to another but separated only by being slightly displaced in time so that, having observed what has happened in the leading one is able to affect events in the trailing one? This would amount to the same thing. Of course, Maybe it was complete happenstance that the tenement collapsed, pure chance. I find this unlikely, however. Chance is rarely pure. It was at the casino that I encountered Mrs. Mulverhill again, for the first time in a long time, or at least so I thought. Not that I realised immediately. Cities are, as I've said, the best places to flit between realities, nexuses of transportation in our multiple existence, just as they are in any given single world. The principal embassy of l'expérience in the world I have tended to travel to and within, partly through chance and partly through some affinitive predisposition on my part, I dare say, is in what is called variously Byzantium, Constantinople, Constantinie, Stamboul or Istanbul, depending. It is an ideal focus for our interests and abilities, straddling continents, linking east and west, and evoking the past and its manifold legacies in a way that few other cities do on this meta-earth I deal with. Ancient, modern, a furious mix of peoples, faiths, histories and attitudes, poised above and threatened by myriad fault lines, it exemplifies both heritage, jeopardy, division and linkage all at once. We have another office in Jerusalem. There used to be another in Berlin, but that city has, perversely, become less attractive for our purposes since the fall of the wall and the reunification of Germany, one of those distributed, straggling meta-events that resonated through the sheaved realities for all the many worlds like some coordinated spawning phenomenon. So the office was closed. A shame in a way. I liked the old, divided Berlin with its wall. The greater city was a vast, open, airy place, enfolded with lakes and sprawling tracts of forest on both sides of the divide. But still, at its core, there was always a forlorn air about it, as well as a faint feeling of imprisonment, on both sides. And a slowly spinning plate, if you know what I mean. We look for spinning, wobbling plates, places where it feels that matters could go either way, where another spin, another input of energy might restore stability, but where, equally, just a little more neglect or even a nudge in the right, wrong place could produce catastrophe. There are interesting lessons to be gleaned from the wreckage that results. Sometimes you cannot tell everything about a thing until you've seen it broken. There ought to be a certain point in one's training for the post of transitionary, our official job title. Clunky, I know. I prefer the sobriquet flitter or transitioner or transitioneer at a pinch. When one realises that one has discovered or acquired an extra sense. It is, in a sense, the sense of history, of connection, of how long a place has been lived in, a feeling for the heritage of human events attached to a particular piece of landscape or set of streets and stones. We call it frégre. Part of it is akin to having a sharp nose for the scent of ancient blood. Places of great antiquity, where much has happened over not just centuries but millennia, are often steeped in it. Almost any site of massacre or battle will have a whiff, even thousands of years later. I find it at its most pungent when I stand within the Colosseum in Rome. However, much of it is simply the layered result of multifarious generations of people having lived there. Lived and died, certainly, but then, as most people live for decades and die just the once, it is the living part that has the greatest influence over the aroma, the feel of the place. Certainly, the entirety of the Americas has a significantly different frégre compared to Europe and Asia, less fusty or less rich, according to your prejudices. I'm told that New Zealand and Patagonia appraise as terribly fresh compared with almost everywhere else. Myself, I love the frégre of Venezia, not the fragrance, at least not in summer anyway, but very much the frégre. I prefer to arrive in Venice by train from Mestre. As I disembark at Santa Lucia station, I can, if I declutch my senses and memory, fool myself into thinking that I have arrived at just another big Italian railway station, one more terminus amongst many. One walks between the towering trains, crosses the indifferent commercialism of the rather brutalist concourse, and expects to find what one would find anywhere, a busy road or square, another bustling vista of car and truck and bus, a pedestrianised piazza and a few taxis at best. Instead, spreading beyond the sweep of steps and the scatter of people, the Grand Canal.
Light green choppy water, the churning wakes of vaporetti, launches, water taxis and workboats, reflected light slicing off the waves to dance along the facades of palazzos and churches, spires, domes and inverted cone chimneys ranged against a sky of cobalt shine, or against milky clouds, their mirrored pastel tones softening the restless waters of the canal, or against dark veils of rain cloud, the canal flattened and subdued under a downpour. The first time I visited the place was for the carnival in February. I discovered mist and fog and quietness, and a chill in the air that seemed to rise from the water like a promise. My name was Mark Cavan. My languages were Mandarin, English, Hindustani, Spanish, Arabic, Russian and French. The Berlin Wall was already history, though still mostly standing. It was your world. Some way down the Grand Canal, on its west bank, sits an imposing near-cubical palazzo. Its walls are a glacial white, the shutters shielding its many windows matte black. This severely formal and symmetrical building is the Palazzo Chirestia, once the home of a Levantine prince, later that of a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church, then, for 150 years, an infamous brothel. It belonged then, as now, to Professore Lascelles, a gentleman who knew about and was sympathetic to the concern. Back then, he simply made himself, his money and connections useful to us, and, equally, gained much through the association. He has since risen to join the ruling Central Council, though on that cold February morning 20 years ago, this was still an ambition of his. I had been invited to the city and the carnival as a reward for my services, which had lately been energetic if not onerous. There were no other transitionaries present, though there was a gaggle of concern apparatchiks and officials, all of whom were polite to me. Despite the rather generous amount of blood I had on my hands even then, I was still not yet used to the idea that people who knew of my role within l'Expédience might find my presence intimidating, alarming or even frightening. Professore Lascelles is a modest figure of a man, verging on short, though with a stately bearing which belies this. He is one of those who grow in isolation. Alone, one might swear he is as tall as oneself. In a small group, he seems to shrink by comparison, and in a crowd he disappears entirely. He was balding then, losing thin brown hair like seaweed, dropping back from a rock with a receding tide. He has a splendid hook of a nose, prominent teeth, and eyes of a frosty-looking blue. His wife was dramatically taller than him, a statuesque Calabrian blonde, with a large, honest-looking face and a ready laugh. It was she, Giacinta, who taught me the dances which would be required at the series of balls to which we had been invited. Happily, I am a quick learner, and apparently I move well. The palace contained a ballroom where one of the great masked balls of that year's carnival was to be held. This took place the day after I arrived. I was appropriately entranced by the fabulous masks and costumes, and by the sumptuous decor of the ballroom itself, a hymn of ancient polished woods, glossy marble and extravagantly gilt-framed mirrors, all lit entirely with candles, imparting a distinct mellowness to the light and a smoky scent to the air like incense. It mingled with the odour of perfumes and the smoke from cigarettes and cigars. The men were peacocks, the women whirling, dazzling bells in glittering gowns. A small orchestra in antique dress filled the space with melody. 3 enormous chandeliers of red glass oversaw it all, great swirling abstract shapes looking like vast surges of glistening blood caught in the act of spinning within an unseen whirlpool, but were reduced to mere pendulous sculptures reflecting candle flames, their bulbs unnecessary and unlit. Breathless, gripping a glass of Tokai, I stepped out onto a little terrace bounded by fat white marble balustrades shaped like tears. A small crowd of partygoers stood quietly watching snow descend against the lights of the few passing boats and the light-flecked buildings on the canal's far side. The spiralling chaos of flakes appeared from the darkness overhead as though created by the lanterns of the palazzo, and disappeared silently into the oily blackness of the gently moving waters before it. I went out early the next morning into that cold, encasing whiteness, my breath spreading into the dark, narrow spaces in front of me, and found some untrodden stretches
on the Sestiere d'Osodoro. I strolled the ancient hidden stones, breathing in the cool, clear, salty scent of the place and soaking up the world's fragrance. It tasted, of course, of all the things that all the other worlds taste of, but the identifying highlights spoke of a kind of seductive cruelty, an orchidaceous venality so infinitely sweet it could only be redolent of corruption and decay. Here, in the eternally sinking city, with that odour of glamorous savagery filtering through my mind like mist off the lagoon into a room, it all felt spent here, but only paused elsewhere like something waiting to resume. The snow lay across the city for the next few days, creating a starkness beneath those sea-wide skies, draining colour from the passing clouds, water and buildings, and promoting the views of that city of canaletto and fractious colour to a ravishing monochrome. The final ball was held in the Doge's palace, in a vast and splendid room built half a millennium ago to house 2,000 milling princes, merchants, ambassadors, captains and dignitaries. An airstream originating in Africa had pushed up over the heel of Italy and the Adriatic, melting the snow and bringing mists and fog as it collided with and was slowed by contesting winds spilling down from the mountains to the north. The city seemed to submerge beneath the resulting vapours, cloaking itself in veils and shrouds of moisture. I met my masked woman there, then. I wore the costume of a medieval Orthodox priest, topped with a mirror mask. I had danced some dances, sat at the Lascelles' table, and taken part in some slightly stilted conversations with my fellow houseguests and the professore, who was too interested in the details of my assignments for the health of either of us, had I answered him honestly. One of the non-concerned guests of the Lascelles, a tall, pretty brunette who was a distant relation of the professore and whose lissom form had been squeezed most attractively into the garb of a Renaissance lady, had rather taken my eye that evening. However, she seemed to be equally captivated with a dashing cavaliere, and so I had put any thoughts involving her to one side. I took a break from the eating and drinking and dancing and talking, and sought to explore what I could of the palace, strolling through some of the lesser chambers, being shooed out of others, and finally ending up back in the hall of the Great Council, while a dance processed like a gaudy vortex in the centre of the vast room. I stood, staring up at the frieze of paintings depicting the sequence of doges, my gaze eventually fastening on one which appeared to be missing, or at least covered by a black veil. I wondered if this was some tradition of the carnival, or just of this particular masked ball. His name was Doge Marino Faliero, a female voice announced at my side, in lightly accented English. I looked round to discover that I was being addressed by a pirate captain. Chunkily high-heeled boots brought her almost to my height. Her jacket hung, attached like a hussar's, from one shoulder. The rest of her uniform appeared motley, arranged to look thrown together. Baggy breeches, brass-buttoned, an extravagantly frilled blouse, a half-undone waistcoat worn like a bodice, a tricolour sash plus beads and various chains and some sort of brass plate like a half-moon slung around her neck, which looked pale and slender. Her mask was black velvet, misted with what looked like tiny pearls set out in spirals. Beneath the mask, her mouth looked roseate, amused. A few locks of black hair escaped a crumpled cap of navy blue surmounted by a cocky burst of gaudy feathers. I glanced back up at the veiled space in the succession of doges. Is it now? He was a doge for a year in the mid-1300s, my informant told me. Her voice sounded young, melodious, confident. He's covered up because he's in eternal disgrace. He tried to make a coup to sweep away the Republic and have himself declared prince. But he was already doge, I said. She shrugged. A prince or a king would have had more power. Doges were elected for life, but with many restrictions. They were not allowed to open their own mail. It had first to be read by the censor. 2, they were not allowed to conduct discussions with foreign diplomats alone. A committee was required. They had much power, but they were also just figureheads. She gestured with one hand, black-gloved, silver rings over leather. Her sword, or at least a scabbard for a sword, swung at her left hip. I thought perhaps he was only veiled for the ball, I said. She shook her head. In perpetuity. He was condemned to damnatio memoriae, and mutilated and beheaded, of course. Of course, I nodded gravely. She might have stiffened a little. Was I talking to a local? The Republic took such threats to its existence seriously, she said. I executed a fraction of a bow, smiling and tipping my head. You would appear to be an authority, ma'am. Hardly. Merely not ignorant. I thank you for relieving me of some measure of my own ignorance. You are welcome. I nodded to the swirl of people. Care to dance? She moved her head back a fraction, as though appraising me, then bowed a little further than I had. Why not? She said. And so we danced. She moved with a lithe grace. I sweated beneath my mask and robes, and understood the wisdom of having masked balls in winter. We talked over the music in the rhythm imposed by the dance. May I ask your name? You may. She smiled slightly, fell silent. I see. Well, what is your name? She shook her head. It is not always the done thing to ask someone's name at a masked ball. Is it not? I feel the spirit of the late Doge looks down upon us and demands due reticence. Don't you? I shook my head. Probably not, even if I knew what you were talking about. This appeared to amuse her, as the soft lips parted in a smile before she said, Allora. For a moment I thought she was telling me her name, but of course it is simply an Italian word, nearly identical to the French alors. I found her accent impossible to place. Perhaps we come to names later, she said, as we danced around each other. Otherwise, ask what you will. I insist. Ladies first. Well then, what do you do, sir? I am a traveller. And you? The same. Indeed, you travel widely? Very. You? Oh, extraordinarily. Do you travel to a purpose? A series of purposes, yourself? Always only with one. And what would that be? Well, you must guess. Must I? Oh, yes. Let me see, then. Your pleasure? I am not, she said, so shallow. Is it shallow to seek pleasure? Exclusively, yes. I know people who would disagree. So do I. May I ask what you are smiling at? The scorn in your voice when you mention those people. Well, they are shallow, she said. This proves my point, no? It certainly proves something. You are smiling again. I am aware that my mouth is almost all you can see. Do you think it is all I need to see of you? I would hope not. She tipped her head to one side. Are you flirting with me, sir? She asked curtly. I'm fairly sure I'm trying to, I said. How am I doing? She appeared to think, then moved her head side to side, like a nod rotated 90 degrees. It is too early to tell yet. Later, the music echoing down stairwells and through chambers and corridors, we stood in front of a great wall-wide map of the world. It looked reasonably accurate and therefore late, though of course in some ways I would be the last to be able to judge. We stood close, both a little breathless after the last dance. We still wore our masks, and I still did not know her name. Does it all look present and correct to you, sir? She asked, as I gazed up at the configured continents and cities. We return to my ignorance, I confessed. Geography is not my strongest subject. Or does it then look wrong to you? She asked, then seemed to drop her voice a little. Or too limited? Too limited? I asked. It is, after all, just the one world, she said calmly. I looked at her, startled. She returned her gaze to the map. I recovered my composure. I laughed, gestured. Indeed, a starry vault or two would not go amiss. She stood still, looked at the map, said no more. For some time, I divided my attention between her and the map, while various individuals, couples and groups of people passed to and fro, chattering and laughing. Then, in a lull, I reached out to take her gloved hand. She moved away and swiveled. "Walk with me, would you?" she asked. "Where to? Must it be to anywhere? Might we not just walk?" "I think you'll find that when you stop walking you'll have arrived somewhere." She fixed me with a stare. "I thought geography wasn't your strong point." We collected our cloaks. Outside in the piazzetta and then the piazza, a misty rain was falling, blurring the lines of lights set high on the great square's walls between the lines of dark windows. She led me north through a succession of narrow, twisting calle and across small bowed bridges over dark canals, quickly leaving behind the scatter of people in and around San Marco. Our steps echoing from overhanging buildings, our shadows, unbearably dramatic in our outbelling cloaks, dancing around us like ghostly partners, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind to one side, or just a pool of darkness at our feet. She found a tiny bar off an ill-lit calle, which would have been too narrow for us to walk down side by side. The establishment was shady, almost empty save for a couple of workmen sitting near the back nursing beers. We were given slightly contemptuous glances, and a diminutive blonde bar girl in jeans and a baggy jumper. My companion ordered a spritz and a bottle of still water. I accepted a spritz as well. Our hostess disappeared into a storeroom clutching a clipboard and pen. We remained standing at the bar. I took off my mask, faced my pirate captain, and smiled expectantly. "There," I said. She merely nodded, made no move to remove her own mask. She did take off her hat. The moment might have called for a shake of the head, coquettish or not, but she just let her long black curled hair fall about her shoulders without ceremony. The workman facing us glanced up, nodded to his fellow who turned. Both eyed her for a few moments. She put her head back and glugged half the bottle of water in one go, exposed throat moving. She wiped her mouth with a couple of fingers, then sipped delicately on her spritz, back to ladylike. Dim though the bar was, the angle of a light above the gallery of bottles gave me the best view I'd had so far of her eyes behind the almond-shaped piercings in the black mask. They glittered, hinting at lightness, pale blue or green or a delicate hazel. "Would it be time for names yet?" I asked. She shook her head. "I could tell you mine," I said, "like it or not." She put one finger to my lips, very carefully and gently. Her finger was warm and smelled of a dark, oily perfume. I hadn't even seen her take off her glove. The finger pressed my lips very briefly, then withdrew. I might have made to kiss it equally gently, but there had hardly been time. She smiled. "Do you know the word emprise?" she asked. I sighed, thought. I don't believe I do. "It means a dangerous undertaking." "Does it?" "It does. Do you partake of dangerous undertakings, sir?" I leant forward, my gaze going to one side then another. "Am I partaking in one now?" I asked quietly. She tipped her head forward. "Not yet," she murmured. "No more than you would usually. Less so. You would be off duty now, yes?" "Off duty?" I asked, confused. "Not travelling?" "Ah, yes. In that sense, then, I suppose so." One of the workmen walked up and stood behind her, rapping his knuckles on the bar's wooden surface. The blonde girl reappeared from the back room. My companion seemed to be about to say something, then checked herself. She turned and looked at the workman behind her, who had just asked the barmaid for 2 beers. His mouth was still open. The workman and the barmaid looked straight at each other. Then she shivered and he twitched. And that was that. They were changed. Their bodies and their faces appeared identical, but were not. Their stance, balance, body language, what you will, that changed in an instant and almost more than I'd have believed possible, as though every muscle in their bodies had flicked
instantaneously to a completely different setting, carrying their skeletons and organs with them. I was still in the process of realizing what had just happened when my pirate captain stepped back away from me, the bar and the workman, just as the barmaid grabbed at something under the bar and the workman kicked out savagely. My companion folded back from the man's kick, which roundhoused past and would have caught me on the thigh if I hadn't jumped away too. The sword was in her hand with a noise like the wind through a fence, flashing in the light as she lunged forward. The workman was still turning from the momentum of his kick. The sword's blade seemed to slip into his neck, and his own rotation opened a line across his throat in a pink spray as his booted foot finally connected with the bar. His right hand started to go up to his throat as the masked girl swung one leg to knock both of his from under him. He started to fall to the floor, clutching his neck. The barmaid brought the club up only a little too late. A scything stroke from the thin sword caught her laterally across both breasts and one arm, making the baggy jumper flap like wet rags as her face screwed up with pain and she thudded back against the gallery, bringing bottles crashing down. My pirate captain, meanwhile, was stamping one heavy heel into the groin of the workman who had just hit the floor shoulders first. She barely glanced at him as he rolled into a ball. She did glance at the other workman, who was sitting where he had been all the time, open-mouthed. She peeked over the bar, where the barmaid was lying, also curled up, blood spreading from an arm slashed to the bone, bottles and glasses still falling and crunching and settling around her. I had stepped back from all this mayhem, closer to the door. My pirate captain glanced again at the remaining workman, who looked like he was trying to decide whether to rise from the table or not. I was guessing he'd decide not. She sheathed her sword and went to take me by one arm. "Time to go, sir." I moved to take her by the arm instead and started to move with her to the door. Then I was hit by a sudden feeling like a kind of sideways vertigo, a sensation instantly identifiable to any transitioner as slew, the result of one's consciousness having been dragged into a fractionally different world. Nothing visible had altered, and the fragre of the place seemed the same, but something had effectively changed around us, something small, but concentrated, hard and important. During my field training, I had been particularly bad at identifying slew, but it was one of those skills that had improved with experience, and I'd never had it as strongly as now. Something told me that whatever it was had changed. It was behind us. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck start to rise. My little pirate captain stiffened and jerked as though she had felt the same thing. Her hand darted to her sword as she began to turn. The shot filled the small room in an instant, ending all other sound but for ringing in the ears. The flash from the table where the other workman sat seemed almost to come after the noise. My pirate captain was spun round, thudding into my chest. She started to go limp as I went to hold her. I tried to grasp the pommel of her sword, glancing at the man who had shot her. The workman, who had been sitting in the back all this time, carried himself quite differently now. He held a small, flat-looking gun and was rising from the table. His free hand spread out to me as he shook his head. "Hunting in packs now," the dying girl in my arms muttered. "Motherfuckers." I looked down into her eyes. She was a dead weight now, and her sword was unreachable as the workman started towards us. Weakly, she brought one hand up, and for a moment I thought she was about to remove the mask. It looked as if moving that arm and keeping her head from flopping forward was taking all her remaining strength. Then I saw that she held something like a tiny gun in her hand. She put it under her jaw near her neck. "Another time, Tem," she murmured. The second workman had almost reached us. "Don't," I had time to say. Then something clicked and hissed, and a second later, she went perfectly slack, sagging in my arms. "Fuck!" the second workman said, kicking the tiny device from her hand. I caught the heel of his boot and swung him round and down so that he whacked into the floor even more heavily than his comrade. I rolled the pirate captain's body on top of him, unsheathing her sword as I stood. I had one foot on her bloody back, so pinning him beneath her, and the sword's tip just breaking the skin of his wrist on the hand still clutching the gun, ready to skewer him to the floorboards if necessary, before he got his breath back.
Cavan, he gasped. Your name is Mark Cavan. We're on your side. We're concerned. The bar girl made a sound that might have been meant to be a confirmation of this. The other man, fetal on the floor, just moaned. We're concerned, the man with the gun repeated. L'expédience. We were sent. My little pirate captain, or whoever's body she had inhabited for the evening, bled to death on top of him while I thought about this. Perhaps, inspired by such memories, I squeezed the little ormolu box just so, releasing a tiny white pill. I swallow it with the last of my G&T and promptly order another, for the sport of seeing whether it'll arrive in time for me to take a first sip. I look down, watching for more breaks in the cloud, going dark as the horizon seeps to oranges and reds above the sinking sun now, but the cloud is unbroken. I start to slip into the transitioning trance, already half disconnected from this world. The steward is approaching with my gin and tonic when I feel the sneeze coming on. Achoo! When I open my eyes, my first thought is, I was in seat A4. That is a type of paper in Europe, a class of steam locomotive from mid-20th century Britain, and as far as the white player's queen's rook's pawn can travel on its first move, though it blocks an obvious diagonal for the queen or the queen's side bishop to apply pressure on the centre of... Pressure. Yes, pressure. I feel pressure. Pressure on my knees and on each shoulder. The interior of the plane is darker, and it is full night. The windows are all either black or closed by plastic shutters. The airy spacing of first class is gone. I am crammed in with ranks and rows of people, mostly sleeping in slightly reclined seats. A baby is crying. The engines sound a little noisier, and I have a lot less legroom. My knees touching the tilted seat back in front. I look to each side, already knowing that something is wrong. The pressure on my shoulders is coming from two very large tanned Caucasian men, one on each side of me, each half a head taller than me and much broader. They both have crew cuts and wear dark suits over white shirts. The one on my right encloses both my wrists in one gigantic hand. Under his grip, I am wearing handcuffs. Gesundheit, Mr. Dice, the other one says. Welcome to wherever you think you are. He reaches into my jacket pocket and removes the little ormolu pill case before I can do anything about it. What the? I splutter. We'll take that, he tells me smoothly, sliding the pillbox into a shirt pocket. My wrists remain crushed inside the other one's locked fist. I try to lift my arms, even though I would still be handcuffed. To no avail. I am strong, but I feel like a small child gripped by an adult. Who the hell do you... I have time to say, before the one who has relieved me of my pills brings an absurdly massive fist sailing up into my face. Chapter 6. Patient 8262. Beyond the beginning, nothing. At the beginning, a torrent of universes in a single timeless blink that is the mother and father of all explosions and is the opposite of an explosion. Destroying nothing. Destroying nothing, but purely creating. Snapping into existence the first semblance of order and chaos, and the very idea of time all at once. This takes both the entirety of forever and precisely no time whatsoever. After the beginning, all else. Expansion beyond expansion, an explosion that does not dissipate or slow or lose energy, but instead does quite the opposite, bursting out for evermore with increasing power, intensity, complexity, and scope. We were taught to envisage it. Close your eyes, we were told, and we did. I lie here, eyes closed, listening to the sounds of the clinic. A clank of pans, a patient in a distant room coughing, the tinny gabble of the radio at the nurse's station down the echoing hall. And I think back to that day and that lecture hall, my eyes closed along with those of everybody else in the class, listening, imagining, trying to learn, attempting to see. From far enough away, it would look like a sphere, like a world with a troubled, ever-changing and expanding surface or a vast growing star.
Within the limits of our understanding, it was simply the idea of roundness in as many dimensions as you fooled yourself into thinking you could imagine. This is the true universe, the universe of universes, the absolute beyond which there is nothing foundation of all. Utterly ungraspable, of course, though if you had envisaged it as above, you had in a sense already transcended it, because you'd thought of looking at it from outside, when there is and could be no outside, which could be seen as a victory of sorts, though the idea of clutching at straws always came to my mind when that was suggested. Some things mean too much to matter. This was the exemplar of that. For any sort of usable meaning, you had to look closer at the surface of that unstoppably burgeoning immensity. Keep your eyes closed. Envisage this, our tutor told us. We sat in a lecture theatre in the Speditionary Faculty of the University of Practical Talents in the city of Asferge, Kalbafrak. Our tutor had instructed us to close our eyes, to remove distractions and make the envisioning easier. There were a few giggles, yelps and hisses, as those students not taking the matter entirely seriously used the fact that those nearby had their eyes closed to tickle, prod or grope. Our tutor sighed theatrically. "Yes, my apologies to the rest of you. There may be a delay while the last percentile present mature beyond primary school behaviour." She changed her voice, became more businesslike. "Just keep imagining that ultimate roundness," she told us, "and think yourself closer to it. Imagine a surface, highly complex, wrinkled, ridged, fissured with continually growing structures like trees, bushes, covered in tendrils and filaments." "Ma'am," a male voice said, already amused with itself, "I'm looking at a giant, crinkly, hairy ball." "You're looking at a punitive essay. If you speak again, Merrick, be quiet." Another loud sigh. "Keep looking closer," she told us. "Closer still," she said, sounding amused and serious both. "Those of you with memories and imaginations beyond the insect stage may wish to invoke the idea of fractals at this point, because that would help. Assuming that you have successfully imagined a maximally complex surface on Mr. Merrick's giant hairy ball," she paused for a smatter of amusement, "you need to keep on imagining just more of the same, no matter how much further in you zoom. The tiniest hair, the most microscopic tendril reveals, on closer inspection, that it too has a surface composed of ridges and wrinkles and tree shapes and filaments and so on, effectively identical to what you were looking at before you zoomed in. That'll be your fractals made real, that will. The closer you go, the deeper you look and the higher you turn your magnification, the more of the same you see. Only the scale has changed." "I'm struggling to imagine this, ma'am," said one of the girls. "Good. If you're struggling, you're still trying. You haven't given in. Keep trying. You'll get there. And do try to keep in mind that this is not really happening just in 3 dimensions, or even 4, but many more." "How many more, ma'am?" asked one of the boys. "A lot." "Just a lot, ma'am?" "Yes, for now. Just a lot." She paused. You might almost have called it a hesitation. This is one reason that extremely wise, intelligent and knowledgeable people like myself bother to teach unutterably ignorant and callow people like yourselves when we could be happily feet up in front of a big log fire reading a book, or talking urbanely amongst ourselves about the latest exciting idea or faculty gossip. There is, despite all the many, many appearances to the contrary, just a sliver of a chance that one of the better minds in this class might answer one of the questions that no one of my generation, despite the aforesaid wisdom, intelligence, etc., or any previous generation, has been able to answer definitively. Like, why is Kalbafrak unique? Why is a transitioned soul unique? Where is everybody? Where did Septus come from originally? And precisely how does it work? That sort of question. A few people quietly went, "Ooh, yes, do let it go to your heads," she said dryly. "You're not here to learn how to memorize stuff. You're here to learn how to think," a few voices chorused. You could hear the smile in her voice. "Well memorized," she said, then raised her voice. Of course, if you're really smart, you'll be imagining all this complexity that you're looking at zooming out to meet you as you zoom in to meet it. The surface growing explosively, exponentially all the time. Excuse me, ma'am, I was already imagining that. And I imagine your handwritten essay on, the history of fractal theory will contain spelling mistakes, Merrick. In fact, probably the closer I look, the more I'll find. Aw, ma'am. Aw, ma'am, nothing. 1,500 words on my desk by tomorrow morning. What do we say, Merrick? We say thank you, Mrs. Mulverhill. Just so. Adrian. Scotland is wet and dreary. Don't let anybody tell you different. Even the hills are mostly just big mounds, not proper mountains like the Alps or the Rockies. People will tell you it's all romantic and rugged, but I've yet to see the evidence. Even when it's nice, it's covered in a cloud of these bastard little insects called midges, so you have to stay inside anyway. Plus, it's full of Scots. Case rested. I endured the week we spent in Glenferket, or whatever it was called. That's what I did. I endured it. I did not enjoy it. Even the shooting was a bit shit. I don't know why, but I thought we'd be shooting rifles at deer or moose or Highland cattle or something. But no, it was shotguns at birds. Shotguns, like we were in a fucking Guy Ritchie movie or something. They were very nice shotguns, with scrolled or whatever, and engravings and stuff, and they were heirlooms and blah blah blah, but still just shotguns. Shooters for the hard of aiming. And we were shooting them at birds. Lots and lots of birds. Pheasants. If there's a stupider bird on the fucking planet, I wouldn't like to see it. Pig shit would get an honours degree by comparison. When we were driving up there, we saw a pheasant standing on the grass on our side of the road, halfway up a long straight on the A9. A few hundred metres ahead of us, there was this long stream of cars heading the other way towards us, just coming level with the bird. Suddenly, the pheasant ran across the road, almost like it was aiming for the front car. We were all convinced the silly fucker was going to get hit. Miraculously, it didn't. Maybe the driver braked, though he couldn't brake hard, not with that line of traffic behind him. But anyway, the bird got across the other side with about a millimetre to spare. When it skidded to a stop on the grass verge on the far side, you could see it get rocked sideways with the slipstream of the car passing. Then, once the first car had whooshed past it, the stupid fucker of a bird changed its mind and started running back across the road in the direction it had just come. The third or fourth car in the big line of traffic hit it full on, and the thing exploded in a cloud of feathers. Everybody just drove on, obviously, but I mean, how stupid can you get? Anyway, they breed 'em just to shoot 'em, which also seems a bit shit, though whether they do the same with the deer too, I don't know. Can't imagine the deer are as stupid as pheasants, though. I'd taken plenty of coke with me for the week, but I was actually trying to pull Barney off it. I was wanting to get well in with Mr. Noyce Sr., and being his boy's dealer maybe wasn't the best long-term position to be in. Barney wasn't a cunt, but he was a bit of a fuckwit, know what I mean? Sooner or later he'd have used my dealing him stuff against me, threatened to tell his dad on me, basically. I couldn't be having that. I had plans. Mr. Noyce was part of them. Barney wasn't. We drank well. I was letting Mr. N teach me about wine, and I did develop a taste for single malts, properly watered. So at least something good comes out of Scotland. We ate well, too. Not too much pheasant, thank God. The house was a sort of fake castle, a Victorian take on what they thought the Scots ought to have been building, with decent plumbing and no-nonsense central heating. I was definitely with the Victorians there. Once again, I hadn't brought Lisanne, the girlfriend, along. She'd have hated it. All that rain and no shops. Dulcimer, Barney's girl, hated it too, but I think she just wanted to keep close to Barney. At the time, I thought it was because he might be having second thoughts about her and his eyes had started roving again. But later, I decided she just liked the way he always had lots of drugs and never asked her to help pay for them. Dizzy Bint even tried it on with me once in the back of a Land Rover coming back from a shoot. Can you believe it? And on me tackle through me moleskin +4s or whatever they're called, and whispered, did I want her to come to my room that night after Barney had conked out, her wearing a pair of waders and nothing else. I mean, she's a gorgeous girl, and I'd certainly had thoughts about her, and my cock definitely liked the idea. This was towards the end of the week, and it was getting to know my palm like the back of my hand, know what I mean? But fuck me, really? Dangerous ground. Too dangerous. A complication I devoutly didn't need. I told her I thought she was the most humpable thing I'd seen all year, and if I wasn't such a good friend of Barney's... She took it pretty well, all told, Maybe just after a bit of reassurance that she was still lusciously fuckable. Some girls are like that. Long week, but worth it. We escaped eventually, back down the long road to civilization. I'd got on extremely well with Mr. N. I'd dropped a hint that I was looking to take on a proper job, something serious, like what Mr. N did. Nothing too obvious, but still a hint. Next time I saw Mr. and Mrs. Noyce, I took Lisanne. We went up to his family's place in Lincolnshire, on the coast near Alford. The place was called Dunstly, but they called it Dunstable, because it was right on the edge of the sea, standing at the end of a road on a sort of sandy cliff above a wave-washed beach. They were on their third garden fence because the other two had disappeared into the North Sea during storms, and the garden had shrunk by 2/3, nearly 90 feet according to Mr. Noyce in the last 40 years. This time, Barney and Dulcimer weren't there. Other things to do. So, it looked like I'd made it to friend, not just friend of son, en route to protégé with a bit of luck, excuse my French. Mr. N thought Lisanne was a laugh, which was a relief. I could see her weighing him up as soon as we arrived, and could almost spot the point at dinner on the first night when she looked from him to Mrs. N and realised that there was no opening there for her to exploit. That was a relief too. No play that a girl like her could have made for a guy like him could have lasted longer than a night, but she could have messed things up for me. Mrs. N exchanged a look with me over coffee that made me think she had pretty much the same feeling re Lisanne as I'd had. The house was young compared to Spetley Hall. Edwardian, built at the turn of the last century. Whitewashed brick and painted wood compared with mossy stone and polished panel. Great big salt-streaked draughty windows instead of tiny little leaded draughty windows. Very light by comparison, full of morning sunshine coming in from the sea and sparkling. It's all about confidence, Mr. N told me. We were standing in the garden after dinner, looking at the latest fence, while the waves breaking on the beach below glowed in the last of the evening light. Lisanne and Mrs. N were further down the garden. I could hear Lisanne shrieking with laughter at something Mrs. N had said. Mr. N was slurring his words just a little, and at first I thought he'd said conference, but actually it was confidence. What, like a trick? I asked. Edward laughed. Maybe. A little harsh, but maybe. Confidence is what keeps the whole show on the road. You need confidence. Faith, even, to keep putting one foot in front of the other. Arguably, if you just stopped, the whole edifice would collapse. He glanced at me. It's also about value. But there's the rub. What is value? Value is what people think it is. A thing is worth what somebody will pay for it, but then somebody pays what everybody thinks is an outrageous price for something, a price everybody knows is idiotic. And yet, if they can offload it for even more to somebody else, then it really was worth at least what they paid for it, wasn't it? The profit is the proof. Though, of course, if they get caught with it when it becomes horribly clear that it wasn't worth anything like what they paid, then they were wrong, and everybody who knew they were wrong gets proved right. He sipped his whiskey. The difficult thing is to spot reliably who's right and who's wrong, by buying in before a stock gets too expensive and get out before it becomes clear it's actually like somebody in a cartoon who's just walked over the edge of a cliff and only doesn't fall because they haven't realised yet. You know, like Tom and Jerry. I'd been thinking Roadrunner myself, but I knew what he meant. We both watched the waves for a moment. Is that the invisible hand holding him up, then? I asked. Mr. N laughed. The invisible hand? Well, that's just an article of faith. That's another myth. Like we're a 24-hour society. No, we're not. The markets aren't. They close at tea time every day in whatever city they're in. There's nothing between New York and Sydney, and they're shut the whole of the weekend. And holidays. Just as well, too, or I'd never get any time off. What do you think of the whiskey? I shook my head, frowned. I'm not sure. It's quite sweet and a bit peaty. I sort of want to say an Islay, but I don't think it is. Could be a Talisker that I haven't had before, but I'm still thinking about it. I shrugged and looked bashful. Leave it with me. Mr. N grinned and nodded, looking almost proud of me. This uncertainty was all bollocks, by the way. It was a Highland Park from the Orkney Islands. I knew, because even though Mr. N had poured it while I wasn't looking, I'd spotted the bottle on the sideboard with the dribbly bits running back down the inside when he'd handed it to me, so I knew. But I needed to go through the charade to make it look good, didn't I? It's a confidence trick, Edward said, staring out to sea again. All banks are technically insolvent, and all PLCs are one-way bets, or they bloody should be if you handle them right. If they work, you keep the profits, and if they don't, you close them down and the money they owe to other companies or other people is just left hanging. You don't go bankrupt, not if you've arranged things right. Shareholder, director, MD, that's what the limited bit of public limited company means, you see. Limited liability. Not the same as a partnership or being a name at Lloyd's. He waved his arm at the waves, spilling a little of the whiskey. There had been quite a few G&Ts and bottles of wine before the whiskies. Really? I said. I wasn't sure this sounded right. I guess I must have looked dubious.
Well, there you are, you see, Edward said. A civilian, a very naive person, might think that if a group of people got together, borrowed a lot of money to start a business, ordered lots of plant and equipment and raw materials without paying for them, and then made a complete mess of it and lost everything, they would somehow still owe all that money. But they don't. If what they started was a PLC, then the company becomes a sort of honorary person. Do you see? It owes the money, not them. If it goes under, then it goes into administration, and its assets are sold off, and if those don't cover what was owed, then that's too bad. As long as they stayed within the letter of the law throughout, you can't touch the directors or the shareholders. The money's just gone. Of course, if it's all a great success, then hurrah, all shall have prizes. See what I mean? One-way bet.
Jesus, Edward, you're starting to sound like a commie.
Right-wing Marxist, Adrian, Mr. Raine said briskly.
He nodded once, still staring out to sea.
As a matter of fact, I did flirt with socialism in my youth.
That when you were at university, was it?
He smiled. Yes, university. But then I saw how much more comfortable life could be as one of the exploiters rather than one of the exploited. Plus, I decided that if the proles were so stupid as to let themselves be exploited, who was I to stand in their way?
He smiled at me, his sparse, sandy hair ruffled by the wind.
So, I went over to the dark side. Cheers.
He drank. I laughed. That must make Barney Luke Skywalker. He shook his head.
I'm afraid I don't know Star Trek well enough to say who he'd be. Not Dr. Spock, that's for sure.
I almost didn't correct him. But it was such an obvious one, he might say it to somebody else who would, and then I'd look like I was being, obsequious or something. So I said, "You're getting your stars tangled," and explained.
Yes, well, he said airily, waving his glass again.
He turned to me.
And which side are you on, Adrian?
I'm on my own side, Mr. N. Always have been, always will be. He looked like he was studying me for a moment.
Best side to be on.
He nodded and drained his glass. Ensemble. It began with Dr. Siola's plight. The good doctor was asleep in the withdrawing room of his study in the Speditionary Faculty of the University of Practical Talents in Asperge when it happened. His favourite mistress, still lying on top of him on the chaise longue in a haze of post-coital torpor, jerked once, exactly as she might have had she too been in the act of falling asleep. She reached down, took him purposefully in her arms, and before he could properly wake, they were both gone. Mrs. Pum Jesusted here was hiking in the Himalayan hills when they came for her. A long, laggard world, this one, where the Indian subcontinent had barely begun its slow crash into Asia. Here, the highest point in the Himalayas was tree-covered and less than 1,300 metres above sea level. She was walking alone along a recently blazed trail beneath tall plane trees dripping from a recent shower, stepping from side to side of the track to avoid the stream of water that it carried, reflecting that if you made a path in an environment of high precipitation without also making ditches, then really you just made a stream bed. When she saw the girl sitting, hunched, hugging her knees, staring ahead, a short way up the path. She couldn't have been more than 13 or 14, one of the native tribal girls dressed conservatively ankle to neck in a black kaftan, her hair gathered in a net, fingers glittering with rings. The girl didn't look at the older woman as she approached. She just sat, staring straight ahead across the path. From a few metres away, Jesusdottir could see that the girl was shaking and had been crying. "Hello?" she said. The girl looked at her sniffing, but did not reply. Ms. Jesusdottir tried Hindic. The girl's expression changed. She rose, standing, unfolding herself, and smiled at the older woman, who only then felt the first pang of fear in her gut. "Oh, Jezus dotir, I have some bad news. Brashly Crike disappeared from his yacht while cruising in the eastern Middle-earthian off Chandax on the Isle of Girrit. Der Graf Hertzleut Beidekern heard somebody come into the opera box behind him. He assumed it was one of his sons returning. They had both left earlier to indulge their cigar habit in the corridor outside and to flirt with any young ladies they happened to encounter. Whoever it was, they slipped in while the coloratura soprano was just launching into a final and most heart-rending solo. But for that, he might have looked round. Commandant Odile Oblique, Peril of the Orient, as an admiring enemy had once described her, was dancing with her new lover, the admiral of her Ekranoplan assault squadron, in the moonlit ruins of New Quetzon, while a blindfolded orchestra did their best to outvoice the howler orangs that were ululating from the tumbled stones and twisted metal frames of the most recently destroyed buildings. Across the plaza, from which the wreckage had been cleared by chain gangs of defeated royalists, came a waiter carrying a tray with their champagne and cocaine. They stopped dancing, both smiling at the fat old eunuch waddling towards them with the tray.
"Commandante," he wheezed. "Admiral."
"Thank you," Oblique said. She picked the silver straw from the tray. At the ends of her long, ebony fingers, her nails were painted in swirling green camouflage as a joke. She handed the straw to the Admiral. "After you." "We shall never sleep," the Admiral sighed, bending slightly to the tray and the first 2 lines of powder glowing white in the moonlight. She handed the straw to the Commandante, who had taken the opportunity to sip some of the champagne. Then the Admiral's expression changed. She gripped Oblique's hand and said, "There's something wrong." Oblique stiffened, her hand dropping the silver straw and going to her holstered pistol. Her earpiece crackled.
"Commandante,"
her ADC radioed, his voice desperate. The eunuch waiter hissed, twisted his hand under the tray so that it began to fall, taking the champagne flutes and the rest of the cocaine with it, while the pistol revealed underneath pointed straight at the Commandante. Oblique had already started to drop, going limp in the Admiral's arms and falling as though in a faint. But it meant only that the chest shot the eunuch had aimed at her became a head shot. The Admiral stared on blankly as the first shot was followed by 2 more before the nearest guards finally woke up and started shooting. The assassination team sent after Mrs. Mulverhill could find no recent trace of her anywhere. The Transitionary. When I wake, I am in some pain and tied to a chair. Altogether, this is not a satisfactory turn of events. I underwent some training to cover such situations and know enough to wake slowly without, one would hope, giving any sign of having woken. This is the theory. In practice, I have never been convinced that this is really possible. If you're unconscious, you're unconscious, so by no means in full control of what your body is doing, and if you're unconscious, you're probably unconscious for a good reason, like some gorilla in a suit smacking you so hard in the face that your nose seems to be broken. You cannot breathe normally. You have bled copiously down your naked chest. 2 of your front teeth feel loose and the whole forward portion of your face feels swollen and suffused with bruised blood. I am hanging forward in the seat as far as my bonds will allow, my chin nearly on my chest, my gaze falling naturally on my own lap. I'm naked. My thighs are blood-stained, brightly lit. I become more fully aware, wallowing my way to consciousness like a nearly waterlogged lump of wood rising slowly to the surface of a cold and sluggish stream. I have taken the most immediate and rudimentary stock of the situation, and am just starting carefully, without giving any outward signs of movement, to flex the appropriate muscle groups to test precisely how tightly I am tied to the chair, when a male voice says, "Don't bother, Temujin. We can tell you're awake. And don't waste your time testing the wires in the chair either. You're not going anywhere. We know what you're doing because it was us who taught you to do it." I think briefly about this. My captors seem to know exactly how I am trained to react in such a situation, and they appear to be claiming that they are my own people, or at least that they helped to train me. The individual addressing me is probably not of first-rank education. I bring my head up, stare into the darkness between a pair of lights pointed at me from a couple of meters away, and say with all the fluency I can muster, "It was we who taught you to do it." I'm expecting a what or a huh? But he just pauses and then says, "Whatever. The point is, We'll know what you're trying to do at every stage. You'll save us both a lot of time and yourself some pain if you drop the tradecraft stuff. An ominous phrase. At every stage of what is the obvious question. I can see nothing beyond the lights. As well as the 2 to each side of straight ahead, there are 2 more I can see, one level with each shoulder. And from the shadows beneath my chair, I guess there are another 2 behind me. I am encircled with brightness. The voice talking to me is male, and I do not recognize it. It might be that of the wide-shouldered man who talked to me on the aircraft, but I don't know. His voice is coming from directly behind me, I think. Listening to it, I get the impression that I am in a large room. I don't seem to be able to smell anything except my own blood, a sharp, metallic scent. The fragre of the place, the information from that extra sense that people like myself have, indicates a world I have not visited before, and a place which feels confused somehow, full of clashing, competing historical and cultural sensations. I check my languages. English. Nothing else. That is unprecedented. I do not have even the language of my home or my base reality in the house in the trees on the ridge, looking out over the town with the casino, where my original self wanders round the place, dead-eyed and monosyllabic. Now I feel fear. At every stage of this interrogation, the man's voice says, as though in reply to my earlier thought. Interrogation, I repeat. Even to my own ears it sounds as though I have a heavy cold. I try to snort back some of the blood blocking my nose, but succeed only in producing a sensation akin to somebody having just struck a large metal spike in the centre of my face. Interrogation, the man confirms. To determine what you know or what you think you know. To discover who is controlling you or who you think is controlling you. To find out what it is you think you're doing. Or what I think I'm doing, I offer. Silence. I shrug. I was spotting the pattern, I tell him. Yes, he says, sounding tired. Be clever about it. Give cheek, be defiant, and even insult the intelligence of the interrogator, so that when you are put to the question your collapse will be all the more abject and your apparent degree of cooperation all the more complete. As I said, Temujin, we did train you, so we know how you'll respond. I let my head drop so that I am looking at my blood-stained thighs. Ah, the infinite cowardice of the torturer, I mutter. What? He says. I did mutter very quietly. I raise my head again. I try to sound tired and world-weary. How easy it is to be so confident and to sound so in charge when the person you're talking to is tied down, utterly helpless and at your mercy. Only that annoying freedom of action for the other party that might let a person fight back, or just leave, or speak as they want to speak rather than as they hope, in their desperation and terror, you want them to speak. Does all that make you feel good? Does it give you that sensation of power people always denied you in normal life so unfairly? Does it give you what you always missed when you were growing up? Did the other children bully you? Did your father abuse you? Overly strict potty training? Really, I'd love to know. What's your excuse? What aspect of your upbringing fucked you up to the point that doing this seemed like such a promising career? Do tell. I didn't really expect to get to the end of this speech. I thought he'd appear out of the shadows and start laying into me. That he's done no such thing may be a very good sign, or a very bad one. I have no idea. I've somewhat gone off-piste here. Oh, Temujin, you must have made that bit up yourself, he says, sounding amused. My heart sinks. Are you trying to get beaten to a pulp? He gives a snorting laugh. What in your past made you such a masochist? It may be time for a change of tack. I sigh, nod. I see your point. Serves me right for extemporizing. That's another thing we're going to be asking you about. Extemporizing? Yes. Aha. I have not been entirely open with you, I suppose. There should be a way out of this, a way that they don't know about, a way that this faceless, unseen interrogator doesn't know about. But I think it might have been taken from me. I've hardly dared to make sure until now, and it has not been as immediately obvious as it would have been had I not been punched so hard in the face. I put my head down again and moved my tongue around in my mouth, probing. There is a hole in my lower left jaw where a tooth has been removed. It feels gaping and very fresh. That would be my last hope of escaping with a single bound gone. Yes, the man says. I suppose he saw some movement about my mouth or jaw. We took that too. Thought we didn't know about it, didn't you? So, did you know about it? We might have, he says. Or maybe we just found it. It was a partially hollowed out tooth, the space within concealed beneath a tiny hinged ceramic crown. I kept one of my little transitioning pills in there, an emergency dose of Septus, in case I ever miscounted and ran out of them, or had the little Ormolu box stolen, or it failed to make a transition with me, or I found myself in a situation like this. Well, so much for that. I lift my head up. Okay, so what do you want to know? I had been here before, in a minor key. I hadn't been tied to the chair with wire, and the light hadn't been in my eyes, but there had been a chair and a man asking me questions. Something had certainly gone wrong, and there had been at least one death. Didn't you suspect? Suspect what? That she might be one of us? Yes. It crossed my mind. I thought, when did it cross your mind? When we were standing in front of a map of the world in the Doge's palace, she said something about it being just the one world and that being limiting. What did you think then? I thought she was one of the guests staying here, somebody from the concern I just hadn't happened to bump into. Late arrival, maybe. We were back in the Palazzo Carezia, the black and white palace overlooking the Grand Canal. You didn't think to ask her this outright? I could have been wrong. I might have misheard or misunderstood. Trying to discover whether she was aware or not by just asking her would have been an unnecessary risk, don't you think? You were not intrigued? I was very intrigued. Masked ball, mystery woman, the back alleys of Venice. I'm not sure how much more intriguing something can get. Why did you leave the ball with her? I laughed. Because I thought she might want to fuck me, of course. There is no need for coarse language, Mr. Cavan. I sat back and put my hand over my eyes. Oh, for fuck's sake, I breathed. I was talking to the man who had shot and killed my little pirate captain. He was called Ingres, and did not appear to have forgiven me for getting the better of him in the bar an hour or so earlier. He wore a neat bandage over his right wrist, where I'd punctured it with the pirate captain's sword. He was no longer in the workman's clothes. He'd changed into a black suit and grey polo neck. He certainly didn't carry himself like a workman now. He looked like somebody used to giving rather than taking orders. He also had to be something of a specialist transitioner, a real adept, if he was able to take something as substantial as a gun between worlds with him. Few of us could do that. I could, but it took a lot of effort. It was his effort, doing just that had been responsible for the hit of slew I'd experienced a second or two before he'd shot the girl. He had a broad, tanned, open-looking face with a lot of laughter lines that looked possessed, haunted by something much darker and without humour. After I'd withdrawn the sword from his wrist and helped him to his feet, there had barely been time for any explanations before two of Professore Losel's larger servants had burst through the door of the bar, their right hands rather ostentatiously inside their jackets. They had looked like they were spoiling for a fight and seemed disappointed that they had arrived too late, having instead to act as nurses to the two injured members of the team. Ingres got one of them to walk us to the canal a minute away, where the launch that had brought them sat idling, its engine loud in the narrow spaces between the darkened buildings. It sat, lightless, its driver wearing what looked like a pair of binoculars strapped to his head. It brought Ingres and me back to the Palazzo Carezia, then sped away again. It kept its light on while it was on the Grand Canal. I was asked to wait in a second-floor bedroom. There was a stout black grille over the window and the door was locked. No telephone, so that when I was escorted here to the Professore's study, I was still wearing my priestly fancy dress. Ingres cleared his throat. Were there any other points of which you thought she might be aware? He asked. Just before you arrived, I told him, when she said something about not travelling, about me being off duty. Any other points? No, I said. She mentioned the word emprise, said it means a dangerous undertaking. Does that mean anything to you? I know the word, Ingres admitted, after the tiniest of hesitations. What does it mean to you? I'd never heard it before. Now I'm not sure what it should mean. Is it important? I couldn't say. But she did not try to recruit you?
Into what? I asked, mystified.
She made you no offers? Not even the one I was hoping she might make, Mr. Ingres. I tried a regretful smile. I might have spared myself the effort. What offer would that have been?
I sighed. The one involving she and I having sex, I said quietly, as one might explain something obvious to an idiot. I paused. For fornication's sake? I added.
Ingres just sat looking blankly at me.
How did you know about all this? I asked him. Who was she? What was she doing? Why did she want to contact me in the first place? Why were you trying to stop her or catch her or what?
He looked at me for a while longer. I am unable to answer any of those questions at this moment in time, he told me. It didn't even sound like he was trying to keep the tone of satisfaction out of his voice.
Madame d'Ortolan and I walked amongst the tombs and tall cypresses, crowding the walled cemetery aisle of Saint Michel in the Venetian lagoon. The bright blue sky was strewn with ragged clouds, in the southwest already turning pale red in the late afternoon sunset.
Her name is Mrs. Malverhill, she told me.
I sensed her turning her head to look at me as she told me this. I kept my eyes on the path ahead, between the rows of marble tombs and dark metal grills. She was one of my tutors, I said. I tried to say it as matter-of-factly as I could. Inside, I was thinking, it was her. Something sang within me.
Indeed, Madame d'Ortolan said, pausing to pick a lily from a small vase attached to the wall of one of the tombs. She handed the flower to me. I was about to say something grateful, but she said, "Remove the stamina, would you?"
I looked at her, puzzled. She pointed into the heart of the flower.
"The stamens, those bits with the orange pollen. Would you pinch those out for me, please? I do it myself, but this body's fingers are so chubby."
Madame d'Ortolan was inhabiting the body of a middle-aged lady with bright auburn hair and a tall, powerful body. She wore a two-piece suit of pink with purple edging and a white silk blouse. Her fingers did look a little thick. I reached into the bell of the flower, trying to avoid the pollen-laden ends. Madame d'Ortolan leant in, watching this intently.
"Careful," she said,
almost whispering. I removed the stamens. 2 of my fingertips were turned orange by the operation. I presented her with the flower. She snipped the stem with 2 long fingernails and inserted the bloom into a buttonhole in her jacket.
"Mrs. Malverhill has been many things in the concern," she told me. "An unaware enabler, an arrangements officer, a theatre logistics supervisor, a transitionary, a lecturer, as you have pointed out, a transitioning theorist in the expeditionary faculty itself, and now suddenly a traitor."
No, I thought. She was always a traitor. "What is it you think we do, Temujin?" she asked me quietly, stroking my belly with one slow and gentle hand. "My God," I breathed, "is this a heavily disguised tutorial?" She pulled at one of the light brown hairs that grew in a fluted line beneath my belly button. I drew a breath in through my teeth, smacked at her hand. "Yes," she said, raising one dark eyebrow. "Do answer the question." "Okay, then," I said, and stroked the stroking hand. "We are fixers." I was talking very quietly. The room was bathed in shadows, lit only by the embers of a near-dead fire and a single candle still burning. The only sounds were our voices and the soft susurration of rain on a window slanted into the ceiling. "We fix what is broken," I said, trying to paraphrase, trying not to repeat what she had told me, told us, told all her students, or stop things about to break from breaking in the first place. "But why?" She tried to smooth down the hairs on my belly. "Why not?" "Yes, but why? Why do this?" She slicked her palm with saliva and attempted to make the hairs stay flat like that. "Because it's worth doing," I said. "Because we feel it's worth doing and we can act on that feeling." "But all else aside, why is it worth doing when we are only so many and there is an infinitude of worlds?" She rubbed my belly as though it was a puppy and then gently smacked it. "Because there might be an infinitude of people like us too, an infinite number of concerns. We just haven't met them yet. Though the further we expand without encountering anybody else like us, the less likely the chances of that being true become. Well, that's infinity for you. Good, she said dryly, and traced a circle round my belly button with one finger. Though you skipped a bit. Before that, you are supposed to say that it is still worth doing some good, rather than choosing to do none simply because it seems of so little significance. Futility is self-imposed. Ah, so you weren't asleep after all. She cupped my balls. Very gently, she began to knead them, working her hand round them in a soft, continuous curling motion. Mum, you always had my full attention. It had been an enjoyable, if strenuous few hours, here in her dacha. I'd thought we were finished for the evening, and I'd have guessed so did she, but maybe not. Under her hand's caress, I began to feel the first stirrings once again. There is a grain to the fabric of space-time, she said. A scale on which there is no further divisible smoothness, only individual, irreducible quanta where reality itself seethes with a continual effervescence of sub-microscopic creation and destruction. I believe there to be a similarly irreducible texture to morality, a scale beyond which it is senseless to proceed. Infinity goes in only one direction, outward into more inhabited worlds, more shared realities. In the other direction, on a reducing scale, once you reach the level of an individual consciousness, for all practical purposes a single human being, you can usefully reduce no further. It is at that level that significance lies. If you do something to benefit one person, that is an absolute gain, and its relative insignificance in the wider scheme is irrelevant. Benefit two people without concomitant harm to others, or a village, tribe, city, class, nation, society, or civilization, and the benefits are scalable, arithmetic. There is no excuse beyond fatalistic self-indulgence and sheer laziness for doing nothing. Absolutely. Let me do this. I reached over the golden scoop of her back and slid my hand down between her legs. She shifted, bringing herself a little closer so that I didn't have to stretch. She opened her legs a little, scissoring across the crumpled bedclothes. My thumb pressed lightly on the tiny, dry flower of her anus, while my fingers caressed her sex, already half lost in its moistness and heat. There you are, she said, sounding amused. I am experiencing some benefit already. She became quiet for a while, moving her backside rhythmically up and down a little and pressing back against my exploring hand. She brushed some hair from her face, shifted up the bed to kiss me, fully, luxuriantly, one hand behind my head, cupping, then settled back again, her head down, hair veiling her face as I worked my fingers further into her. Her other hand closed around my cock, thumb stroking its glands, side to side. The question, she said, a little breathless now, is who determines what is done and to whom, on whose behalf, and precisely why, to what end? Perhaps, I suggested, we are working up to some sort of climax, a consummation. Her body trembled in what might have been a silent laugh, or not. Perhaps we are, she said, then caught her breath. Yes, do keep doing that. That was my intention. Who benefits? She murmured. Perhaps more than one group does, I suggested. Perhaps those producing the benefit for those most in need also benefit. Why should it not be mutual? That is one view, she said. She brought the hand, not supporting her upper body, the one that had been stroking me, up to my mouth, half-cupped. Spit, she said, through her dark fringe of hair. I drew more saliva into my mouth, raised my head and let it dribble into her palm. She brought the hand carefully down to her own mouth and did the same, worked the fingers into the glistening fluid on her skin. Just seeing that made me harder still, when I'd have thought I couldn't be. Then she set her hand round my cock once more, gripping it more firmly, moving her hand more forcefully now.
I did the same, watching the sweet mounds of her buttocks shake as my fingers moved in and out of her. "There is another view?" I asked. "There might be," she said, each breath a gasp now. I was impressed that she could still concentrate on speaking at all. "With sufficient knowledge, if we were able to delve deeper into matters." "One should," I said, swallowing, "always explore as thoroughly as possible." I cleared my throat. "You taught me that." "I did," she agreed. Through her hanging fringe of hair, I could just make out that her eyes were tightly closed. "We do some good," she said, her voice raw now, her words clipped, bitten off. "But do we do as much as we might? Is not some of any good we do merely collateral benefit created as we follow, unwittingly at our level, perhaps quite deliberately by those in possession of more knowledge and power, some other and greater agenda?" "Such as?" "Who knows?" she said. "The point is that by now we might be blind to such subterfuge. We trust our own forecasting techniques so fully that those in the field charged with doing the dirty work blindly obey orders without a second thought, even though there is no obvious immediate or even medium-term benefit to be observed, because they have come to trust that genuine good will always accrue in the fullness of time. That's what's always happened, and that's what they've been taught to expect. So it's what they accept and what they believe. Thus they do less than they think, but more than they know. It is, if I am right, an astonishing trick to conjure the symptoms of zealotry from those who believe they are being merely pragmatic, even utilitarian." When I first saw her, she was half sitting on a stone parapet, one slim trousered leg extended in front of her, the other drawn up beneath her rear. Her face and body turned to one side as she talked to one of a group of men all but surrounding her. She held a glass in one hand, and was in the act of laughing as she raised her other palm towards the chest of the tall man standing, also laughing by her side. She was slim, compact, and still seemed, even sitting, seemingly cornered, her back to the drop beyond the terrace edge, to dominate the company with a confident ease. This was on a wide balcony of the Speditionary Faculty main building on the outskirts of central Asferge. The view led the gaze out across the exquisitely terraced valley beneath to the forested undulations of the great park on the far side, and then over the encircling outer reaches of the city, hazily indistinct in the low evening rays, to the misty foothills guarding the still snow-bright peaks of the far massif. It turned out that from her dacha in the hills you could see the university's dome of the mists on a clear day, though you had to stand on the cabin's roof to see over the trees. I didn't know that on the evening we first met, of course. Then it was close to sunset, the gold-leafed dome shining like a second setting sun, and the blonde stones of the building and the multifarious skin tones of the faculty members, senior students and undergraduates, all appearing rouged with that silky light. She wore a long jacket and a high-cut top, ruched but tight across her breasts. "Like an infinite set of electron shells," she was saying to one of the surrounding academics as I approached. "The set is still infinite, but there are measurable, imaginable, and innumerable spaces in between that can't be occupied." She grasped my hand when we were introduced. "Mr. Oh?" she said, one eyebrow flexing. She wore a small white pillbox hat with an attached veil, which seemed an absurd affectation, though the material was white, light as gauze, and showed her face within. It was a face of some beauty, broadly triangular, with large, hooded eyes, a proud nose, dramatically flared nostrils, and a small, full mouth. The expression was harder to read. You could have believed it was one of charmingly casual cruelty, or just a sort of amused indifference. She was maybe half as old again as me. "Yes," I said. "Temujin O." I could feel myself colouring. I'd long got used to the fact that my Mongolian extraction surname could cause some amusement amongst English speakers determined to extract a toll of discomfiture from anybody whose name was not as banal or as ugly as theirs. However, there was something about the way she pronounced it that immediately brought a blush to my cheeks. Perhaps the sunset would cover my embarrassment. I was no innocent, had known many women despite my relative lack of years, and felt perfectly comfortable in the presence of my supposed superiors, But none of this appeared to matter. It was frustrating to feel reduced again, and so easily, to such callousness. The handshake was brief and firm, almost more of a squeeze. "You must make many a partner jealous," she told me. Yes, I said, not entirely sure what she was talking about. I wanted her immediately. Of course I did. I fantasized about her outrageously over the next year, and I'm sure I did significantly worse in my finals because I spent so many lectures distracting myself imagining all the things I wanted to do to her. There, draped over that lectern, against that blackboard, across that desk, when I should have been listening to what she was telling us. On the other hand, I tried especially hard to impress her in tutorials with immaculately researched and devastatingly well-argued papers. So, maybe it balanced out. "Been thinking about this?" I asked her. Her hand, sliding up and down my cock, was just starting to be less than perfectly blissful, becoming too hot and dry. "Reached any conclusion?" She let go, raised her head, blew hair from her face and said, breathing hard, "Yes, I think you should fuck me. Now." Later, we sat at the table, she in a sheet, me in my shirt, sharing some food, drinking water and wine. "I've never asked, is there a Mr. Mulverhill?" She shrugged. "I'm sure there is somewhere," she said, tearing bread from the loaf. "Let me rephrase that. Are you married?" "No." She glanced up. "You?" "No." "So, you were married?" "No," she said, smiling and sitting luxuriously back, stretching. "I just like the sound of the name." I poured her more wine. She ran her hand, fingers spread, across the candle flame. Madame d'Ortolan adjusted her cropped lily blossom until it lay just so on her pink-jacketed breast. We paced the uneven flagstones between the gracefully looming tombs and wanly shining mausolea. The parched, faded flowers, left lovingly to adorn vases in front of some of the sepulchres, contrasted with the motley green scrub of vigorously healthy weeds pushing up between the stones. "Mrs. Mulverhill has gone renegade," Madame d'Ortolan told me. "She has lost her wits and found a cause, which appears to be attempting to frustrate us. She has used that famously imaginative mind of hers to concoct a lunatic theory so deranged that we cannot even grasp exactly what it is. But, at any rate, she thinks we take a wrong course, or some such idiocy, and opposes us. It is irritating, and ties up resources we could employ to more actively beneficial effect elsewhere. But so far she has done little real damage." She glanced at me. "That might change, obviously, should she grow more aggressive through frustration, or recruit any others to her cause." "Do you think that's what she was trying to do with me?" "Probably." Madame d'Ortolan stopped, and we faced each other. "Why do you think she would approach you, particularly?" She smiled, not entirely unconvincingly. "Why? Has she singled me out?" I asked. She just looked at me and raised her eyebrows. "Has she approached other people?" I asked her. "If she has, were they all transitioners?" Madame d'Ortolan looked up at the sky, hands behind her back. I imagined the chubby fingers clasped awkwardly, tight. "It may not be in your best interest to know the answer to those questions," she said smoothly. "We would simply like to know if there is any special reason she may have had to choose to approach you." "Perhaps she finds me attractive," I suggested, smiling. It was, if nothing else, a more sincere smile than Madame d'Ortolan's. She leaned closer. A swirl of breeze brought a hint of her perfume to my nose. Something flowery but cloying. "Do you mean," she said, "sexually?" "Or just attracted to my sunny character in general." "Or attractive in the sense that she thought you one of those more likely to go over to her cause?" Madame d'Ortolan suggested, smile gone now, head tipped to one side, evaluating. Her expression was not unkind, but it was intent. "I can't imagine why she would have thought that," I said, drawing myself up. In her heels, Madame d'Or was as tall as me. I would not expect or appreciate to be under any sort of suspicion just because that lady chose to approach me. You can't think why she did? No. For all I know, she's working her way through whatever group she's chosen alphabetically. Madame d'Ortolan looked to be about to say something, then didn't. She snorted and turned. We resumed walking. For a while nothing was said. A jet stroked a double strand of white across the sky, ploughing heaven. You are one of the first, she told me, as we approached the landing stage where the Palazzo Carezia's launch waited. We think she is targeting transitioners alone. We have people and techniques able to predict her movements, and we have, we believe, been able to prevent her doing any real mischief so far. We shall need the full cooperation of all concerned to propagate that fortunate trend onwards into the future, as I'm sure you are entirely able to appreciate. Of course, I said. I left a pause, then said, If the lady's cause is so arcane and her threat so trifling, why is it necessary to oppose her with such force? She stopped suddenly, and we turned, facing each other. Our eyes never truly flash, of course. We are not the luminously grotesque inhabitants of the deep sea. Well, I certainly wasn't. I wouldn't vouch for Madame d'Ortolan. However, evolution has left us primed to notice when somebody's eyes widen suddenly, showing more white due to surprise, fear, or anger. Madame d'Ortolan's eyes flashed. Mr. O, she said, she opposes us. Therefore, she must be opposed in return. We cannot let such dissent go unchallenged. It would look weak. You could try ignoring her, I suggested. That might look more confident, stronger even. An expression crossed her face that might have been exasperation. Then she smiled briefly and patted my arm as we resumed walking. I dare say I could tell you more of the lady's corrupting theories, and you would be both more horrified at her and more understanding of our position, she told me, with what sounded like forced amusement. Her accusations are more alarming and damaging than it is necessary to reveal, but centre, as far as we can gather, on the whole course and purpose of the concern's activities. She fantasizes some vast ulterior motive in all we do, and so takes issue with us existentially. Such madness absolutely requires treatment. We cannot let it pass. Her charges against us must be defended, her argument broken. She flashed, this time, a smile. You must trust us as your superiors, those with a broader, more knowledgeable and encompassing view, to do the right thing in this. She was watching me as we walked. I smiled at her. Where would we be, I asked, if we did not trust our superiors? Her eyes might have narrowed a tiny fraction. Then she smiled in return and looked away. Very well, she said, sounding like somebody who had just made her mind up about something. There may be another debriefing. There was not. You may be under moderately enhanced surveillance for a short time. It was occasionally highly intrusive enhanced surveillance, and it lasted a long time, a couple of years at least. Your career, which we are happy to note, has already met with some success, precocious success in the eyes of some of my more conservative colleagues, though I hope we may dismiss their opinions, is still at its beginning. I hope, and would expect, that this incident has not harmed it in any way. It would be such a tragedy if it did. It was harmed. I harmed it. Still, I became the best and most used of my peers. We reached the jetty, coming out of the shadow of the island's encircling walls. Madame d'Ortolan accepted the hand of the boatman as he helped her into the launch. We sat down in the open rear well of the launch. We hope that our trust in you is both well-founded and reciprocated, she said, smiling. Entirely, ma'am, I said. This was a lie. As the boat gunned away from the Isle of the Dead, Madame d'Ortolan detached the flower from her lapel. They say these things are unlucky outside of a cemetery, she said, and let the gilded blossom fall into the restless waters of the lagoon. Chapter 7. Patient 8262. We change things for the better, we would hope, obviously. What would be the point of trying to change things for the worse? We do what we can. We do all that we can. We do our very, very best. I cannot see how anyone could disagree, and yet still we encounter disagreement. People take issue with us. Our views and prescriptions are not accepted as being definitive and correct and desirable by certain people. This has to be regarded as their right, and yet it does seem also to be their conceit, perhaps even their indulgence. I suppose we have to take these things and these people and their views into account. We are not, however, obliged to indulge them. We work to make the many worlds better. There, that's the official line. The saying goes that Asferge would be a great city even without the University of Practical Talents, but then so would the UPT without Asferge. To me, coming from the background I came from, it looked like a crunched, piled-together collection of several dozen cathedrals, all domes, spires, elongated windows and flying buttresses, with the great central dome, extravagantly clothed in gold leaf so that even in dull weather it seemed to shine like something not entirely of that or any other world, plonked on the rough summit of the whole chaotic frozen storm of brick, stone, concrete and clad steel, like a gloriously irrelevant but sublimely triumphant afterthought. There, we learned our trade. First, though, we had to learn ourselves, discover where the motherlode of our talent truly lay. The Transitionary Office had developed its techniques for detecting likely candidates for training at the UPT over many centuries, and one of the talents that it found most useful was that of rapidly and reliably identifying those with any sort of talent that might prove of subsequent use to itself. So spotters, as they were generally called, travelled amongst the many worlds, looking for those who might be recruited to the cause. A few could take themselves there, and the vast majority could not. The most widespread talent, or at least the one that it was easiest to find, was the ability to transition, that is, to shift oneself, preferably with a high degree of willed accuracy, between the many worlds. It was unheard of to find somebody already doing this. Only the signs of a potential future proficiency were obvious to somebody attuned to such indicators, not naturally occurring instances of the applied talent itself. As far as we knew, that came only once the subject had been trained generally in the techniques of transitioning and instructed specifically in the use of the drug Septus. Beyond that extraordinary but, in a sense, basic skill, the most useful additional talent was that of being able to take somebody else with you when transitioning. A tandemizer could do that. This meant that the ability to flit became separated from any other talent that it might have been deemed would be useful on the target world. Rumour had it that the ability to take another with oneself between realities had been discovered fortuitously, if not perhaps entirely accidentally, when a certain transitioning adept had willed the standard transitioning process while in the act of coition with their lover. Adept and lover both discovered themselves in the bodies of another sexually joined couple on another world entirely. This was a shock, obviously, but allegedly not so great a one as to prevent the couple from being able to return successfully to their home world or complete the act they had been engaged in. Nor was this pioneering transitionary shy about exploring the possibility that they alone had caused the event, rather than it being a function of the specific combination of qualities embodied by that specific first couple. Further gossip insists that it was some time before our adventurous virtuoso informed the Transitionary Office of this innovation, the individual concerned claiming that they wanted to ensure this novel ability was not the result of some freak one-off stroke of luck. They had carried out further research and established that the ability was controllable and the process both repeatable and, probably, transmissible, a teachable skill rather than a unique and freakish abnormality. Allegedly, that same adept discovered how to bring an act of sexual congress to a fully successful conclusion in one world and then transition to another world to experience the whole thing again, in some versions with or without their partner in the first world. Most strands of these rumours hold it that it was Madame d'Ortolan who discovered this ability, and that she did so some 200 years ago, thereafter using the influence and power that the discovery of this innovation provided her with, both to fulfil her ambition of being elevated to the Central Council of the Transitionary Office, and to gain the particular privilege the Central Council granted its most distinguished and illustrious members. that of being allowed to skip back a generation or two every now and again when one's original or presently occupied frame grew old, so that, re-emplaced in a succession of younger bodies, one might never grow truly old or, save by violent chance, die. It is said that for those perverse souls for whom the prospect of travelling throughout an infinitude of worlds is somehow not incentive enough to undergo the training that the transitionary office requires, the rather more base promise of serial sexual transitioning makes all the difference, even if the practice is both frowned on and made difficult by the office's tightly controlled monopoly of septus. Equally, for those for whom power stretching across unnumbered realities is not enough, effective immortality helps provide an extra spur to aspire to a place on the Central Council. Subsequent research has revealed that for most people capable of the technique, it is not necessary to penetrate or be penetrated. A tight hug over as much of the body as possible, with a minimal amount of skin-to-skin contact, preferably about the head or neck, is all that's required. A few blessed individuals need only encircle or nearly encircle both wrists, or just one, and an even tinier number need only hold the other person's hand. Foreseers are those who can see into the future. They're usually only for a brief moment, as they transit from one world to another, and hazily. It is a highly limited skill, the least well understood of those we know about, and the least reliable and consistent of those of interest to us. But it is the most highly prized, nevertheless, for its rarity apart from anything else. Trackers may or may not be a specialized form of foreseer. The foreseers claim this, the trackers deny it. Trackers are those who are able to follow individuals, or, more unusually, specific events or trends between the worlds. They are spies, essentially, a semi-secret police force that the transitionary office uses to keep its transitionaries under some sort of control. That the trackers' services are required to the degree that they undeniably are is due to a quality of character shared by most transitionaries. The people who turn out to be capable of flitting amongst the many worlds are almost without exception selfish, self-centered individuals and individualists. People who think rather highly of themselves and exhibit, or at least possess, a degree of scorn for their fellow humans. People who think that the rules and limitations that apply to everybody else don't or shouldn't apply to them. They are people who already feel that they live in a different world to everybody else. In other words, as a specialist from the UPT's Applied Psychology Department expressed it to me once, such individuals are some lopsided distance along the selfless, selfish spectrum and clustered close to the latter, hard solipsism end. Clearly, if left to their own devices, such rampant egoists might misuse their skills and abilities to pursue their own agendas of self-glorification and self-aggrandizement. Such individuals need to be controlled, and to be controlled, they need to be watched, and that is what trackers do. They spy on and help to police the transitioners. Trackers and transitionaries are, as a result, kept as far apart from each other as possible, to prevent them concocting their own little conspiracies or drawing up plans of benefit to them, but not to l'expérience and its aims. As a result, the general demeanour of the transitionary office, the University of Practical Talents, the Speditionary Faculty and the concern itself, their own collective frigre, if you like, is one of some watchfulness, a degree of suspicion and outright paranoia, both unfounded and entirely justified. An entire department, the Department of Shared Ideals, exists to attempt to ameliorate this unfortunate and, if only at a low level, debilitating effect, and investigate further how it might be both treated and prevented. The department's success, however, might be fairly, if sadly judged by the fact that the overwhelming preponderance of those it ventures to assist in the course of its duties are absolutely convinced that it is itself simply another part of the whole rigidly prescriptive controlling apparatus whose baleful influence it is supposedly there to mitigate. There is a smattering of other categories of skills, all of them essentially negative in their effects. Blockers, who by their presence, usually they have to be touching, can prevent a transitioner from flitting. Exercisers, who can cast a transitioner out of their target mind. Inhibitors, who can frustrate the abilities of the trackers. Envisionaries, who can see, albeit indistinctly, into other realities without going there, and randomizers, whose skills are almost too wayward to categorize fully, but who can, often adversely, influence the abilities of other adepts around them. Randomizers are severely restricted in what they are allowed to do, where they are allowed to go, and who they are permitted to meet. Rumours exist to the effect that some of them are imprisoned for life, or even disposed of. Transitioners, tandemizers, trackers, foreseers, blockers, exorcisers and the rest are in effect the frontline troops of L'Expédience. It does have proper troops too, the Speditionary Guard, rarely mobilised, and never, in the 1,000-year history of the concern, yet used, thank fate. They are outnumbered 10 or more to 1 by the backup grades of support staff, who provide all the logistical and intelligence services they need, and who plan, oversee, record, and analyse their activities. Bureaucrats, basically, and as loved for their activities as bureaucrats everywhere. These days, L'Expédience also has its own transitioneering research facilities. Controversially, as far as the UPT is concerned, its expeditionary faculty believing that it ought to hold a monopoly regarding such matters. The Central Council has made noises about the wasteful duplication of effort involved, but seems unwilling to act to resolve the issue, either because it believes the competition might be fruitful, plausible if unprovable, the redundancy a safety feature, safeguarding against what has never been made clear, or because it was Madame d'Ortolan's idea in the first place, and it provides her and the Central Council with the ability to pursue avenues of transitioneering research as they see fit, without having to appeal to, and wait on the approval of, the notoriously staid and conservative professors and other members of the Research Council Senate of the Speditionary Faculty itself. Adrian. Cabish. Adrian Cabish, I told her. I grinned. Call me AC. Why? Are you cool? I was impressed. Usually, I have to make the AC air conditioning thing clear myself. This was a clever one. Course I am, doll. Course you are, she agreed, looking like she wasn't sure she agreed, but still smiling. She was tall and blonde, though her face had a hint of Asian about it that made the tall blonde part look odd, and meant it was hard to be sure how old she was. I'd have said about my own age, but wouldn't have wanted to swear to it. She wore a black suit and a pink blouse and carried herself like somebody was even more of a stunner than she actually was. Know what I mean? Confidence. I've always liked that. So, you're Connie Sequarin. Connie Sequarin. Pleased to meet you. Sequorin sounded like sequoia, which is those big trees in California, and she was tall. Or there was that CS gas they use in Northern Ireland, but I thought better of saying anything. Clever ones need careful handling, and usually it's better to say nothing and stay silent and mysterious than try to make jokes that probably won't impress them. Probably heard it all before anyway. Good to meet you, Connie. Ed, Mr. Noyce said you wanted a word. Did he? She looked a bit surprised. She glanced over to him. We were at the housewarming party for Ed's new gaff, a loft conversion in Limehouse with views upriver. He'd sold a house on the coast in Lincolnshire after another bit of garden fell into the sea. Still got a tidy price from some Arab he vaguely knew who never even bothered to go and see it. Some sort of investment or tax dodge or whatever. The loft was tidy. All tall ceilings, white walls and black beams and timber walls on the outside like a yacht's deck, with stanchions and cables around the balconies. Small fortune territory. The area was still getting gentrified, but you could still smell the smart money moving in. This would have been mid-90s now, I suppose. I was working in Ed's brokerage firm, which was a private company these days rather than a partnership. This made sound business sense according to the lawyers. The boy, Barney, had been living on a farm in Wales for the last year with some hippies or something, but had recently turned up in Goa and was running a bar that his dad had helped him buy. Bit of a disappointment, really. But at least he'd tamed the coke habit, seemingly. I was almost clean myself, just took the occasional toot on special occasions and had stopped dealing entirely. Healthier. I'd clocked that the real currency involved in making money out of money is knowledge. Info. The more people you knew involved in a business, and the more you knew of what they knew, the better informed you were and the better the judgments you could make about when to buy and when to sell. That was all there was to it, really. Though, that's a bit like saying all there is to maths is numbers. Still enough complications involved to be going on with, thanks. Mr. Noyce speaks very highly of you, Connie told me. Something about the way she said this made you think that she wasn't my age at all, but a lot older. Confusing. Does he? That's nice. I moved round her a bit as though making room for somebody passing nearby, but really getting her to turn more fully into the light. No, she really did look quite young. What do you do yourself, Connie? I'm a recruitment consultant. I laughed. You're a headhunter. I glanced over at Ed. If you like. She looked over at Mr. N too. Oh, I'm not trying to entice you away from Mr. Noyce's firm. You're not, I said. That's a pity, isn't it? It is, she asked. You're not happy there? She had an accent that was hard to pin down. Maybe Middle European, but spent some time in the States. Perfectly happy, Connie, though Mr. N and me think the same way. I glanced over at him again. He knows if I got much better off somebody else, I'll be a fool not to take it. I looked back at her. I did that glance thing where you sort of flick your gaze over a woman, certainly as far as their tits, if not their waist. Too quick to really take in anything you haven't already seen through peripheral vision, but enough to let them know you're, well, what's the best way of putting it, alive to their charms, shall we say, without actually ogling them like a classless wanker, know what I mean? No, I just mean we could all do with a bit of enticement now and again, don't you think, Connie? I should explain that Lisanne was history by now. The balmy scouse bin had stormed out once too often, and I'd changed the locks on her. She was back in Liverpool running a tanning salon. I was playing the field, as they say, which meant I was seeing a few girls at a time on my terms. Plenty of sex, no commitments. Fucking holy grail, isn't it? She smiled. Well then, maybe I can entice you to meet a client of mine? She handed me a card. What's it in connection with? They would have to explain that themselves. She glanced at her watch. I have to go. She reached out and touched my arm. It was good to meet you, Adrian. Call me. And off she fucked. I asked Mr. N. Some people that I know, Adrian, he told me. He was standing under a really bright light, his white sand hair shining like a halo. They've been helpful to me in the past. I'm on a consultancy for them. I hold myself ready to help them if and when they need it. They rarely do, apart from some very trivial matters. Frankly, so far I've been able to hand everything over to my secretary to deal with. He smiled. I frowned. What sort of people, Ed? People it's very useful and lucrative to know, Adrian, he said patiently. They Italian? I asked. Or American? Or Italian-American? I was already thinking mafia or CIA or something. He laughed lightly. Oh, I don't think so. Do you know so? I know they've been very helpful and generous, and have asked for next to nothing in return. I'm quite certain they're not criminals or a threat to the state or anything. Have they asked you to talk to them? After call Connie? Well, perhaps you should. There was a minor fuss at the door. Ed glanced over. Ah, the minister, fresh off Channel 4 News. Excuse me, Adrian. He went over to greet him. I think I was supposed to think about it, but I called her Moby right then. Hello? Connie? Adrian. We were just talking. Of course. All right. I'll see your client. When's good? Well, possibly this Saturday, if that's good for you. Yeah, all right. There was a slight hesitation. You have the whole day free. Could do. But I need it. Pretty much, yes, and your passport. I thought about this. I had a date on Saturday night with a girl who owned a lingerie shop in deepest Chelsea. A proper Sloane. And a lingerie shop, I mean, fuck. I watched Mr. N glad-handing the Minister for Transport. Yeah, why not? I said. OK. Let me call you back. Which was how I found myself at a cold, rainy Retford Airport in Essex 2 days later on the Saturday morning, and then in a proper executive jet heading out across the Channel, pointing due east as far as I could tell. Connie had met me at the airport, dressed the same apart from a purple blouse, but she wasn't saying where we were heading. She had a bundle of newspapers with her and seemed determined to read them all, even the foreign language ones, and didn't want to talk. After I stopped checking out the luxury fittings, I started to get bored, so I had to read too. I dozed off. I only woke when we touched down, the plane slowing along a bumpy runway with a lot of weeds at the edges. Flat country with lots of bare trees which looked like they were ready for winter a bit early. I checked my watch. 4 hours in the air. Where the fuck were we? The place looked deserted. There was a passenger terminal in the distance, but it looked run down and abandoned. Concrete all stained. A couple of big dark hangars even further away, streaked with rust. The air here was a bit less chilly than in Essex and smelled of grass or trees or something. No customs or other officials about, just a big military-looking tanker truck, which started refuelling the plane immediately, and a long black saloon. Both the vehicles looked Eastern European to me, and the two guys dealing with the fuelling sounded Russian or something. Not that I got much of a chance to listen to them, as we were shown straight into the limo and it tore off across the runway and out through a half-collapsed boundary fence in a cloud of dust. So, where are we, Connie? You have to guess, she told me, not looking up from the newspaper she'd brought from the plane. I'll give in. Where the hell are we? I put just a little edge into my voice. Set your watch forward 2 hours, she told me. Seriously? I said. Seriously, she said, nodding at my wrist. 2 hours. I gave her a look, but she wasn't paying attention. I left my watch alone. I checked my mobile. No reception. Not even emergency numbers. Fucking marvellous. There was a partition between us and the driver. He looked old, worn-looking uniform, open shirt, no cap. Connie lifted up what looked like one of those very early mobile phones with a separate handset and looked at a dial on its top surface. Then she put it back on the floor of the limo and went back to the newspaper. We sped down this weedy highway. No other traffic at all. There was what looked like a big town or a small city off to one side. We turned towards it, hurtling along a 4-lane road, still with no other traffic. The buildings looked pale, blocky, very 50s or 60s and all the same. I caught a glimpse of what might have been a helicopter low over the horizon. It was a bit stuffy in the car. There was a big chrome rocker switch by the window that looked like it might lower the glass. I tried pressing it. Didn't work. Don't bother, Connie said. She clicked another switch on her side and spoke to the driver via a grill I thought was for ventilation. Again, sounded like Russian. The driver's voice crackled back at her, and I could see him gesticulating as he looked at us in his rearview mirror. The car wove from side to side a bit as he did this, which would have been even more alarming than it was if there'd been anything else on the road. Connie shrugged. The air conditioning is not working, she told me, went back to her paper. The filters are okay. Window on your side work? No, she said, not looking up from her paper. I bent forward, studying the sunroof. I wouldn't bother, she said. I looked out at the deserted city whistling past. Long, tall lines of identical apartment blocks, all abandoned. Connie, where are we? She looked over the paper at me. She said nothing. Is this fucking Chernobyl? I asked her. Pripyat, she said, and started reading again. I reached over and pushed the front of her paper down. She glared at my hand, holding the newspaper. What? Pripyat, she said. She nodded. The city near Chernobyl. What the fuck are you doing bringing me here? I actually felt quite angry. No wonder we couldn't open the windows to all that dusty air. The big mobile phone it would be a Geiger counter, I guessed. It's where my client would like to see you. Why? They have their reasons, I'm sure, she said smoothly. Is it one of these fucking oligarchs or something? Connie appeared to think about this. No, she said. We came up to a big shed of a building that looked like it had been a supermarket once. A wide metal door rolled part way up, and the car drove straight in. We got out inside this brightly lit loading area that held a couple of other cars and a small military-looking truck with big wheels and lots of ground clearance. The air was cool. A couple of very large, bald guys in shiny suits greeted us with nods and walked up some steps through a couple of those transparent plastic curtain doorways. Between the two plastic curtains, there was a bit with a big circular grating in the ceiling and another in the floor. A blast of air was roaring out of the overhead grating and down into the one beneath our feet. Then we went down a hushed, wood-panelled, soft-carpeted corridor to a door which opened with a suck-in noise. There was a very big, plush office inside, all bright lights and potted plants and desks and comfy leather sofas. One old wall was a giant photo of a tropical beach with palm trees, shining sand and blue sky and ocean. A very pretty, round-faced girl with a bit too much makeup smiled from behind a desk with a couple of computer monitors and said something in Russian or whatever. Connie fired something back, and we sat down on two of the plush leather couches, facing each other across a glass table covered in the sort of magazines you only seem to see in posh hotel rooms. Before I had time to get bored, there was a buzzing noise from the receptionist's desk. She said something to Connie, who nodded at the wall of beach photo. There was a door in it that had been concealed until now. It was opening all by itself. "Mrs. Mulvihill will see you now," she told me. Ensemble. A man bursts into a book-lined room. On a chaise longue, there's an old man lying underneath a younger woman. They both look groggy and confused, kneeling on the chaise. The man who has just burst in hesitates because the old man looks like the person he is supposed to kill, but he seems vacant, like a husk or something, and when the old guy's gaze meets his, the man who has just broken into his private study and caught him mostly naked in flagrante with his mistress, the old fellow doesn't seem outraged, ashamed, or embarrassed. He just stares up, blinking at the younger man, and looks confused. The young woman straddling the older man is staring, fascinated but unconcerned, at the gun he is holding. The younger man remembers what he is supposed to be doing and shoots them both in the head twice. They found the woman sitting against a tree just off the hill path. She was humming and making little chains of flowers. 3 of them held her, while the 4th garroted her. She offered no resistance, and they knew something was wrong. There followed some debate regarding how much they ought to tell the people who had hired them. The body washed up on the beach near Chandax was patently still smiling, despite having been nibbled by various aquatic fauna. A small crowd was gathering on the morning cool sand. A man standing at the back looked at the expression on the body and frowned. He'd known it had been too easy, on the yacht the night before. He thought about lying to his superiors. The woman who'd sunk a razor chisel between 2 of the Graf's vertebrae conscientiously reported that her target had stopped humming along with the aria a moment or 2 before she'd struck, though she was adamant that she'd been so silent and so mindful as she'd entered the box of giveaway drafts, not to mention careful of where her shadow might fall and her reflections might lie, that he could not possibly have realized she was there. It was agreed that the Admiral had been staring ahead rather blankly in the instant before she was shot, despite the fact her lover had just been cruelly cut down in front of her. Under pressure, the team agreed that perhaps the Admiral had been transitioned just before her death. Under further pressure, they agreed to consider the possibility that so had the Commandante. The assassination teams still could find no trace of Mrs. Mulvihill. The Transitionary. I set some chips down on a green square, changed my mind and pushed them over to blue. I sat back as the last few gamblers placed their own bets and the croupier looked expectantly and patiently around. He announced, "No more bets," and spun the wheel. It whirled, glittering, forever if banally like a Ferris wheel from a fun fair. Through its whirring gilt spokes, I saw the woman approaching the table. The ball inside the wheel clacked and rattled around the vertical spinning cage of spokes, battering off the blurred edges like a fly trapped in the bottle. The woman, girl, moved with an easy, swinging step, almost like a dance. She was very tall and slim, dressed in flowing grey, and wore a small hat with an attached grey veil. I thought of Mrs. Mulvihill immediately, though the woman was too tall and seemed to move differently. Not that that meant anything at all, of course. Veils were just about still common enough at the time for her not to look out of place wearing one, though she still attracted some looks. It was spring here, in the southern hemisphere of Calbafrak. Perhaps 5 years had passed since that night in Venice when my little pirate captain had tried to talk to me and had died for it. I had been asked, perhaps twice a year at first, later once a year or so, by my concerned superiors, if any other attempt had been made to recruit me to whatever paranoid cause Mrs. Mulvihill espoused. I had been able to answer honestly that no, neither she nor anybody else had tried to do so. I had by now become a trusted agent of the concern, spending a slim majority of my time in other worlds doing whatever was asked of me. It was mostly the very banal stuff, the delivering of objects, the couriering of people, not that I was especially good at that, the pointed conversations, the leaving of pamphlets or computer files, the tiny, usually mundane interventions made in 100 different lives. I had since made only one other intervention as dramatically salvationary as the one with the young doctor in the street when the building fell down. I was sent to one of the topmost floors of a tall building in a Manhattan to buttonhole a young man who was about to step into a lift. He was a physicist, and the world was a fairly lagged reality, so engaging him in a conversation featuring an idea or two that he, and anybody else there for that matter, had never heard of was not difficult. This stopped him from entering the lift, which promptly plunged 20 stories and killed everyone aboard. There were 2 other occasions when I was asked to take rather more violent action. Once in a sword fight in a sort of unevenly early Victorian Greater Indonesian reality, leaping in to defend a great poet and hack off the limbs of a couple of his attackers. And once, when I transitioned straight into the mind of a very brilliant, very handsome, but very headstrong young chemist who had made powerful enemies in a Zimbabwean United Africa. I became him for just the few seconds required to turn, aim, and fire his dueling pistol, blowing his much more experienced opponent's brains out, before exiting again. My handlers were most impressed. I got the impression that ever since the affair in the Venetian bar, they had had me marked out as a natural thug. I did ask not to have to do too much of that kind of blood sport stuff in future, but I was also quietly proud to have acquitted myself so well. Still, every now and again, I was asked, and I obliged. Meanwhile, I had been learning. I knew more about the history and organisation of the concern now, and had studied it the way it studied other worlds. Mrs. Mulvihill, I'd learned, through rumour rather than any official channel, was the latest of the very small number of concern officers who had gone bad, mad, or native over the centuries. She had somehow evaded the network of spotters and trackers and foreseers who were supposed to guard against this sort of thing, and might even have had her own supply of Septus, the transitioning drug, though this probably just indicated that she had access to a stockpile she'd somehow built up while still in the fold, as it were, rather than a way of making it from scratch. She was regarded as a strange, remote, almost mythical figure, and, given her patent irrelevance and powerlessness, one to be pitied rather than reviled, though of course one was supposed to report immediately any contact with anybody who might be operating in a manner similar to that of l'expérience, but who was doing so out with its control and oversight, and that would certainly cover her and her behaviour. I was, in any case, still not sure my little pirate captain really had been her. The woman in grey, in the Flesser Casino, came up to the table and stood watching the play. The ball clicked and clacked inside the slowing wheel and settled into its trap when the wheel finally swung to a stop. Gold. I comforted myself that my first instinct, putting the chips on green, had been no more prescient than my later change of mind favouring blue. The game went on. She refused a seat when one came free. I tried to see her face, but the grey veil hid it effectively. She turned and left 10 minutes later, disappearing into the crowd. I lost fairly steadily, then won moderately, and finished a fraction down over the evening. I tested the air in the outside bar on the terrace under the trees by the side of the river, the town's centre a buzz of music and traffic under the lights on the far side. It was warm enough under the hissing table heaters. I had met some people I knew and sat with them for a drink. The grey-veiled woman was standing by the stone wall a couple of tables away, looking out over the river. At one point, I was fairly sure, she turned and looked at me as I talked with my friends. Then she turned slowly away again. I excused myself and went up to her. "Excuse me," I said. She looked at me. She put the veil up over the front of the little hat. It was a pleasant, unremarkable face. "Sir?" "Temujin O," I said. "Pleased to meet you." I put out my hand. She took it in one grey-gloved hand. "And I am pleased to meet you." I hesitated, waiting on a name, then said, "Would you care to join me and my friends?" She looked over at our table. "Thank you." Much talk, all very congenial. She said her name was Joel, and that she was a civilian, not part of the concern. An architect, making a submission to the local authorities in the town in a couple of days. The evening drifted on. People drifted away. Finally, only we two were left. We had got on terribly well and shared a bottle of wine. I invited her to see the town from my house on the ridge, and she accepted with a smile. She stood on the terrace of the house gazing at the lights. I put my hand on the smooth grey surface covering the small of her back, and she turned to me, setting her drink down on the balustrade and removing her hat and veil entirely. We repaired to bed with the lights out at her request. We had fucked once, and she was still holding me in her arms and inside her when she took me. Suddenly, I was sitting at the corner of another gaming table in a different casino. She was in the next chair, just round the corner of the table from me so that we could talk easily. The game was underway. The wheel in this version was horizontal, sunk into the table's surface. It was spun by what looked like the top of a giant golden tap. The only colours on the table appeared to be red and black, though the baize was green. I said. My companion was looking much more glamorous and more heavily made up than she had been, though the face was not dissimilar. Better cheekbones, maybe. Her hair was blonde where she had been auburn. She wore a lot of jewellery. I appeared to be heavier than I was used to being. Nice black suit, though. I went to smooth my hair down and discovered I didn't have any. There was a polished cigarette case lying by my ice-filled drinks glass and an ashtray. That would account for the gurgling feeling in my chest when I breathed and the slight but insistent craving for tobacco. I looked at myself in the reflective metal of the cigarette case. Not a prepossessing figure of a man. My languages were French, Arabic, English, German, Hindi, Portuguese and Latin, a smattering of Greek. This is, interesting, I told her. Best I could do, she said. You did say you were a civilian, I reminded her, a little reproachfully. She flashed me a look. So, a lie then? The last time somebody else had couriered me, taking me on a transition I was not controlling, had been back in UPT when I was still being trained. That had been over 10 years earlier. What she had just done was impolite, at least, though I suspected this was beside the point. Have we met before? I asked. It was time to place bets. We had some plastic chips in front of us. She had more than me. We both chose nearby numbers. Most recently here, she said quietly. This world, or as good as. Venezia, Italia. 5 years ago. We discussed restrictions on power and the penalties associated with trying to evade them. Ah, yes. That didn't end too well for you, really, did it? Have you been shot yet, Tem? I looked at her. Yet. Hurts, she said. The way the shock of it spreads through your body from the point of impact. Waves in a fluid. Fascinating. Her eyes narrowed fractionally as she watched the horizontal wheel spin, its centre glittering. But painful. I looked round some more. The casino was gaudy, overlit, expensively tasteless and full of mostly slim and beautiful women accompanying mostly fat and ugly men. The Fregra was not so much of too much money as of too intense a degree of concentration of it in too few places. It's not uncommon. I'd thought I'd recognised it. Can you remember your very last words, I asked, from that earlier occasion? What? She said, brows furrowing attractively. You want to check it's really me? Really who? I never said. So say now. She leaned right into me, as though sharing some intimacy. Her perfume was intense, musk-like. Unless I'm much mistaken, I said, some other time, Tem? Or another time, Tem? Something like that. You're not sure? She frowned. I was in the process of dying in your arms at the time. Perhaps you didn't notice. Anyway, hence I was a little distracted. However, the interception team might have heard me use those words. More to the point, before my violent but dashing end, I used the term emprise. Only you heard that. Which was true, I recalled, though I had told the debriefing team from the questionary office this fact as well, so that didn't really prove anything either. And so you are? Mrs. Mulverhill. She nodded forward as we were asked to bet again. I hadn't even noticed we'd lost the gamble. Good to see you again, she added. Had you guessed? Soon as I saw you coming. Really? How sweet. She glanced at a thin, glittering watch on a honey-tanned wrist. Anyway, we don't have forever. You must be wondering why I'm so keen to talk to you again. Not just the sex, then. Wonderful though it was, obviously. Consider any latent male insecurity dealt with. Carry on. Briefly, Madame Theodora d'Hautalain is a threat to more than just the good name and reputation of the concern. She and her several accomplices on the Central Council of the Transitionary Office will lead us all to disaster and ruin. She is a threat to the very existence of l'expédience, or even worse, if she is not, and instead represents all that it most truly stands for, proves beyond any doubt, reasonable or otherwise, by her past actions and present intentions, that l'expédience itself is a force for evil that must be resisted, contended with, brought down, and, if it's possible, replaced. But in any case reduced, entirely levelled, regardless of what may or may not come after it. In addition, there may well be a secret agenda known only to the Central Council, and perhaps not even to all on it, which we, or at least you and your colleagues, given that I am not one of you any longer, are unwittingly helping to carry out. This secret agenda has to stay secret, because it is something that people would reject utterly, perhaps violently, if they knew about it. I thought about this. Is that all? It's enough to be going on with, wouldn't you say? I was being sarcastic. I know. I was seeing your sarcasm and raising you deadpan literalness. She nodded forward. Time to bet again. We both placed more chips. Have you any proof of any of this? None you'd accept. Nothing that would convince you empirically. I turned to her. And what was it that convinced you, Mrs. M? One instant, you're a lecturer. Bit truculent, bit misfit, but a star of common room and lecture hall and marked for greatness, according to the rumours. The next you're some sort of bandit queen, an outlaw, wanted everywhere. Wanted everywhere, she agreed beneath a flexed brow. Unwelcome throughout. So what happened? She hesitated, gaze flicking restlessly across the table for a few moments. You really want to know? Well, I thought I did. Why? Am I going to regret asking? Another uncharacteristic hesitation. She sighed, tossed a chip to a nearby square on the table and sat back. I placed some chips on another part of the table. She kept looking at the table while she talked quietly. I had to sit closer to hear her, hunched over the giant ball that was my borrowed belly. There is a facility at a place called Essemière, she said. I was never privileged with the exact world coordinates. I was always tandemed there by somebody with impeccable security clearance. It's on a large island covered in trees, on a big lake or inland freshwater sea. Wherever it is, it's where Madame d'Hautalain used to carry out research and test some of her theories, especially on those transitioners with an abnormal twist to their talents. Both the official line and what you might call the top layer of rumour have it that it's gone now. The remaining research decentralised, distributed. But Essemière is where the important programme started. Maybe where they're still going on. One day I might go back there, find out. I've never heard of it. That would please her. Go on. As you say, I was seen as promising, a future high flyer. Madame d'Hautalain likes to have such people on her side, or at least brought before her so that she can test them, evaluate them, while they think they're the ones doing the evaluating. I was invited to take part in a program investigating, amongst other things, the possibility of involuntary transitioning. The theoretical possibility that changes in the structure of an adept's mind might let them flit without septus, or at least without a specific pre-enabling dose. I thought that was completely impossible. Well, quite. And if you ever ascend to the clearance levels that allow you access to the results of the research I'm talking about, you'll learn it was this program that's credited with determining that. And did it? After a fashion. It was more thorough and wide-ranging than just that, though. The full program was aimed at establishing what randomizers were capable of, removing the myths and superstitions associated with their weird shit powers and giving the field a proper scientific grounding. But Scepters-free transitioning was the pinnacle, the platinum standard goal we were never likely to achieve, but should never quite lose sight of either. What did it involve? Torture, she said, fixing her gaze on me for a moment. In time, it involved torture. She looked back at the gaming table as the chips we'd placed were raked away. She reached out, placed another on the same square. I placed some of mine nearby. The randomizers ranged from the cretinous through the educationally subnormal and the socially awkward to the odd, disturbed genius. Initially, it was harmless. We were convinced we were helping these misfit people, and it was fascinating, enthralling. It was a privilege to be spending a vacation researching something that was almost certainly impossible, but which would be simply astounding if it proved to be a viable technique. The sort of breakthrough that resounds across the many worlds and down the centuries. The kind of achievement that means your name is known forevermore. Even if it proved to be an entirely mythical talent, as we suspected, we were finding out lots of stuff. It was the single most exciting time of my life. When the autumn came, and I was supposed to resume work at UPT, I volunteered to take a year's special leave so that I could stay on at the facility and keep working on the problem. Madame Doe herself smoothed away any problems the faculty might have offered. For most people, that was when I disappeared. She looked at me. I'm sorry I never did say goodbye to you. Not properly. I thought I would see you at the start of the new term, then... Well, I'm sorry. She looked away again. Quite. I had no intention of telling her how much I had missed her throughout all these years, or that I had felt, at the time, as though my heart had been broken, or that I became a different person thereafter, and became so specifically because of that abrupt abandonment, turning from a prospective career in academia or research to the training required to become a transitionary, an operative, an agent, eventually an assassin. It would only have sounded maudlin, and what good would it have done? I think, she continued, Theodora mistook my fascination with the theoretical side of the research for outright zeal, a shared passion. She glanced at me, and a smile, soon gone, flickered across her face. She stared at the chip on the table again. It was scraped away too, and she replaced it with another. It was during that year, after the people who'd just been there for the vacation had gone back to their studies, that we started to make real progress. Just the hardcore were left. We had our own Scepters techs on the staff, seconded from wherever they actually formulate the stuff, experts in its manufacture, use, and side effects. That was a privilege in itself. You never get to meet these people. Did you know there are trace elements put into Scepters to make transitioners easier to track? She glanced at me, long enough to see my eyes widen. Trackers would have a much more difficult job if those trace elements weren't present. They would have to rely on something like pure instinct. As it is, with the elements there in every standard dose of Scepters, it's as though they see a puff of smoke left behind where somebody has just transitioned and can follow a faint line of that discharge to the next embodiment. Seriously? I asked. Absolutely seriously. Mrs. Mulvihill nodded slowly, still staring at the gaming table. And Madame d'Ortolan was absolutely serious about what we were doing too. She spent a lot of time at the facility, directing our research, guiding our inquiries, even helping to refine some of the abstract, speculative stuff. I spent a few evenings doing nothing but talk with her about transitioning theory. She has quite a fine mind for a psychopath. At the time, I didn't know that was possible. However, she was over-enthusiastic. Wanting what she did so much, she took risks, cut corners, overextended herself. She let transitioners and trackers and Scepters chemists get together properly for the first time in centuries. And some of us learned things we were never supposed to know. Like the trace elements thing. Like the trace elements thing. She nodded again. I think she assumed my hunger to know was directed solely at the problem in hand, finding out what the randomizers were really capable of and grasping after Scepter's free flitting. I don't think it occurred to her that I might just have a general urge to find out all I could about everything, especially whatever was being kept purposefully hidden. More of our chips had disappeared. Some people left the table to be replaced by others. Mrs. M put another chip on the same square. I placed mine on the square next to hers. The randomizers were troublesome, socially inept, highly neurotic, riddled with problems and often medically challenged. Continence seemed to be a particular problem. It was possible to grow to despise them, certainly to dismiss them, to forget their humanity. One began to feel that they kept their secrets locked away inside them deliberately, just to spite us. We were encouraged never to fraternize, to treat them as experimental subjects in the name of objectivity. They were broken, mostly useless people, a threat to themselves as well as society. We were doing them a favor, almost ennobling them, by containing their awkward, undisciplined powers and giving them a purpose, making them a part of a program which would benefit everybody. We began to stress them. It was quite easy to do. They were like uncooperative children, willful, perverse, often knowingly obstructive, sometimes aggressive. Stressing them, severely rationing their food and water, depriving them of sleep, giving them impossible puzzles while they were forced to listen to painfully intense noise, felt like a necessary discipline, like a sort of small collateral punishment they had already asked for, yet at the same time it seemed perfectly excusable, because it was for research, for science, for progress and the good of all, and we weren't enjoying it. In fact, we suffered maybe as much as they did because we knew more fully what we were doing. They were something like brutes, while we were properly functioning human beings, educated, cultured, sensitive. Only the best could be asked to do the worst, as Madame d'Autelin liked to say. When I went to Theodora with some misgivings, after watching what was basically a torture session, when a man strapped to a bed was injected with a mixture of psychotropic drugs and corrosive chemicals, she told me about the menace we were all facing. She'd convinced herself that the concern and every world it could reach was under some terrible threat from outside, that there was some diabolic force forever pressing at its boundaries, wherever they were supposed to be, and we had to prepare ourselves for onslaught. I pressed as much as I thought I could get away with to get her to be more specific, but whether she was talking about a sort of anti-concern, some equally world-spanning shadow organization opposed to everything we tried to do, or was hinting at space aliens or supernatural demons from unglimpsed dimensions, it was impossible to tell. All that mattered was that they, posed an unmitigated and existential threat to the concern. In that cause, nothing was too great a sacrifice, and no action was inexcusable. Our inescapable duty and solemn obligation was to explore without stint absolutely everything that might help us prevail when our time of testing came, entirely regardless of any petty and irrelevant qualms we might feel. We could not afford to indulge our own squeamishness. We had to be brave. She talked to me for a long time. During that hour or so, I calmed down. I relaxed a little, and I realized that I no longer felt quite so distressed. I accepted a handkerchief from her and dried my tears. I took a few deep breaths. I nodded at what she said. I clutched at her hand when she offered it to me, and I hugged her when that seemed like the right thing to do. I thanked her for listening and for suggesting that I take the rest of the day off, which I did. I did all this, and I felt relieved in that way because I'd realized she was mad, and that soon this would all be over, or at least my part in it would soon be over, because I had to get away from that place for my own sanity, my own peace of mind. And if, as I suspected, Madame d'Autelin would rather have me imprisoned or even killed than let me go from there while I might be harbouring any doubts about what was being done, then at least making the attempt would bring an end to it one way or the other. It hadn't occurred to me that she was more likely to turn me from one of the investigating to one of the investigated. If she'd caught me, I'd have been the one in the padded cell or the strapped-down bed. I heard that happened to a couple of other dissenters later. Our chips were removed. Mrs. M leant forward to replace hers with another, almost colliding with the retreating rake, removing the previous one. She hesitated, then she nodded at our 2 piles of chips. "Shall we put them together?" "You have more to lose," I pointed out. "Even so." "Then certainly." I used my hand as a blade, pushing my small pile into hers. She took all our remaining chips and stacked them onto the square she had been favouring. "Theodora had miscalculated," she continued. "I knew people. I'd made friends with some of the trackers and the Scepter's chemists, taken a few as lovers. Some of them had misgivings too. Some just needed somebody to talk to. Some only wanted sex. When I left, very suddenly and without warning, despite the fact that Theodora was having me watched by a team of spotters and trackers brought in specially immediately after our talk, it was without a trace, without the traditional puff of smoke, and with a plastic drum the size of my head containing a supply of untraceable septus in micropill form that will last me into my dotage, or until Theodora finally captures me or has me killed. "I even have enough to share around, Tem," she told me, glancing at me. "I am a bandit queen with a following these days. I have my own small band of outlaws. Care to join?" I sat back, took a deep breath, put a hand to my bald head, and smoothed my hand over my naked scalp. What would I be supposed to do? "Nothing direct yet. Just keep what I've said in mind. Keep your eyes and ears open, and when you're asked to jump the right way." "Is that all?" He could have sent a note. "You'll remember tonight, Tem," she said with a wintry smile. "I've risked a lot to come and see you like this. That emprise is a signifier of both my seriousness and that of the situation." "And why me, anyway?" "You're Theodora's golden boy, aren't you?" "Am I?" "Have you had to fuck her yet?" "No, I haven't." "Astonishing. She must actually like you." "So why do you think I would act against her?" "Because I know that she's an evil old fuck, and I hope that you're not." "What if you're wrong?" "And you're an evil old fuck too?" "I meant about her, but either." "Then we are lost. Because I am not wrong about her." I said, in response to somebody nudging my elbow. I looked round and saw a substantial pile of chips being pushed up the table towards us like an untidily clacking wave of gleaming plastic. "Isn't that just the way?" she breathed, and swung herself onto my lap, draped herself over my paunch, threw her arms around me, and in the midst of a deep kiss with her legs wrapping around mine under the table, we transitioned back to the dark bedroom of my house, just in time for her to slip off me and me out of her. She placed a single straight finger across my lips, and then rose, dressed, and left. She had left 2 tiny pills on my bedside cabinet. They were exactly like the Scepter's micropills, except that each had an almost invisibly small red dot, rather than the standard blue one, centred on the top surface. The Philosopher. I met GF in the doctor's surgery. GF were her initials as well as being what she was. She was 1 year below me in school. I had seen her a few times in town, at bus stops and in the library. She was tall and skinny and had thin brown hair. She always walked with her head down and shoulders hunched, as though she felt she was too tall, or was always looking for something on the ground. She wore braces and cheap glasses, and always dressed in long dresses and long-sleeved tops, even on hot days. Often, she wore a sort of shapeless hat, which looked like it had been pulled down hard over her ears. Her face and nose were both elongated. Her eyes looked quite big until she took her glasses off. I had left school that spring and was in a training college. Even though I was now a young man, I didn't know how to approach girls, so I followed her home from the surgery and got up very early the next morning so that I would be waiting at her bus stop when she got the school bus. When she arrived at the bus stop, I said hello and left it at that, burying my face in my newspaper. I had intended to engage her in conversation, but decided that it would be better to take things more gradually. 2 other girls in school uniform turned up, but they didn't talk to her. The bus came, and they got on. I couldn't, of course, because it was a school bus, and I wasn't in school anymore. The next 2 days were the weekend, and I hung around places in town where I'd seen her before, but she didn't show up. At the start of the next week, I went back to her bus stop. This time I smiled and said hello, and attempted to engage her in conversation, but she was very quiet and looked embarrassed. When the other 2 girls appeared, she stopped talking altogether and stood at the far end of the bus shelter. The other 2 girls looked at me strangely. I took the next ordinary bus that came along, even though it wasn't the one I needed. I returned the next day undaunted. I spoke to her again. She wore sunglasses, even though it was a dull day. I thought perhaps she imagined that I would not recognise her, though this was wrong. The other 2 girls huddled together and glanced at her and giggled and sniggered. One of them asked if she had walked into a door, and she ran away in the direction of her home and appeared to be crying. She missed the school bus, which the 2 girls boarded. She had left her school bag behind. I looked in it and found school books, pencils and pens and a girls' magazine, as well as some sweets. Something rattled inside her pencil sharpener, which was of the type that comes contained in its own cylindrical waste shavings bin. I unscrewed it and discovered 4 spare blades for the sharpener, though no small screwdriver with which to facilitate the replacement of one blade by another. 2 of the spare blades had what looked like dried blood on them. I kept one and replaced everything else as it had been, save for a sugar cherry, which I ate. I remained awaiting my own bus, and she reappeared. I said hello again and handed her the school bag and asked if she was all right. She muttered something and nodded. She got on the same bus as me but sat elsewhere. The next day she still wore the dark glasses. She stood in the bus stop and stared at me, though she ignored my attempts at polite conversation. When the 2 other girls appeared, to be joined later by another, she ignored them too. When the school bus came, she ignored that also. The driver shrugged and drove off. When my bus came, she got on it with me and asked to sit beside me. I, of course, said yes, and was happy at this unexpected turn of events. I was beside the window, she was by the aisle. When the bus was moving, she turned to me and hissed, "Where's my other blade? What have you done with it? Where is it?" I was sitting so close to her, and the light fell in such a way that I could see that behind the dark glasses she had bruises around her eyes and the top of her nose. I had meant to study the blade that I had removed from the pencil sharpener, perhaps using an old microscope I knew I still had at the back of a cupboard. However, there had hardly been time. It had been a busy day at the college yesterday. I had forgotten about an exam, which was not like me, and I had been involved in a fist fight with another boy. This was also not a common occurrence, certainly not since Mum had left and I'd renounced her idiotic sect and taken up the true faith. The tiny blade had slipped my mind until that morning. I had looked at it while walking to the bus stop, but this had revealed nothing. Initially, I denied all knowledge of what she was talking about, but she was adamant that the blade had been present before she had left the house the morning before, and she knew that I must have looked in the bag when she had left it behind and removed the blade. She accused me of stealing a sugar cherry too. I remember that I started to panic, realising that she did indeed know what had happened and that I was guilty. But then a strange calmness seemed to descend on me, and I thought about what I could say that would be convincing and yet leave me relatively blameless in her eyes. I told her that now I remembered. The 2 girls had looked inside her bag and had been messing around with the stuff inside for a while, and one of them must have removed it then. They had found a dead mouse in the bus shelter and put it in her bag, but when they had gone on their bus, I had taken the dead mouse out again, though I hadn't wanted to say anything because I felt bad about looking inside her bag, even if it was just to search for the mouse and remove it. The girls must have taken the sweet too. I didn't even like sugar cherries. She frowned, and the bruised skin above her nose trembled. I knew then that I had convinced her, and I felt a sense of great relief and victory. I was especially pleased with the bit about the mouse. "It was one of them?" she asked, still sounding suspicious. I nodded. Which one? I said I didn't know. I hadn't actually seen either of the girls take anything from a bag, but nobody else had touched it, so it had to be them. She appeared to accept this. I introduced myself. She told me her name too. Her initials were GF. I pointed out that if she was somebody's girlfriend, then she had the right initials, and she seemed amused at this, though she did not actually laugh. When she smiled, she would always put her hand to her mouth to hide her braces and teeth. I threw the tiny sharpener blade down a drain outside the college. I started to meet her after school at the cafe. I told her jokes and amusing things that had happened at the college. She talked to pop stars and other celebrities, and sometimes we listened to the music she liked, sharing one earphone each. She had no brothers or sisters, and her mother was dead, so she lived alone with her father. I told her she was lucky to have no annoying siblings, but she did not seem to share this view. It was very hard to get her to talk about her father or her life at home at all. GF first let me kiss her at the bus stop while she waited for a bus back home. Her braces proved less of an encumbrance than I'd anticipated, though it still felt odd. We went to a dance for young people at the town youth club and danced very close throughout the closing songs of the evening. I think she could feel my erection through our clothes, but far from holding back, as I'd feared, she pressed herself amorously against me. Later, in a shop doorway, we kissed very passionately, and I was allowed to put my hand up her blouse to feel her bra and breasts. One day, on a weekend, she came to my house when my family were away visiting a dying relation. I had been expected to go as well, but I'd claimed I was supposed to go on work experience that day. She brought a quarter bottle of spirits with her, and we got a little drunk. She had also brought some of her music, and so we danced in my parents' lounge, which felt odd. This time, when we danced and kissed, she let me undo her bra inside her blouse and put my hands on her behind through her long skirt, allowing me to cup her buttocks and tease them apart and slide my hands as deeply into the space between her legs as the skirt would allow. Her fingers dug into my back through my shirt, and she made a cage of her fingers and clutched at my head, ramming my mouth against hers. "Do you want to fuck me?" she asked. She looked and sounded very serious. I felt extremely nervous. I'd meant to say, "Nothing would give either of us greater pleasure," which is a line I'd heard in a film, but in the end I just nodded and said, "Yes, I did." "Where's your room?" she asked, taking me by the hand. "We'll have to close the curtains." I had kissed a few girls, and one, since gone away to university, had put her hand into my pants and wanked me off, but I was otherwise still a virgin. I had hoped to see things, to get to look at a girl's body properly, in close-up, in soft sunlight or full moonlight, but she wanted the curtains closed and no lights on. I had a packet of condoms I'd stolen from my mother's bedside cabinet, but she assured me there was no need for these. I came very quickly the first time. She wanted to be taken from behind, her holding onto the headboard of my narrow bed, me kneeling behind her. Later, she took me in her mouth. I thought this was a bit dirty at first, but she just gave a single snorting laugh when I mentioned this. I had become very hard again, and could feel against the skin of my cock the braces imprisoning her teeth. I began to pull out as I felt myself approaching orgasm, gasping and telling her this, but she kept me in her mouth and let me come there. Later again, we made love face to face, though her eyes remained tightly closed throughout. Her nails drew blood on my back, though I only realised this later. At the time, the pain was not so bad, and I remember thinking this was interesting. She laughed at the fact that I always wanted to clean up immediately, with tissues. The room was dim, but nowhere near fully dark, and I had already noticed the various scars and burn marks distributed over a large proportion of her body. Even if the room had been pitch black or I had been blind, I would have felt the welts of raised scar tissue on her arms and thighs and torso. I had already half guessed, and one or two boys I knew, I would hardly call them friends, but we hung around together sometimes, had suggested that there was a reason she always wore long clothes and was excused gym classes and swimming lessons. We had sex whenever we could. My dad's garden shed was probably where we did it most, usually at night. It was hidden from the house, and it was easy to get the key from near the back door. Sometimes We would pretend to do things to each other with items like the saws and hammers and the heavy vice that sat clamped to the workbench. We were invited to a party at the flat of some of her friends and had sex in a bedroom that had been set aside for just this activity. There was a queue. GF had long been in a girls' organisation called the Girl Foresters and had risen to the rank of junior officer. One time, I got to fuck her while she wore the uniform of this organisation, and that felt especially good. I fantasised that one day she would become a police officer and I would get to fuck her while she wore that uniform. One time, for nearly a week, we had the run of a house belonging to an old lady who she cleaned for sometimes when the old lady was in hospital. We fucked until we were both sore. She had bruises on her arms and the backs of her legs that I had not caused. "Of course it's my dad," she said one evening, lying on the floor. If we did lie down to have sex, we always did so on a sheet spread over a quilt on the floor. She would not use the beds in the old lady's house. I had asked her if the bruises came from her father. I had wanted to ask her this for some months now, but had never felt the time was right. In all honesty, I wasn't sure the time was actually right then, and perhaps, if I'd thought about it more deeply, I'd have realised the time would perhaps never be right. But I did want to know, and I felt we were in a relationship of sufficient long standing and even commitment that I deserved the prerogative of being able to inquire regarding such matters. I asked whether he had always hit her. "Long as I can remember," she replied. "Ever since Mum left." I said I thought her mum was dead. "He says she is," she told me. "Won't say where she went, or where she ended up before she died, if she is dead." She rolled over onto her front. I stroked her buttocks, which were firm and round and smooth, and one of the few places on her body that she had never marked with the various implements she used to cut herself. I wanted to ask her if her father had abused her in other ways, if he had abused her sexually as well. I had already guessed that he had, but I wanted to be sure. However, I was worried that this might prove a rather difficult subject. GF could be very nervous and highly strung and was liable, when faced with a conversational subject she felt uncomfortable with, or a line of questioning she objected to burst into tears, fly into a rage, or storm out of a room. "I know what you're thinking," she said, as I gently caressed her behind, and she pushed back the cuticle on each finger to inspect the pale moon of nail beneath before biting on the ragged edges of her fingernails. I hesitated, wondering if she really had guessed what I was thinking. I decided, with a disturbed feeling, that she probably had guessed correctly. However, I did not say anything. I kept on stroking the glossy skin of her backside. "It is what you're thinking about him, isn't it? What else he might have done to me, if he does this to me? That's what you want to know, isn't it?" she said. Still, I said nothing. She continued to worry at her fingernails, biting them and tearing at them. She still didn't turn round to look at me. "Well, what do you think?" she asked. I could tell from her voice exactly what I should think, but I told her I didn't know what to think. I said this partly to be completely sure, and partly because I felt that doing so kept me in a better situation. "Well, I did," she said, "from when I was 9. There was a long pause, during which she slapped my stroking hand away from her behind. "He still does." She turned and stared back at me then, with a fierce and terrible look on her face. She rolled over onto her back, drew her legs up and let them fall apart so that her genitals were fully revealed, still moist and glistening from our last bout of lovemaking 10 minutes earlier. "Still want to fuck me now?" she asked, her expression and tone of voice both defiant and desperate. I looked at that raw wound, then into her eyes. I told her to stay where she was, then got up and went through to the utility room where I found a clothesline. I went back to the room where she lay, just as I'd left her. I asked her if she trusted me, and she thought about it and then said that she did. I told her to roll back onto her front, which she did. I brought her hands together behind her back and tied them at the wrists. I could hear her crying, but trying not to make too much noise about it. I moved an old heavy chair into position and tied each of her feet to its 2 front legs so that she could not move them, then brought the companion chair round in front of her and carefully raised her by the shoulders and laid her chest and head across the seat. I told her that of course I still wanted to fuck her. And I did so, though not aggressively or hard. Instead, I fucked her very gently and slowly until I came. Later, I untied her and held her while she cried, and I told her that she wasn't to let her father fuck her ever again. But that was the wrong thing to say, because she went into one of her rages and tried to slap and punch and bite me, screaming that she couldn't stop him. We tied each other up occasionally after that. I did not enjoy being immobilised, though, and so we stopped. I like to think that she stood up to her father and he abused her less after this time, but he did not stop altogether, and I always knew when he had done so, either from the bruises or from the reopened cutting sites on her body. I shall be completely honest and record here that I think people make too big a fuss about incest these days. I'm sure it has always gone on. However, I had grown to hate Mr. F, GF's father, and this was as much about the physical damage he did to her and the physical damage that he caused her to do to herself as about the fact that he had raped her from the age of 9, taken her virginity, made her distrust everybody, and had treated her like a sex toy rather than a person or a daughter. It seemed to me that he had done something quite literally unforgivable, even if GF had been inclined to forgive him. I rather lost the plot with Mr. F. I went too far. I got carried away. It was not so much that I had let it become personal, as that it started out as nothing but personal, because I knew nothing else back then. I broke into their house when GF was away at camp with the girl Forresters. She would be absent for a full week. I crept out of our house, took my bike down the lanes and dark back roads to their house, and used the key that I knew lay under a particular flower pot to let myself in. I had never been to her house, but I had a rough idea of the layout of the place. I knew that Mr. F would be drunk and fast asleep that night after his weekly Chamber of Commerce dinner. He was in the bedroom, with the light still on. He was lying on top of the bed, face down, half undressed. He was a tall man, gone to fat about the upper chest and belly, but not as well developed as my old man. I'd grown up and become quite strong. I'd made myself a cosh from a pair of old socks and a load of piggy bank change. I whacked him on the back of the head and did it again when he started to rear up, roaring. He went down, gurgling, breath spluttering from his mouth as though he was trying to snore. I gagged him with thick tape, right round his head twice, and tied him up, then dragged him down to the cellar feet first, with his head thumping off each step, and tied him to the central heating unit. I made sure he was well secured and properly gagged, then went up to ransack the house so that it would look like it had been a burglary gone wrong. I was wearing charity shop gloves and a woolen ski mask that looked like an ordinary hat until he pulled it down. On my feet, I was wearing a pair of old sneakers I'd found hanging from a tree in the forest a couple of months earlier. I'd padded them with socks because they were far too big for me. In my rucksack, I'd brought another pair of shoes, ones my dad thought he'd thrown out and which were even bigger. I changed into them and walked around in them for a bit, opening drawers and pulling stuff out and pulling back carpets and using a crowbar to prise up a few floorboards. I went into what was obviously GF's room and treated that just the same. I couldn't not. Even that felt oddly good. When I thought I heard a muffled noise below, I went back to the cellar and Mr. F. I would have liked to have done something to him, like he'd done to his daughter, but that would have been to leave a clue. So I just used kettles of boiling water, an old-fashioned blowtorch and a hammer. When I used the hammer, I covered his feet or his hands, as appropriate, with a towel, so that no blood would splash on me, though there wasn't actually that much. Probably the most blood came when I used a cheese grater on his knees. He screamed through the gag so much that I had to cover his whole head in a sack, and then with a bin bag just to try to shut him up. I think that he suffocated because I tied the bin bag too tight. I hadn't really intended to kill him. Not at the start. Not until I really got into it, I think. But as I worked on him, I think he somehow became less human to me. More just this thing that reacted in a certain way to a certain stimulus. A set of workings that produced a set of noises, and a set of muscular contractions and a set of blisterings and discolorations on the skin, according to what I subjected him to. I think, also, that I started to feel I had done so much damage to him that it would somehow be tidier to kill him off. I don't mean that I wanted to be merciful, to put him out of his misery. His misery was what was interesting to me. But that he was so badly compromised as a human specimen, he had stopped being entirely human. I'm not putting this very well. He was all too clearly human, but he had become less than human. I would even resist the obvious conclusion that it was I who had done this to him. I had the nagging, perhaps illogical but quite inescapable feeling that he was doing this to himself, that, despite my total and absolute control over him, he was still somehow responsible for his own torment. I'm still not entirely sure why I felt like this, but I definitely did. I think that I developed a sort of contempt for him, despite the fact that I knew I had surprised him and left him with no chance of escaping or resisting me. I'd clubbed him while he was asleep, drunkenly asleep, but still. What chance had he had? None. But that's just the way things are sometimes. In any event, I did kill him, obviously. Partly it was because I got distracted when I found an old car battery at the back of the cellar when I was looking for new things to use on him, and I believe he expired from lack of oxygen while I was still trying to get the acid out of it. I thought he might be pretending at first. He was completely limp, and there was no pulse in either wrist or under his jaw, but you could never be sure. I used pliers on his fingernails. The fingers were all loose and granular feeling because I'd already smashed them with a hammer. But he did not react, so I concluded he really was dead. I tied the bin bag back round his head, tied tightly, reckoning that if he was dead, I ought to be sure of it. The thing is, I had thought my heart could not have beaten harder and faster than when I'd been breaking into the house in the first place. But I'd been wrong. It thrashed in my chest like something wild as I tortured Mr. F, and although I won't pretend that I was in any way professional, I felt powerful and in charge, and as though I had finally found something that I just naturally knew how to do. What I had not done, of course, was actually put any questions to him. I hadn't asked him whether he'd raped his daughter, or what he might have done with his wife. I'd thought of it, but in the end I was too frightened that my voice would betray my nervousness, or he'd scream loud enough to attract a neighbour. I suppose I could have got him to respond to questions through simply nodding or shaking his head, but that didn't really occur to me. I just wanted to inflict a lot of pain on him for what he had done to GF, and as the night went on, I suppose, yes, I thought I might as well kill him, even though he hadn't seen my face, I hadn't spoken to him, and I was fairly sure he'd never be able to identify me. It just seemed like the right thing to do. The tidiest. I unlocked the front door and put the key back under the flower pot where I'd found it. The last thing I did was break the window in the spare room from the outside to make it look like I'd come in that way. I'd left enough of a clear area on the carpet beneath the window for it not to be obvious this had happened after the ransacking. I got home and back into bed, unseen. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day I went for a walk in the woods. I took the rucksack with all the clothes I'd worn that night far into a dense plantation and burned it. Then I dug a hole nearly a metre deep and buried the ashes. A business colleague of Mr. F found him 2 days later, the day before GF was due back from the camp. Relatives came to look after her and took her away for nearly a month. The police said they were looking for 1 or 2 burglars and announced that it was probably a robbery gone wrong. Everybody in town, apart from myself, slept very badly for the next few weeks. I slept like a baby. All I had to do to cover my tracks was keep the swagger out of my walk and the sneer from my lips. I knew what I had done, and felt proud and manly and in control. I was even more proud that I'd been able to see through to the end what I'd done to Mr. F than I was of getting away with murder. When I heard they were fingerprinting all the men in the town, I went along to the police station without grumbling, not one of the first to go, but not reluctantly either. I was never even questioned. The police concluded the ghastly crime had been committed by an unknown person or unknown persons from out of town, and gradually life returned to normal. Nevertheless, What I had done had been amateurish and out of control, and I had acted like policeman, jailer, judge, jury, and executioner. I admit that this did seem wrong to me. I had discovered something that I was good at, and even, in a sort of righteous, but I hope not perverse way, had enjoyed. But this was not altogether right. There have to be limits. There has to be some sort of apparatus of judgment and rightful jurisdiction, an oversight, if you will, that gives the torturer proper authority. I had got away with what I had done, but if I hoped to do anything like it again, then I felt I could not repeat my actions. I certainly was not about to start murdering people in their cellars like some seedy serial killer. Mr. F. had deserved what had happened to him, and I had been the means of delivering justice to him. But that was that. I had to accept that through sound preparation, good judgment, and good luck, I had succeeded in my mission and been able to walk away. G.F. came back and stayed with one of her aunts in a town centre hotel until the funeral. I left a message, and we met in our usual cafe. She seemed distant and yet relaxed, and I realised she was probably on some sort of medication. She no longer wore the braces on her teeth, and said that she had missed me and had stopped cutting herself, for now at least. I didn't go to the funeral. She didn't ask me to. She started at the same college I attended and got a flat with another girl. I moved into a place nearby with a couple of guys. GF and I started going out again and soon became intimate once more, though neither of us ever again suggested any bondage games. She never talked about her father, but then she rarely had. One day, we both had time off and had gone to bed in my flat. "Remember these?" she asked, producing a packet of sugar cherries from her bag. "Confiscated them from a junior forester." She popped one into my mouth and another into her own. We chewed on them noisily for a while. I tried to remember the last time I'd eaten one. "I used to love these," I said. Then she sat upright in the bed and stopped chewing and looked down at me, her face looking drained. One of her hands stroked her other wrist and forearm, where the old marks were. She got out of the bed and took the sticky mess that was all that was left of the sugar cherry out of her mouth and threw it into the waste bin. She started to dress. I asked her what was wrong. She didn't answer. She just shook her head. I could tell that she was crying. I kept on asking her what was wrong, but she would not reply and left soon afterwards. We were never intimate again, and she refused to engage in any proper conversation thereafter, not quite ignoring me, but treating me very coldly. Had I written this 2 or 3 years ago, I would have concluded by admitting, genuinely mystified, that I never understood why this happened, why she suddenly left me. However, now I think that I do know why. I was betrayed by a remembered taste. No, I must be honest. My betrayal was revealed by a remembered taste. Considering all that I have seen and done, it is remarkable that it is this. Such a tiny, trivial thing, so many years ago before our relationship had even properly begun, that brings a blush of blood to my face when I think about it and makes me feel ashamed. I have done things most people would be ashamed of, and watched things done I would be ashamed of, yet it was for the taking of one sweet. Not even that, perhaps, for not owning up to that petty theft, and the implication that it had been me who had stolen her pencil sharpener blade as well, that I was condemned then, and still feel soiled now. I joined the army later that year and was posted abroad, becoming a military policeman after much study. The hardest bit was passing the psychological test. They didn't really want people who had done what I had done to another human being in the force, at least not then anyway. But I was smart enough to know what they wanted to be told, and told them what they wanted to hear. Knowing how that process works, from the inside as it were, is in itself an important part of my line of work. So even then I was learning and adding to my skill set. Chapter 8. Patient 8262. Most worlds are closed. A few are open. Most people are not aware. A few are aware. An open world is one in which most people are aware, and there is no need to dissemble regarding the business of flitting or transitioning between worlds. Where I am now, lying in this bed in this clinic, is a closed world. A reality where possibly nobody except myself knows that the many worlds exist, let alone that they are connected and that travel between them is possible. This is as it should be for my purposes. This is what I wanted when I came here. This is my protection. I opened my eyes to find the fat bald man sitting staring at me. The same man with the bad skin who makes a habit of sitting beside me in the television room during my rare visits there and talking continually in his incomprehensible dialect or accent. There is mist outside, and the weather feels cold for the first time this year, though I am still warm inside my hospital bed. The fat man wears the same white and pale blue pyjamas that we all wear, and a faded blue dressing gown that has seen better days. He is talking to me. It is mid-morning, and the usual mid-morning cup of fruit juice is sitting on my bedside cabinet. I was not aware of the orderly leaving it. The fat man is talking quite animatedly to me, as though he expects me to understand what he's saying. Actually, he may be making an effort for me. I get the impression he is trying to talk more slowly, at least initially. Also, his skin condition appears to have improved recently too. He may be talking more slowly than usual, but he seems to be compensating by talking more loudly and with greater emphasis. He gestures quite a lot too, and his upper body moves as he does so, and I can see tiny specks of spittle arcing from his mouth to fall on the bedclothes between us. I am a little worried that some of his spittle might land on my face, even on my lips. I might catch something. I frown, sit up in bed and cross my arms, enabling me to put one hand up to my mouth so that it looks like I am listening, or at least trying to listen, to what he's saying. But really, I'm just shielding my mouth from any errant spit. I frown some more as he jabbers on. I put a pained expression on my face and sigh deeply, generally trying to give the impression of wanting to understand what he is saying, but failing. He doesn't appear to be paying much attention anyway, frankly, just talking away in a machine gun flurry of sound within which I can barely make out one word in 20. I suppose if I concentrated, I might understand more. But from the little I can make out, he's complaining about another patient stealing something from him, or insulting him, or taking his place in some queue, or all three. And the medical staff either being responsible in the first place, or being complicit, or guilty of not listening, or all three. And to be perfectly honest, I don't care. He just needs to talk to somebody, preferably somebody who might be neutral regarding whatever petty nonsense this is all about, and preferably, I suspect, somebody who is not likely to answer back or ask any pertinent questions or actually engage with him and his concerns at all. He's just offloading. Depressingly, I am the perfect choice. It's strange, this need to talk. To express ourselves, even when we know or strongly suspect that the person seemingly listening isn't really, or can't understand, or doesn't care, or couldn't do anything anyway, even if all the above did not apply. Some of us just like the sound of our own voice, and most of us need to vent sometimes, to get things out, to release pressure. Occasionally, too, we need to articulate vague but powerful feelings, and so make them less frustratingly vague. The act of expressing them itself helping to define what it is we feel in the first place. I suspect the fat man, just now, hovers between the love of own voice and letting off steam explanations. He nods emphatically, falls briefly silent and sits back, hands on knees, having apparently just come to some conclusive break in his oration. He looks expectantly at me, as though I'm supposed to respond. I move my head in a sort of circular motion, something between a nod and a shake, and spread my hands. He looks annoyed at this, and I feel I need to say something, but I don't want to attempt anything in his own language, as this will just encourage him. I can't let slip that I can speak languages which are quite simply not of this world. Vanishingly small though the chance may be, this could materially affect my security or threaten my anonymity. So I decide to make up some gibberish. I say something like,
Bretrel jesem patronoch, cholisk sheldevon? And nod, as though for emphasis. The fat man rocks back, eyes wide. He nods too, enthusiastically, and comes out with a barrage of quick-fire sounds, not one of which I comprehend. He looks like he actually understood what I said, but that's not possible. Bloshven bragel snakob lesin tre peldeven ashk, I tell him when he stops to draw breath. Kivuld padel cre tre na pastrodovil eshester trum, I shrug. Krivin, I add, with a nod for emphasis for good measure. He nods so hard that I expect to hear his teeth rattle. He slaps his knees. Blah, 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 he replies. Not actually that one repeated nonsense filler word, obviously, but a stream of noise. It is almost as though he does understand me. This is becoming alarming. I can feel myself getting rather hot. I determine to say no more, but he lets loose such a tirade of sound, complete with wild gestures and more spitting, that I feel it is impossible not to respond. If nothing else, at least when I am speaking, he is not, and so I'm in no danger of being splashed with flecks of saliva. Lethret stimpit craso ementoisis flagion persedefal kirintre halovalva, I respond. He nods again, talks quickly and incomprehensibly, then holds up one hand and gets up, grunting, disappearing into the corridor. I would like to think he has gone for the day, or for good, but something about his last gesture, holding his hand up like that, leads me to believe he is going to reappear all too soon. While he is away, I fan my face and flap the bedclothes to cool myself down. He comes back a couple of minutes later, shepherding into my room another patient. A skinny, slack-jawed fellow I recognise but have never talked to. In fact, he's one of those I thought didn't talk to anybody. His thin, worn face looks too old for his body. He has lank black hair, an expression of no expression, and a straggly beard that never seems to grow. He shows no sign of acknowledging me. The fat man plonks him down in the seat he has just vacated and gibbers a stream of language at him. I think I catch a word or two about listening and talking, but he is talking too fast for me to be sure. The younger man looks at me, and in a low voice says something I do not catch. The fat man, standing behind him, gestures expectantly at me. I signal back a two-handed "what" motion. The fat man rolls his eyes and makes a sort of circular hurrying signal with one of his hands, while the other taps the younger man on the shoulder and then points at me. Skib ertelis bayan grem shetlin tibob? I say to the younger man. Bolzatin glilit ac etherurter fizerlin hulp? I feel my face grow hotter still and fear that I am blushing. Sweat is gathering on my brow. This is perfectly absurd, but both men now seem rapt, and I feel it is easier to go on talking, even if it is utter gibberish, than it is to fall silent and wait for them to reply or just burst out laughing. Danatre skehelis rovle graamt nagire, scotre genebelis ro benetishir, nascovoros amt fanir anhar. Finally, I can go on no longer, and as my throat dries up, I simply run out of nonsense to speak. The younger man narrows his eyes and nods slowly again, as though he understands this absolute rubbish. He looks slowly away from me to the fat man and says something. The fat man nods and makes a hand gesture that might mean, "I told you so." The young man leans forward and says quite slowly, "Poldi poldi pol, pol pol, poldi pol pol, poldi poldi." He sits back, smirking. Well, of course, they are simply making fun of me. I smile thinly, look him in the eyes and say, "Poldi poldi, polidi, plopol popol popil ploop?" I expect him to smirk again or laugh, but he doesn't. Instead, he sits back as though struck. His expression changes to that of somebody who has just been profoundly insulted. He looks me up and down and then rises smartly to his feet, angrily shrugging off the hand of the fat man who appears to be trying to placate him. The fat man starts to say something, sounding soothing, but the young man interrupts him, shouting him down in what sounds like a stream of invective. The only word I can make out is the nonsense one, poldi.
He turns imperiously, spits at the floor under my bed, and storms out, head held high. The fat man says something plaintive to him, goes to the door and says something after him, then gives a deep sigh, shakes his head and looks in at me, his expression regretful, hurt and disappointed. He scratches the back of his head with one chubby hand and expels another resigned sigh. He says something inflected to be a question, I think. I am definitely not saying anything else from this point on, and I just sit there glaring at him. He shakes his head once more, asks another, similar-sounding question, then, when I still do not reply, but glare even more pointedly at him, he rubs one thick-fingered hand over his bald pate and stares down at the floor, possibly at where the younger patient spat. I doubt he will have the manners to do anything about that particular outrage. I bet I shall have to wait for an orderly or the cleaners to clean it up. I suppose I could do it myself, but I feel the gesture was both rude and uncalled for, and I don't see why I should. He mutters, staring away as though talking to himself, and rubs his hands together, looking and sounding worried. He sighs theatrically, shakes his head one more time and leaves, shoulders drooped, still muttering. He stays away this time. Filled with relief, I reach for my thin plastic cup and the watery fruit juice. As I drink it, I notice that my hands are shaking. The Transitionary. Did you kill Lord Harmile? Yes. Why? I was ordered to. By whom? Madame d'Ortolan. I know that not to be true. Lord Harmile was not on your list. Really? Must have misread it. Please don't affect flippancy. No? Okay. Now, have you seen the list? What? Have you seen the list? Not relevant. Did you have orders to kill anybody else? Yes. Who? Dr. Ciolus Pleit, Ms. Pum Jesus de Tier, Mr. Brashley Crike, der Graf Holzleuft Beidekern, Commandante Odile Oblique, and Mrs. Mulverhill the Younger. A pause. I got the impression this was being written down as well as recorded. The circle of lights surrounded me. My questioner was still behind me, unseen. My information indicates that you were asked merely to forcibly transition the people you mention, with the exception of Lord Harmile, who, as already indicated, we know was not on your list. I was given verbal orders from Madame d'Ortolan that all those on the list were to be killed, not transitioned, quickly as possible. Verbal instructions, yes. In a matter of such importance. Yes. To be confirmed in writing subsequently. No. I asked specifically, definitely not to be confirmed in writing subsequently. That would be unprecedented, I take it. Yes. I see. I would like to ask a question. Another pause. Go ahead. Who are you? We were speaking in a version of English which had separate U's for singular and plural. I had used the plural version. We are officers of the concern, the calm male voice said. What did you think? Who do you answer to? No pause. Were your orders delivered to you in the usual fashion? Yes, a one-time mechanical micro-reader. Did you question your orders? Yes, as I've said. But you still accepted them, including the unprecedented alleged instruction to kill individuals who, according to your written orders, were only to be forcibly transitioned for their own safety. Yes. Had you received orders to kill so many people before? No. Were you aware that they were unusual orders in requiring such a glut of killing? Yes. And yet you did not think to question them. I did question them, and in the end I did not obey them. You were not able to, you were captured before you could, but I had be quiet. Plus, you took it upon yourself to kill at least one more person in addition to the already significant number you falsely claim you had been instructed to kill. Be quiet! I take it you were aware of the seniority of the persons you claim you were instructed to elide. Save for the Mulverhill woman, they are all on the Central Council of the Transitionary Office. Answer. Of course. Are all on. An interesting choice of verb tense. Inadvertently instructive, I hope. And yet still you did not think to question the orders. As we've established, I did question them, and I did not carry them out. I see. Is there anything you would like to add? I would like to know who you answer to, under whose authority do you operate. I would also like to know where I am. A pause. I think that concludes the preliminary part of our investigations, the voice said. There was a hint of a question in the tone, and I got the impression that he had turned his head and was talking to somebody else, not to me. I heard another, younger man speak. Then the voice that had been conducting the interrogation said quietly, "No, we'll call that stress level 0. The young man's voice came again, then the older man's once more, patient and instructive. A teacher to a pupil. Well, it is and it isn't. Absolute to the level per individual, but individuals differ, so 0. Provides headroom." I was starting to sweat. The man cleared his throat. "Very well," he said. I heard him rise from a chair and sensed him walking towards me. My heart had been beating quickly anyway. Now it started to beat even faster. Shadows twisted on the concrete floor. I sensed the man behind me. I heard the deep, rasping, tearing noise of thick, sticky tape being unrolled. He reached over me and put the tape over my eyes and right round my head, blinding me. I was breathing short and shallow, my heart thrashing in my chest. More tearing. He put another long line of tape round across my mouth and again right round my head. I had no choice but to breathe through my nose now. I tried to calm myself, to take fewer, deeper breaths. Imagine that you could simply flit away, I thought. Imagine that just by thinking you could be elsewhere. Yes, and imagine that you are any different from any other poor, helpless, doomed wretch about to suffer, as poor, helpless, doomed wretches have suffered across the many worlds and down the countless ages, an infinitude of times, with no escape and no choice and no hope. A final, brief noise of a short length of tape being ripped from a roll, then torn. A very short, narrow piece of tape. I felt him reach over me, his clothed chest pressing on my naked back and sweating head. The last thing I smelled was an antiseptic scent from his hand. He pinched my nose with one pair of fingers, wiped my skin with a paper handkerchief, and stuck the tape over my nostrils, smoothing it down. Now I could not breathe. Headache. He has a headache. He is not certain, for a few moments, which way up he is. Indeed, initially he is not entirely certain what up even means. Pressure. There is pressure on one side and not on the other. This reminds him of something, and he feels frightened. He was lying on his left side. His head was on the floor, his arms lay just so. His left side was taking most of his weight. His left leg lay here, and his right ankle and foot lay on the floor too, the right knee lying supported by the left knee. He supposes he ought to get up. He needs to get up. The people who have applied, or who might apply pressure to him, might be here, might be in pursuit of him. He can't remember why. Then, with a feeling of some astonishment, he realizes that he does not know who he is. He is a person, a human, a man, a male, lying here on this cool floor. Wood? In darkness, with darkness beyond his eyelids. He tells his eyes to open, and they do with what feels like reluctance. Still dark, but with some light, a soft grey light off to one side. Bars of light, a sort of grating of light, canted across the floor some distance away. There is a faint breeze. I can feel it on my exposed skin. I realize that I am naked. I shift, rearranging my limbs. I am that he. He is me. I am the person who woke up, but I am still not sure who he is, and I am. I feel a sense of me-ness all the same. I am confident and sure regarding myself now. It is simply my name I am unsure about. The same may be said for my history and memories, but that too is not that important. They will be there. They will come back when they need to, when they have to. If the pressure is on this side, then applying increased pressure, reacting against that gravity, replying to it, should lift me up. I apply that pressure and lever myself up. Unsteady, trembling, breathing hard, breathing fast and shallow, heart thrashing, bringing on a feeling of panic and a sudden shiver. The feeling passes. I force myself to breathe more slowly and more deeply. My arm supporting me is still trembling. The floor beneath my hand feels wooden and cool. The grey light spills in from the far end of a long room. I turn my head as far as I can in both directions, then tip it up and down, then shake it. This hurts, but is good. Nothing shiny to look at my reflection in. Languages? Mandarin, English, Hindustani, Spanish, Arabic, Russian, and French. I know that I know these, but right now I'm not sure I could muster a word in any of them. I have never had such a rough, disorienting transition, not even in training. The light seems to increase. The bars of grey laid across the floor in the distance shine. They turn to silver, then a pale gold. I cough. That hurts too. This is a large room, and I feel I have been here before. Just looking at it, I feel this, but the fragre of the place is familiar too. I know this room, this space, this place. I feel that, of course, I know it. I feel that my knowing it is precisely why I am here. I feel this, but I do not know why I feel this or what it is I am really feeling. Ballroom. Palace. A sudden rush of sensation, as though dry conduits throughout my body are flooded with glittering water. The palace in Venezia, the unique city in so many worlds, and the ballroom, the great space, a map and a studied beguilement, and the sudden flash of seamy violence leading to interrogation, a chair, and a certain Madame. I am in the Palazzo Carezia, overlooking the Grand Canal in Venice. This is the ballroom. Quiet, deserted, out of season, or decaying years later, or decades later, or centuries later, or millennia for all I know. I came here from who knows where, as I was about to be tortured. Did I? Could I have? It's the last thing I remember. I can still smell the antiseptic scent of his fingers. I shiver again, look around. A great rectangular space. 3 enormous shapes like inverted teardrops hang from the high ceiling, covered in grey, wrapped ghosts of chandeliers. Little sign of any furniture, but what there is also appears to be wrapped in dust sheets. The draught is on my back and legs too now. I am quite naked. I touch my mouth and nose, look at my naked wrists. Unfettered. Using my tongue, I feel for the hole in my gum where a tooth used to be. There is an intact tooth instead. I prise open its hinged cap with one fingernail. It is empty. It is empty, but it is there. The tooth remains as though it was never extracted in the first place. Something more than just my sense of self was carried over. What has happened to me? I raise my head and moan, and then force myself slowly up from the floor, going briefly on all fours, and then standing, staggering and swaying, unsteady. This cannot be, I think. I must still be there, still suffocating in that chair. This is an hallucination, a waking dream, or the self-deceiving fantasy of somebody deprived of oxygen because their mouth and nose have been taped up. This is not possible. I stumble to the nearest tall window and scrabble ineffectually for a while before seeing and feeling how to open the shutters. I barely cracked them, just enough to see out. The Grand Canal stares brightly back at me, grey and cool beneath what looks like an early morning summer sky. A water taxi passes. A workboat, laden with bagged garbage, creases down the waves in the opposite direction and is narrowly avoided by a clattering vaporetto, crossing from one side of the canal to the other, running lights still greasily bright in the half-dawn. A few sleepy commuters sitting hunched on seats inside. I bite on a knuckle until I make myself cry out with the pain of it, but I do not wake up. I shake my bitten hand and stare out at a place where I have no right to be. And yet, I am here. Adrian. Bint was wearing a veil. Not a muslin-type burqa veil. I mean an old-fashioned sort of black lace with spots on it thing,
hanging down from a tiny little hat. Actually, the hat looked like an afterthought, only there to support the veil. The office was as big as the reception area, lined in very fancy-looking wood panelling that had silver or some other metal inlaid into it. I'd never seen anything like it. She sat behind a big desk. Some sort of computer screen but just sort of flattening itself out of the way and becoming part of the surface of the desk as I went in. She stood up and said hello, but didn't offer to shake hands. She waved me to a seat on the far side of the desk. She wore a sort of weird-looking suit thing, like she'd been wrapped in black bandages. Actually looked quite tasty, especially with the veil for some reason, but still like she'd just paced off a catwalk rather than being in a converted warehouse or whatever in the middle of one of the most poisoned places on the planet. I wondered if this was some sort of radiation-proof suit or something, though it seemed unlikely. "You're Adrian?" "Adrian Kabish. Pleased to meet you." "I'm Mrs. Mulvihill. I'm glad to meet you, Adrian." Another confusing accent. I supposed it was from somewhere around here. Ukraine, Russia, Eastern Europe, whatever. Hints of US English too. We both sat down. She opened her mouth to speak, but I started first. "Well, Mrs. Mulvihill, I really hope you're going to tell me why I'm here, because otherwise this is just going to be a big waste of my time, and frankly, my time is quite precious to me. Plus, I don't appreciate being brought into this place. What do they call it? The zone? No one said anything about this, know what I mean? Technically, I'm not here against my will, because I got on that plane of my own free will, didn't I? But if I'd been told where we were going, then maybe I wouldn't have, so legally you could be on dodgy ground. If I start growing a second head any time in the next few years, there will be lawyers, I'm telling you now." She looked surprised at first, then smiled. The face behind the veil looked Asian, I thought, maybe Chinese, though less flat than Chinese faces usually are, sort of triangular. Eyes too big to be Chinese, too. Cheekbones too high as well. Actually, maybe not Asian at all. You'd need more light, or just that veil off, to tell for sure. "You should be safe," she told me. "The car's air is filtered and the atmosphere in here is healthier than it would be in a hospital operating theatre. Any dust on your clothes and shoes was removed before you entered here." I nodded. Consider me mollified for the moment. Now, about the why bit of me being here in the first place. "Perhaps Mr. Noyce has given you some idea of what we offer and what we might require?" "He said you paid well and didn't ask for much. Not normally, anyway." "That would be accurate, I'd say." "Okay. Keep going." "Let me set out the basics, Adrian." "Shouldn't you be calling me Mr. Kabish?" I said, "seeing as I've got to call you Mrs. Mulvihill. Or would you like to tell me your first name?" So far, this was all still too much on our terms, frankly, and I wanted to unsettle her or even annoy her. How sensible this was is another matter, of course, as, when you think about it, I was in the middle of a fenced-off nowhere where nobody with any brains wanted to be anyway, 1,000 or 2,000 miles away from home, having got on a plane and as good as disappeared as far as anybody back in the UK was concerned, with no forwarding address or destination or nothing, and with no reception on me Moby. Didn't care. I really was annoyed at them bringing me here, even if it was eventually going to be in my own interests. Who did these people think they were? Anyway, hence the remark about her calling me Mr. Kabish, or telling me her first name. "No," she said, sounding not in the least insulted. "I wouldn't like to tell you my first name. Mrs. Mulvihill is what I answer to. If you're uncomfortable with me calling you Adrian, I'll happily call you Mr. Kabish." I shrugged. "Adrian's fine. You were saying?" "That we will pay you a retainer, monthly, plus an extra annual payment for your services as a consultant, and for other services we may occasionally require. You would be free to terminate this arrangement at any time, without notice." "Consultant? Me?" "Yes." "Consulting on what?" "General cultural, economic, and political matters." I laughed. "Oh, yeah?" "Yes," she said. The veil made it hard to see what was going on with her expression. "Mrs. M," I said, "I'm a trader. I trade stocks. I know a lot about that, though probably not as much as Mr. Noyce. Also, I know about some computer games. Oh, and snowboarding, though I'm what they call an enthusiastic amateur, not an expert. Know what I mean? I'm not the person to consult on cultural and political matters."
Tell me what you think about the political parties in your own country. Tories are toast. Labour are going to get back in at the next election, and people like me may have to leave the country. I should point out that Mr N doesn't think they're going to be so bad. Labour, he means. He's met this Blair geezer and reckons they'll leave us alone to make money. But I'm not convinced. There you are, the lady purred. You've started work for us already. Course I have, Mrs Malveril. What were the other services you were thinking of? Liaison with individuals. Helping them out if they need help. What sort of help? Getting them on their feet. Obtaining funds, documents, the ear of officialdom, that sort of thing. Now, it so happened that I could help with some of that stuff, through contacts I had. Some got through dealing and some through trading. But I hadn't thought that Mr N would know much about that. And it must have been him who recommended me to whoever this Malverhill woman worked for. These would be serious, capable people, Adrian. But they would be starting out with very little when they make themselves known to you. Once they have a start, they'll rapidly make their own way, but they need that initial boost. Do you see? Are you smuggling immigrants? I asked. You people trafficking, is that it? Not in the manner you mean, I suspect. These people would not be foreign nationals as your government would understand it, were they to come to its attention, which they almost certainly never would. It is quite possible, though, that all you'd ever be asked to do would be to provide guarantees for bank accounts, references, letters of recommendation, that sort of thing. All expenses would be repaid to you, and any loans reimbursed expeditiously. Expeditiously? I pretended to be impressed. Expeditiously. She pretended she hadn't noticed. So, I said, is that what Mr Noyce does already? That's a good question. Fortunately, Mr Noyce has already pre-cleared me answering it honestly. The answer is yes. I could see the smile through the black veil. So, if it's good enough for him, it should be good enough for me. Is that the idea? Yes, it is. And of course, he'll be retiring in a few years, I should think. I should think so too. Mrs M tipped her head to one side. More to the point, so does he. And what sort of sums would we be talking about here for this consultancy and services unspecified? The same as Mr Noyce receives. 8,500 United States of America dollars per calendar month, paid into a bank account in your name in the Cayman Islands. The extra annual payment would be twice that monthly amount, payable at the commencement of the last month of the year. And I can quit any time without notice? Yes. And without penalty? Yes. The monies will stop being paid. That's all. Call it 10K a month, and I'll think about it. That is more than Mr Noyce receives. Well, if you don't tell him, neither will I said. She was silent for a few moments. I spread my arms. That's my price, Mrs Malverhill. Very well. The first payment will be delivered forthwith. We'll mail you the account details. Like I say, I'll think about it. I wanted to talk to Mr N some more. This was too weird to just jump in on, given what I knew so far. Of course, decide in your own time. Is that it? I asked. This had all been too easy. I strongly suspected I'd underpriced myself. That's it, she said. She just sat there. Didn't go to shake my hand or produce a contract or a letter of agreement to sign or anything. Our agreement to be reviewed annually, I said. If you like. I nodded for a bit, still just sitting there. I sat forward in my seat. So, Mrs M. Adrian? Tell me who you work for. The Concern, she said smoothly. You can call us the Concern, Adrian. And who are you really? We're travellers. What, like gypsies? I said with a fake smile. I don't think so. Well, maybe a little. Russian? No. No. Definitely no. CIA? No. Some other American organisation? No. I took a breath. This time, she jumped in on me before I could speak. Don't bother, Adrian. You'll never guess. You reckon? Oh, I'm pretty certain. She flashed the veiled smile again. We should celebrate, she said.
that you're thinking of joining with us. Would you like that? Where shall we go? I can't imagine there's much happening in this Pripyat place. It is a little quiet, she agreed. Shall we go to Moscow? The plane will have been refueled by now. Yes. I want to show you something. Seemingly, my watch had to go forward yet another hour, though I still left the Rolex alone. Adrian, Mrs. M said as we settled into the jet's plush seats, Connie and I have much to talk about. Can you amuse yourself? Certainly. No, wait a minute. What? Connie asked. What if you keep me up past my bedtime? I smiled. Connie looked at me. I understand there are hotels in Moscow. What a relief, I said. They started talking some language I couldn't even begin to unscramble. I left them to it and watched the ground slide by beneath. I'd hoped to see Chernobyl itself from a safe height, obviously, but didn't. It was only another hour's flight, but by the time we arrived in Moscow, it was almost dark. Outside on the tarmac of the airport, the wind felt cold enough for snow and smelled of jet fuel. A big black Merc was waiting. This time, the driver had a cap and tie and everything. We went straight to a tall wire gate with a small guardhouse. A uniformed customs immigration guy took the briefest look at our passports, exchanged a few words with Connie S, and waved us through to join chaotic traffic on a packed 4-lane road. My Moby was happy again, reconnected to civilization. I texted a couple of pals back in the big smoke to say where I was, and felt happier too. The Novi Pravda was a club housed in a new-build block within sight of what I guessed was the Red River, or whatever big river it is that runs through Moscow. Frankly, I had no idea where we were. In something called the Central Administrative Okrug, which was not a vast amount of help. If we hadn't driven through what was obviously Red Square with the big Disney church and stuff, I'd only have had Mrs. M's word for it that we were even in Moscow. The club was in a big black cube of a building. Lots of UV and dark purple lights on the outside, outlining it. The air shook with muffled music. Valet parking, front of the line, 2 big bouncers with armpit bulges. Straight in, greeted by some guy in a very flash suit who took Mrs. M's long fur coat, fake kissed Connie on both sides, and gave me a small bow. I was in what I'd been wearing since I got up. Black Converse, black 509s, a purple Prada shirt, and a peach soft thin black leather jacket. I felt underdressed for the first time that day. Clement, how are you? Connie said, as the guy kept pace with us down a broad corridor lined with mirrors and what looked like blobs of mercury running down bronze mazes behind plates of glass. I am well, madame, Clement said, sounding very Russian. You are well too, I hope. Very. This is Mrs. Malvahill, my employer, she told him. An honour, madame. And this is Adrian. He's from London. Adrian, welcome. I love London, he said. Smashing, I said. This is Clement's club, Connie told me. I looked round. The sounds were getting loud and the light level dropping as we entered a big space with slowly flashing lights on the ceiling. A flunky came up, bowed to Clement, and took Mrs. M's coat and Connie's jacket, as well as my own, to a coat check counter staffed by 2 astoundingly beautiful girls, all high cheekbones, long black hair and sultry, unimpressed looks. The thudding music and faster flashing lights were coming from a big fluted archway ahead. Tasty, I said, smiling at Clement. He nodded appreciatively, I think. Please, he said, we have your table. Vodka and champagne, caviar and blinis. We proceeded to get very drunk in our semicircular table facing a giant multi-level dance floor. I danced with Connie, then with Mrs. M, who had a weird, all-over-the-place way of dancing. In her black bandages outfit and veil, yep, still with a veil, she got a lot of looks. Appreciative ones too, and I could see why. She danced like she could move bits that other women didn't even have. Connie was a lively bopper too. The 2 of them kept turning away bottles of bubbly from distant tables. Connie leant over as they were opening our 3rd bottle of Salon. Come to the toilets, we'll do some coke, yeah? By this time, I'd drunk enough for this to seem like a good idea, and for the prospect of some white stuff to have taken on a sort of sensible, even medicinal quality, i.e., if I took some, it'd sober me up a bit. Not to mention the fact that both Connie and Mrs. M
had only got even better looking and more devastatingly attractive as the evening had gone on, and here was one of them inviting me to the loos. Well, why not? I looked from the gorgeous, blondly shining Connie to the shadowy Mrs. M. Connie grinned and shook her head. Mrs. Mulvihill must have overheard or guessed. She waved one hand. "Enjoy," she said, watching the mass of people pulse and surge around the dance floor. No eyelids were batted when we entered an extremely posh ladies' and commandeered a cubicle. We took turns snorting from a handily placed glass ledge. Good gear, almost uncut. We stood up, grinning from ear to ear at each other. "Another dance?" Connie suggested. I leant back against the wall, gave her a long look up and down. "We in a hurry?" She laughed, shook her head. "Do sorted. Let's away." I thought she might have meant let's away to somewhere quieter, but she just meant back to the dance floor, and then the booth, and the table where Mrs. M was knocking back another deep-chilled vodka and looking as sober as when we'd walked in. She nodded at me. "We dance now," she told me, rising. "Can I catch my breath?" I asked. She shook her head and took my hand. It was quite a sexy dance. There were slow bits in the tune, and she moved round me, curling and uncurling and rising and falling, circling about me like she was caressing my personal space. I'm not a bad dancer, many compliments received, know what I mean? But Mrs. M was something else. Maybe it was the booze and toot, but I seriously felt I was in the presence of bopping royalty. She sidled up, pressing herself against me. I felt the heat of her body through her black bandage outfit and my own clothes. She was half a head shorter than me. She put her veiled lips close to my ear as I leant down to her. "Adrian," she said loudly, just audible over the music, "I want to take you somewhere. Will you come with me?" I pulled back, showing some amused, pleased surprise, and then bent to her ear. "Really?" "Really," she said, then added, "Yes, that's a way of putting it," which seemed unnecessary. "Follow me." "To the ends of the earth, Mrs. M," I said, as she took me by the hand. She laughed. Strange noise, almost like a bark. Her hand was very warm but perfectly dry. We slunk through the press of dancing people. She let go of my hand once we were clear of the dance floor and were heading for some cordoned-off steps. Not to lose again, then. Another pair of bouncers nodded to, down some wide, spiralling steps. "This is called the Black Room, apparently," she said, as a large door was opened for us by another wide-shouldered gent, this one in dark glasses. Fair enough, it was nearly black inside. From what I saw as we walked through, it was a fuck club. Lots of humping and humping watching going on, in, around, on, over tables and big comfy seats. Warm it was. We walked on through to the far wall and another door. Yet another bouncer, lady this time. She was much bigger and wider than me. She handed Mrs. M a key. We entered what looked like a dark hotel corridor. Mrs. M let us into a dimly lit bedroom and closed the door behind her. "People come here to have sex, Adrian," Mrs. Mulvihill said. "You don't say," I said. From the way she'd said what she just had, I was already starting to guess that this wasn't why we were here. I felt some disappointment and just a tiny bit of nervousness. Still, I've always had, right from the first days when I started dealing, a completely reliable alarm system in my head for situations that might be about to turn genuinely nasty and threatening. Know what I mean? And so far, the alarm bells hadn't gone off. "I do say, but you and I are not here to have sex. I hope you're not disappointed, if that is what you were expecting." Devastated Mrs. M. "You are, I think, joking." Not entirely. From somewhere in those bizarre clothes, Mrs. M produced 2 little pills, smaller than any E-pills I'd ever seen, nearer to sweeteners or something. She popped one herself, held the other out to me. "Please take this." "What is it?" "It is a form of life belt." Well, that's a new one. I shrugged, popped it. She watched my neck to see me swallow. Again, just a little worrying. She reached up and put her veil up at last. The light wasn't great, but I could see a little more of her face. A very beautiful, strong, Semi-Asiatic, semi-I couldn't tell what face, with big, wide eyes.